Chapter 1335, Introduction to Bitter Bamboo. For Chen Mobai, the Xuanjiao royal court has always been a thorn in his side. However, in the past, due to the warning from Tengxianji and the formidable array of the Xuanjiao royal court, it could only be set aside. Now, after Chen Mobai had mentally imbued himself with the image of Ling Zun, a void refinement expert, he discovered that Tong Tianzhai was no longer issuing warnings. This means that the Xuanjiao royal court's foundation is only at the level of void refinement. Moreover, it will definitely still be limited by location, preventing practitioners from going out. Otherwise, when he killed the old dragon at the gate of the Xuanjiao royal court, there would definitely have been an old dragon at the void refining realm seeking revenge. Although the spirit venerable now only has the heavenly rock primordial spirit left, he has already comprehended some of the mysteries of the great Tao of killing luck through the great Tao of wind. He is not afraid to deal with the void refining realm, who has not mastered the innate great Tao. Moreover, Chen Mobai planned to proceed steadily and surely, not to directly destroy the Xuanjiao royal court at the beginning. Instead, he would bring all the spiritual veins above the Xuanhai Sea under the control of the heavenly curtain earthly network array before finally dealing with the Xuanjiao royal court. The Five Elements sect is currently lacking spiritual veins, and taking over the entire Xuanhai territory would solve many of their current problems. For example, there are too many disciples, and not enough cave dwellings or territories to bestow upon them. Even if the spiritual energy is insufficient now, if most cultivators go out to expand their territory, then the number of cultivators remaining within the Five Elements sect's territory will be reduced, which will naturally solve the problem indirectly. After listening to Chen Mobai's instructions, the nascent soul cultivators of the Five Elements sect present were all eager to try their skills. After all, the longevity pill that assists in the nascent soul stage is at the very top of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion's exchange list. Although Qing Nu's nascent soul stage was achieved by relying on the Tei-3 pills from the Water Mother Palace, Zhang Pan Kong actually succeeded by consuming this pill. Therefore, the nascent soul cultivators of the Five Elements sect are currently the most dedicated to completing tasks within the sect. This expansion of territory will surely result in a huge amount of contribution points being distributed, so they are all very excited and warlike. Especially considering that the little dragon was also a fifth-order true spirit. If Chen Mobai could also kill it, that would be another batch of nascent soul pills. Now that Qing Nu is a disciple of the Void Refining sect, some people even believe that her alchemy skills are superior to Wu Chen's. After all, if a disciple is not confident, he will definitely ask his master for help. Since he was able to teach Qing Nu, a master alchemist, it is clear that the Spirit Lord's alchemy skills are even better. Based on the Spirit Venerable's cultivation level, he would at least be a sixth-order alchemist. Wuchen Zhenjian's ultimate goal in his life was to refine an immortal pill in order to advance to the sixth-level alchemist. Thinking of this, everyone was even more motivated to develop the Xuanhai Sea and take over the Xuanjiao royal court. Let senior brother Mo take charge of this matter. Chen Mobai still took good care of the older generation and spoke up to confirm the commander-in-chief. No one present had any objections. After all, besides Chen Mobai, Mo Duguang contributed the most to the Five Elements sect's current territory. Chen Mobai did not participate in the following matters, allowing everyone present at the meeting to speak freely. As the head of the sect, Yi Yun was the first to speak after Chen Mobai. According to the rules of the Five Elements sect, in addition to a main general, 4 deputy generals are also required to form the Five Elements attributes, which can maximize the power of the Five Elements Tao soldiers. After obtaining all the inheritances of the One Yuan Tao Palace, this war formation can now at most unleash Tao soldiers at the nascent soul level. Among them, the nascent soul cultivators with the 3 attributes of earth, water, and fire were few in number, so they were quickly identified. Only those with the wood attribute are numerous, as the Five Elements sect is founded on the wood element, making the competition extremely fierce. After all, this project to develop the Xuanhai Sea was proposed by Chen Mobai himself. As long as the Five Elements sect exists, they will definitely achieve a great victory. No one wants to miss the opportunity to earn a huge amount of sect contribution points for free. Zhou Shenking recommended Zhou Wangshan, Fu Zhanju mentioned his disciple Yin Qingmei, and Zhou Yi said that Yi Yun, the sect leader, was also quite good. But in the end, it was Jiang Zhengheng who was elected. There was absolutely no behind-the-scenes manipulation. The results were obtained through a fair and impartial vote on the spot. After the leadership team was determined, the Five Elements sect, the largest sect in the Eastern continent, began to mobilize in all aspects, and all departments vied to cooperate. After all, everyone knows that this is a project personally overseen and instructed by Elder Chen. There were even ministers from 12 departments who wanted to resign from their current positions and join the war. Not to mention the other core formation elders and foundation establishment disciples, all of whom eagerly signed up. The first batch of 100,000 qi refining disciples could only apply if they reached the 9th level of qi refining. Moreover, only those at the peak of qi refining who possess a second-tier magic weapon or have mastered a second-tier spell can be reliably selected. Because of this incident, countless people within the Five Elements sect are trying to pull strings. In response, Mo Duguang directly authorized Jiang Zhengheng, the deputy general, to begin assembling a second army of 100,000 men. Jiang Zhengheng was also very decisive, handing over the task to his disciple Duan Shuyu. Duan Shuyu, relying on the longevity pills refined by Qing Nu, managed to successfully form his core before his lifespan ran out, and is now striving to form his nascent soul. Because he was already quite old when he embarked on his cultivation journey, Duan Shuyu typically only broke through to higher realms in the final few years. After forming his core, he could finally catch his breath, but if he wanted to completely resolve the issue of lifespan, he still needed to strive. Duan Shuyu has just determined his ultimate goal in the past 2 days, which is the longevity eyebrows of the Dayad sect. Since advancing to the 6th rank, the lifespan of the longevity eyebrow tree produced by the moral sect has increased tenfold. Previously, taking a round of 5th-tier longevity eyebrow elixir could increase one's lifespan by 360 years, while now, 6th-tier longevity eyebrow elixir can increase it by 3,600 years. Of course, this must be the highest quality shumei tea. The first harvest of 6th-grade shumei tea, if of poor quality, will only have 3 times the effect of the previous harvest, while the vast majority will have between 4 and 5 times the effect. Only the few leaves on a branch that are most vibrant and tender can produce 10 times the effect. When Feng Qingshu came to Dongzhou to attend King Nu's nascent soul ceremony, she was invited by Shengxi to go to the eastern lands on her way out. Considering that Shumei had successfully advanced under her guidance, Feng Qingshu did not refuse. After personally tasting different qualities of 6th-grade shumei tea, Feng Qingshu made her assessment of the situation. The best quality shumei is actually equivalent to a mid-grade 6th rank, while the ordinary ones are the true effects of low-grade 6th rank shumei. The moral sect should not worry about this and should continue to supply the shumei with spiritual energy and moisture as usual. The reason why the Five Elements sect knew about this was because among the gifts that Shengxi sent to King Nu's nascent soul ceremony was a pack of the highest quality 6th-grade longevity eyebrows. Shengxi also took this opportunity to promote its own longevity tea. After all, even the lowest grade 6th rank low-grade longevity eyebrow is a first-class longevity spiritual item for a nascent soul cultivator. In the Heavenly River realm, the most precious things are the elixirs that can increase lifespan. As Shengxi had predicted, after the nascent soul ceremony ended, many nascent soul cultivators went to the morality sect to buy or exchange for 6th-tier longevity eyebrows. The moral sect suffered a crushing defeat in the low-end pill market in its competition with the Danxia Pavilion, so it is now beginning to transform and prepare to focus on the high-end market. These 6th-tier longevity eyebrows are the best brand they put forward to establish their own high-end thatched cottage, intending to use them to open up a huge market across the 5 continents and 4 seas and do business with all nascent soul cultivators. Duan Shuyu was attracted by the advertisement for this 6th-grade longevity eyebrow. He thought that if he could drink this kind of immortal tea, he would basically not have to worry about his lifespan before he reached the nascent soul stage. Jiang Zhengheng was very supportive of this. After all, although his disciple only broke through when he was about to reach his limit, his foundation and state of mind were the best among the 3rd generation of disciples. If Duan Shuyu had joined Zion Enchen at the same age as Han Jiling after graduating from the academy, his achievements would certainly have surpassed the latter's. Although the 2nd-generation disciples of Zion Enchen have a very good relationship, they all secretly want to compete with each other. Although Zhuo Ming inherited Chen Mobai's mantle, Jiang Zhengheng believed it was because he had started learning late. In terms of inheritance, his master passed on to him the Heavenly Emperor's book and the crown of heaven and earth and all living beings, which concerns the fortune of the five elements sect. Clearly, he is the true successor of his master's mantle. Jiang Zhengheng believed that he could not let his master down, so he had been cultivating diligently, hoping to one day surpass Zhuo Ming and prove that he was the most powerful disciple of his master. Zhuo Ming appears to be farming every day, running around here and there, but his cultivation progress is not slow at all. Even with the blessing of the crown of heaven and earth, Jiang Zhengheng has only caught up a little bit. At this rate, unless Zhuo Ming gets stuck at the threshold of the nascent soul stage, he has little chance. Therefore, Jiang Zhengheng planned to first have his disciple surpass Zhuo Ming's disciple Han Jiling, in order to prove that his Peepa Valley lineage was the most outstanding among the disciples of the Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor. This time, the Earth Element Army was led by Zhou Yi, a senior nascent soul cultivator from the sect, during the development of the Xuanhai. Jiang Zhengheng felt that this was a great opportunity to surpass Zhuo Ming. Just as he was thinking this and feeling very confident, Chen Mobai sent him a message using the Tongxiani, a type of telescope. After reading it, Jiang Zhengheng was shocked. The content written above is very simple. In short, Chen Mobai is going to hold an initiation ceremony for Kuzhu and accept him as his fifth disciple. Before he could even surpass senior sister Zhu, another nascent soul cultivator, junior brother Kuzhu, Jiang Zhengheng began to doubt whether he still had a chance to prove that the Peepa Valley lineage was the strongest. Although somewhat disappointed, Jiang Zhengheng quickly composed himself, picked a batch of freshly ripened loquats from his Loquat Valley as a gift for his junior brother Kuzhu, and hurried off to Huanglong Cave. Besides Chen Mobai's disciples, the highest-ranking nascent soul cultivators, such as Zhou Shenking from the Five Elements sect, also received this message. Even the three Holy Lands extended invitations. After all, Chen Mobai's status is different now, and he will definitely announce his acceptance of disciples to the world. The three Holy Lands, which had just returned not long ago, sent representatives again. Since it was just a witnessing occasion, and Chen Mobai had said there was no need to be too formal, Yi Qing didn't come this time and sent Yuan Zhen instead. On the Dayad sect's side, Qi Jiansu also volunteered. The reason for sending two women was that they planned to take this opportunity to exchange for the longevity pill. Qing Nu had reached an agreement with them, but the two Holy Lands still had some doubts about it. After all, the materials on the list were indeed precious, and it would be very difficult for them to gather them all. However, after the Spirit Venerable appeared at this nascent soul ceremony, the two Holy Lands no longer had any doubts, and believed that it was because Chen Mobai and his wife gave them faith that they were willing to trade the longevity pill. If they can exchange them, then the two women are the ones who benefited. So after returning, the two Holy Lands immediately used their sect's resources, and even traded with other Holy Lands to help the two women gather the remaining materials on the list in the shortest possible time. The only non-five elements sect nascent soul cultivator who came was Zhang Pengkong. Takesu Immortal left Dongzhu this time. He brought Dakong Zhenjin back to Zhangzhou, saying that he had something to report to the Linkong Immortal realm along with the latter. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Shan Myasu and Zhang Pengkong to treat Chen Mobai as the most honored guest of Takesu Pyomale Palace, and to do their utmost to fulfill any requests Chen Mobai made. If they could not fulfill these requests, they were to report directly to Zhangzhou, and he would arrange for them to be done. Shan Myasu and Zhang Pengkong immediately understood. After all, they witnessed firsthand how the Takesu measuring ruler treated Chen Mobai, and even the Takesu Dao book was passed on to them, clearly indicating that they were on their side. With Chen Mobai's fully developed aptitude, he might be directly accepted as a disciple by the Grandmaster Takesu Zhenwang after ascending to heaven. Perhaps millions of years later, if the two of them have the chance to ascend to immortality, when they see Chen Mobai again, they will have to call him their Grandmaster Uncle. So when Zhang Pengkong received the news that Chen Mobai was accepting disciples, he immediately prepared gifts and came over. Inside the Yellow Dragon Cave, in front of everyone, Kuzhu bowed deeply to Chen Mobai, served him tea, and addressed him as master. From this day forward, you will be my fifth disciple. Chen Mobai accepted it with a smile, thus confirming Kuzhu's identity. Congratulations, junior brother. Zhou Shenking, the most senior member of the family, spoke first, his mouth practically agape with a broad smile. With Ku Zhu's entry into the sect, the Five Elements sect now boasts 3 nascent soul cultivators. Even by global standards, this would be considered one of the most prestigious and powerful sects in the world. Greetings, junior brother. As a descendant of the older generation, Liu Wenbai, representing his peers, exchanged greetings with Ku Zhu, the newly initiated disciple, with a slight nervousness. Greetings, senior brother, second senior sister, and fourth senior brother. Ku Zhu returned the gifts one by one. Luo Yixuan was in Nanju and not present. However, Chen Mobai had already sent Wu Qingzhai to inform her of this matter. She, far away, must be very happy to know that she has gained a junior brother who has reached the nascent soul stage. Amidst the pleasant atmosphere, King Nu led Yuan Zhen and Qi Jiansu to a side hall for a private conversation. Chen Mobai then drank tea with Zhang Pengkong. Brother Zhang, when do you plan to dismantle that interstate teleportation array on the suspended platform? We won't demolish that one, you can keep it. Chapter 1336, Fifth Year Treasure Ship. Chapter 1336, Fifth Year Treasure Ship. This interstate teleportation array is a vital transportation route between the eastern continent and the other 4 continents. It's not appropriate to leave it in my 5 Elements sect like this. Chen Mobai looked surprised and offered a very tactful reminder. This thing is completely useless to the 5 Elements sect. Even if it wasn't sealed by the Taixu measuring ruler, opening it would still require a nascent soul cultivator from the Taixu Misty Palace. Now that it was set up on the suspended platform, Chen Mobai felt somewhat constrained. He had originally planned to secretly set up a teleportation array after the nascent soul ceremony. The Central Continent headquarters is already preparing the materials and markings for the new interstate teleportation array, and it will be redeployed at Tianya Mountain soon. Brother Chen, you don't need to worry about that. Zhang Pengkong answered Chen Mobai's question seriously, leaving the latter speechless. Is that what he's worried about? However, having just received help from the Taixu measuring ruler, Chen Mobai couldn't say anything. He could only change the subject and talk about the 5 Elements sect's plan to launch an expedition to the Xuanhai. That's great. Our human race now stands on the 5 continents and has basically achieved dominance over the land. However, the 4 seas are still occupied by those true spirit demons, and the vast resources and spiritual veins are being wasted. Brother Chen's move to occupy the Xuan Sea will surely encourage other holy lands to follow suit and bring the most resource-rich sea areas of the Tian realm under our human race's control. Zhang Pengkong strongly supported this, not only because he had a good relationship with Chen Mobai, but also because the Taixu Pio Palace had been cheated many times by these true spirits and demons, who did not understand the spirit of contracts when doing business in the 4 seas. Now Chen Mobai is planning to take drastic measures. If he can level the sea, the market for their Taixu Misty Palace to do business will expand significantly. Compared to the Moral sect and the 5 Elements sect, which compete with each other in the alchemy business, the Taixu Misty Palace firmly monopolizes the transportation of teleportation arrays, hoping that the human race will occupy as much territory as possible across the 5 continents and 4 seas. The sea area is vast. When our sect occupies the spiritual vein island, we will need a large number of teleportation arrays to connect it. I will trouble Brother Zhang with this matter. Leave it to me. I will personally lead the sect's elite disciples to follow you. Wherever you fight your way, the teleportation array will be set up there. Zhang Pengkong patted his chest and made a promise, saying that after returning, he would take out all the large, medium, and small teleportation arrays stored in various places of the eastern continent's Taixu Misty Palace, and do his best to support the 5 Elements sect's expedition to the Xuanhai. Even for cultivators, the most important aspect of war remains logistics. With the teleportation array in place, the 5 Elements sect's headquarters can continuously supply resources to the frontline troops. With this key issue resolved, all preparations for the war were complete. Mo Duguang prepared to lead the first batch of the 5 Elements sect's assembled army aboard a treasure ship to the eastern barbarians, and begin his campaign along the route to the Xuanjiao royal court. This expedition to the Xuanhai Sea is a resource war concerning the development of the 5 Elements sect for the next few thousand years, so Chen Mobai spared no expense and used all his resources. Deep within the Yunmeng Marsh lies a secretly constructed shipyard, specifically designed to manufacture 5th-tier treasure ships. Apart from the weapon refiners from the Five Elements sect, most of them were from the Myriad Star Alliance. Because of the environmental requirements of the Desolate Sea, the technology for building treasure ships is very advanced. After Yuan Lilong obtained all the blueprints for the Eastern Imperial Court's treasure ships from Chen Mobai, he personally selected the location and built this shipyard. With the support of the Five Elements sect's resources, the first fifth-tier treasure ship has been successfully built in recent years. All that's left is to ignite the power furnace before it can be started. The power furnace is the most crucial and difficult technology for the treasure ship, as it requires a fifth-level weapon refiner to complete. Chen Lingaming, who was in charge of leading the construction of this shipyard, sent Yan Huo, who had relevant experience, to work on it. Despite having the successful experience of the Flying Sand sect, Yan Huo being a fifth-tier weapon refiner, and with Yuan Lilong's assistance, rebuilding a fifth-tier power furnace was still fraught with difficulties. After learning about this, Chen Mobai, who wanted Mo Duguang to board a fifth-tier treasure ship during his expedition to the Xuanhai, personally came to guide and research for a period of time, solving all the problems that had troubled Yuan Lilong and Yan Huo for a long time. Finally, Chen Mobai personally assembled and refined the problematic power furnace, successfully igniting it. With a deafening roar, a fifth-tier treasure ship, its body a deep red and 1,000 meters long, resembling a blunt-tipped heavy sword, emerged from the dock. Crimson patterns emanated from its center, cleaving through the Yunmeng Marsh River, evaporating endless water vapor and rising into the sky. This treasure ship is of the fire element, because it's the first one, so it must belong to Chen Mobai. However, other types of ship hulls are already under construction. With sufficient resources and the current skilled workers, one ship can be completed within a few years. As the dark red treasure ship ascended into the sky, the fire elemental energy within a radius of 1,000 miles began to be continuously absorbed by it. After being transformed by the power furnace, it activated the restrictions engraved on the ship's hull, turning into burning crimson energy swords. These attacks are equivalent to the fourth-tier extreme Yang Slash. Each strike is equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator making a move. From the water's surface, it looks like thousands of crimson swords forming this fifth-tier treasure ship. And this is merely the outermost and lowest level of protection on the treasure ship. Once it unleashes its full power, even ordinary nascent soul cultivators would probably not dare to confront it head-on. Junior brother, the next fifth-tier treasure ship must be of the metal element. Mo Duguang, who had come to watch the ignition ceremony, toured the fifth-tier treasure ship under Chen Lingaming's guidance. After that, he made a rare request to Chen Mobai. Then let's do as senior brother says, and build a golden spirit treasure ship in the next dock. Chen Mobai spoke to Chen Lingaming, who nodded repeatedly. According to the national conditions of the Five Elements sect, the 5 fifth-tier treasure ships with the 5 elements attributes already had code names from the very beginning of the project. For example, the ship that was successfully ignited in front of us is called the Fire Spirit Treasure Ship. The name was simple, but since it was chosen by Chen Mobai, everyone applauded it, saying that simple and easy to understand is the best, and that they shouldn't use those fancy and complicated nicknames. After completing the lighting ceremony, Chen Mobai returned to Huanglong Cave. Mo Duguang excitedly sailed away on this fifth-tier Fire Spirit ship, preparing to head to the front lines. Sect leader, you have heard what the ancestors said. The sect is about to embark on an expedition to the Xuanhai Sea. This fifth-tier treasure ship is not only a demonstration of our sect's strength, but also a powerful magic weapon to protect our disciples. It is of utmost importance. We would appreciate your help in coordinating with the various departments. Seeing that Yi Yun, who had also come to participate in the ceremony, was about to leave, Chen Lingaming immediately grabbed him and started asking for resources, spirit stones, and people. Although the fifth-tier treasure ship project was instructed by Chen Mobai, the sect's support in this area was not 100%. It wasn't that Yi Yun was intentionally targeting them, but rather that the Five Elements sect had too many projects authorized by Chen Mobai. The sect's resources are limited, and it's impossible to supply enough for every project. Moreover, the resources required to build this fifth-tier treasure ship are at least fourth-tier materials. The loss from a single failed ship plank is equivalent to the annual budget of other small projects. This has led to Ion basically approving and supplying the necessary resources for the treasure ship at the critical point. Now that the results are in, and with war imminent, Chen Lingaming will definitely seize this opportunity to secure sufficient funding. I'll arrange this when I get back. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Yi Yun could only nod helplessly. Upon hearing this, Chen Lingaming was satisfied and personally escorted him to the teleportation array. From Chen Mobai onwards, the successive leaders of the Five Elements sect have basically kept their word. Since Yi Yun has agreed, he certainly won't go back on his word. Sure enough, after returning to Baiyuan City, Yi Yun convened a meeting of the heads of various departments. Apart from the expedition to Xuanhai, he specifically suspended several projects and allocated manpower and resources to the Yunming shipyard. While Yi Yun was coordinating all aspects of the war, Chen Mobai returned to the Purple Cloud universe. At this crucial moment, what brings him back must be something important. It was a turtle treasure pop-up message. Zixale Palace had descended upon a planet. When Chen Mobai received this news, he was studying the 4 volumes of the Taixu that had been unsealed by the Taixu measuring ruler, but he immediately put down what he was doing and dealt with this first. After all, the arrival of the Purple Cloud Palace means you don't know how long you'll have to wait if you miss it. After Chen Mobai clicked on the turtle treasure teleportation button, he discovered that it was a desolate planet. It is already in a state of spiritual decline, nearing the end of the Dharma. It's similar to the nameless planet we encountered on our way from leaving the immortal sect to Zhui Star. The difference is that this planet is covered with traces of self-destruction. Chen Mobai sat upright atop the Zixale Palace, his sixth-order divine sense bursting forth from his body, instantly illuminating every aspect of the entire planet within his mind. After reading through all the remaining data and texts, Chen Mobai had pieced together a complete picture of the history of civilization on this planet in his mind. The creatures on this planet received the teachings of the Purple Cloud Palace in the distant past, but they embarked on the path of cultivating only the physical body. Therefore, although there were incredibly talented experts who cultivated to the 5th level, they were still unable to traverse the planet and leave this place. Under these circumstances, when the planet's spiritual vein resources were exhausted, a civil war broke out. But the final result was that all living beings were trapped and died on this planet, and civilization was annihilated. From the inscriptions on the remaining stone tablet, Chen Mobai learned that this place was called Shenwu Star. The humans on Shenwu Star call the path of cultivation martial path, and the pinnacle of martial path is martial god. Above the god of war, there is a proposed realm called God of War, equivalent to the 6th rank, but no one on this planet has ever reached it. It can be used to supplement the sect's knowledge about body tempering. After integrating the knowledge of all the ruins on Shenwu Star, Chen Mobai couldn't help but mutter to himself. This place once boasted the pinnacle of martial arts, with over a dozen paths leading to the status of a martial god. Corresponding to cultivation of immortality, that would be a 5th-tier body forging technique. After gathering intelligence on the planet, Chen Mobai used a void illusion to infiltrate the planet's core. However, it was discovered that even the surface energy of the star's core had been significantly depleted. Around the star core, he also saw clumps of pure white bone powder, which were clearly the last traces left by the martial gods who could withstand the heavy pressure of the Earth's magnetic field. According to the inscriptions on this planet, to break through to the martial saint realm, one needs to devour and refine the power of the entire planet. Therefore, before their death, the martial gods would come here to try to consume the star core. However, none of them succeeded. All the martial gods exploded and died, turning into ashes. In response, Chen Mobai could only conclude that the path taken was wrong. In fact, the way to further improve body tempering is to first refine the membrane of heaven and earth, and then refine the star core. However, it is possible that the ancestors on Shenwu Star missed a step in their comprehension at Zixale Palace, thinking that they should directly devour the star core, which led to a wrong path and even caused the extinction of their civilization. After the martial gods exploded, some of their energy returned to the star core, while some returned to the world through the planet's magnetic field. It is precisely because of this that the celestial membrane of this divine martial star was restored to its original state after the extinction of its civilization. This was an unexpected surprise for Chen Mobai. Although the heavenly membrane is no longer of any use to him, it is still at least a 6th-tier resource. He could take it back to the Spirit Lord so she could rebuild the Dharma realm. He could also sell it. He was only 2 Dao points short of exchanging for the suspended void pill. Although this heaven and earth membrane was of low grade because it was newly formed, it was still worth at least 1 Dao point. Besides that, the most precious thing about this planet is its core. However, Chen Mobai had finally escaped the great grinding mill of destruction and did not want to fall into it again, so he only recorded the relevant information in the form of a void illusion. In the following time, Chen Mobai began to study and comprehend his own Tao principles in the Zixao Palace. At the same time, he did not forget to take out the strings of the 9 tribulations heavenly phoenix Qin that he had finished making and try to fill them with the power of the great Tao. As it turned out, his idea was flawed. While it is indeed possible to replenish the power of the great Tao with the help of Zixao Palace, the process is extremely slow without guidance. For example, if the strings representing desire are placed on the relevant steps, Chen Mobai estimated that it would take about several dozen times to charge them to a point where they could be repaired. After all, the Zixao Palace doesn't descend for very long each time. I wonder if, when Zixao Palace leaves, it will be simply thrown down the steps, or will it be taken along with them? Chen Mobai is preparing to conduct an experiment. It turns out that Zixao Palace has a strict procedure. His attempt to exploit a loophole failed. When the time was up, the strings began to be ejected from the steps by an invisible force. Chen Mobai immediately used his Dharma realm to collect these, and then returned to Fushing Star. Besides this bad news, there is also good news. Chen Mobai edited the situation of Shenwu Star into a post and posted it on the Moshi platform. Soon, people sent him private messages asking for details. Chen Mobai wasn't in a hurry. He planned to sell this information to Song Qingyi, since he also intended to exchange it for the suspended void pill. Now that he had returned to the Purple Cloud universe, Chen Mobai took the opportunity to come out of seclusion on Fushing Star, not only to show that he was still alive, but also to inquire about the recent situation. It was quite timely to discover that he had come out of quarantine. The nascent soul cultivators of Fushing Star are fiercely vying for the suspended void pill. Chapter 1337 The Clear Path. Chapter 1337 The Clear Path. This time, 4 suspended void pills were sent to Fushing Star. The quantity is not small, but it is still not enough for the nascent soul cultivators on this planet. The allocation of the suspended void pill quota to Fushing Star is determined through an election process. Every citizen of Fushing Star has the power of 1 vote, and the 4 with the most votes will receive the suspended void pill. The threshold for running for election is to reach the state of perfect enlightenment. The number was more than Chen Mobai had imagined, a total of 17. Apart from Takata, who is a native, the rest are people who have joined the clan over the past 1,000 years in order to obtain the suspended void pill. Chen Mobai found it very interesting to watch as cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul stage spoke on various live television programs and public occasions, showing off their abilities and belittling their opponents. It's a pity he was a temporary resident, so he didn't even have the right to vote. Otherwise, he would definitely have voted for Takata's opponent. In preparation for this election, these influential figures from all walks of life on Fushing Star have used every means at their disposal, constantly leaking information to suppress their opponents. For example, 2 candidates were exposed for temporarily boosting their cultivation levels by taking pills, without actually reaching the nascent soul stage. Even if they obtained the suspended void pill, their chances of success would be virtually 0 given their weak foundations. Citizens naturally boycotted this wasteful behavior, and soon on the real-time voting interface, these 2 were tied for second to last, far behind the others. In addition, some candidates have promised various benefits and perks to win votes and win public support. For example, Takata promised that if he successfully cultivated the void pill, he would rule the planet Fushing for 1,000 years and dedicate himself to the construction of his hometown, environmental protection, and the care of the elderly. The citizen is not afraid of him breaking the contract. After all, at this stage of cultivation, the Tao heart is the most important. However, these benefits can only be realized later. In comparison, the methods of Qi Yuheng's former boss, Yuanchen of Liaoyuan animal husbandry, were simpler and more effective. She just threw money around. They promised that anyone who voted for her would receive 500 suspended pot coins, and for every 10,000 votes cast, 3 grand prizes would be drawn, each with an additional 10,000 suspended pot coins. For the citizens of Healing Star, every election is a benefit. Yuanshan's methods were naturally criticized by the other candidates, but most of the citizens of Fushengxing succumbed to the allure of money. Thanks to her abundant wealth, Yuanshan took the lead, her votes almost equaling the combined votes of all her opponents. It could be said that she had already secured a suspended void pill. This has become a contest of financial resources. Doesn't the Xuanhu dojo care about this? Chen Mobai asked Qi Yuheng beside him, and upon learning that he had emerged from seclusion, the three nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect had all come over to catch up. Over tea and conversation, the main topic of discussion naturally turned to the recent election for the suspended void pill. Bosk is giving out real money, not making a promise that's uncertain whether it can be kept. Xuanhu Decheng certainly won't interfere. Besides, Bosk is backed by a large intergalactic livestock company in the White House area, so he has connections. Qi Yuheng said nonchalantly. For nascent soul cultivators, this opportunity is worth their entire fortune. Money is just an external thing. It can be earned back. But the suspended void pill is refined only once every 300 years, making this a rare opportunity. To secure this deal, Yuanshan mortgaged all her shares in her businesses to the central bank and even signed betting agreements with many institutions, earning a large sum of money. After learning about this, Qi Yuheng borrowed some money from Chengshuan and, together with his savings from years of business, bought shares in Leyline livestock industry in advance. He was betting that Yuanshan would successfully achieve the void refinement stage and planned to make a fortune from it. Indeed, money can solve all problems, Chen Mobai said with a sigh. If it can't be solved, then it must be because there isn't enough money. After this election, we can start looking ahead to the next one. My business has been doing quite well lately, but I still lack the funds to expand and strengthen it. As long as the stock price rises, I can prepare for expansion. We'll prepare the funds 300 years from now for the Chenyang election. Qi Yuheng confidently outlined his business empire, believing that with Chen Mobai's talent, as long as he had the suspended void pill, he would definitely be able to successfully cultivate to the void realm. Chen Mobai thanked him repeatedly. Since Song Qingyi hasn't received the suspended void pill yet, this one can be used as a backup. And even if he doesn't need it, Qi Yuheng and the other two can work towards that goal after becoming official citizens. How is the Spirit Lord doing lately? After explaining their respective situations, Peach Blossom asked a question with respect. Senior is currently comprehending the primordial Tao. Chen Mobai casually replied that Qing Nu had used the longevity pill to exchange for some spiritual materials from Yuan Zhen and Qi Jiansu, including those needed by the Spirit Venerable. Perhaps this would allow her to recondense the lost giant Kun primordial spirit at the void refining realm. Moreover, the Five Elements sect is currently planning an expedition to the Xuanhai Sea, and the deep-sea behemoths under the command of the Spirit Venerable in the Kangliu Sea are also preparing to be released into the Xuanhai Sea to cooperate with the Five Elements sect's army in seizing the sea area. May you achieve great things, Senior. After hearing this, Peach Blossom nodded repeatedly, her face full of expectant blessings. After the gathering ended, Chengshuan stayed a little longer, mainly because Chen Mobai wanted to discuss the blueprints of the sixth-tier treasure ship with him. Senior brother, this is a sixth-tier blueprint from an ancient civilization called the Northern Abyss ship. I think we can modify the power furnace we obtained from that nameless planet in space last time and use it as the core of this Northern Abyss ship. Chen Mobai shared his thoughts, and Chengshuan nodded repeatedly after reading them, agreeing that his approach was sound. Leave the restoration and renovation to me. I've recently hit a roadblock with my video content, and my fans say it's getting boring. Maybe this project of yours can take it to the next level. Chengshuan's first reaction upon seeing this was to turn it into a series of short videos. It must be said that over the years, the three of them have become integrated into the Xuanhu dojo. Moreover, they have all made a name for themselves in their respective industries. Under Chengshuan's guidance, Taohua has become an outstanding flower blogger with high popularity among female cultivators. She has used live streaming to expand her flower business. While Chen Mobai and Cheng Xuan were discussing the blueprints for the new sixth-tier treasure ship, the election on Fusheng Star finally came to a conclusion. Besides Yuanshan and the other two wealthy and powerful nascent soul cultivators, Gao Tian also received a suspended void pill because he had tied his future millennium to serving the citizens of Fusheng Star. Chen Mobai had no time to care about this. because Song Qingyi contacted him. The number of suspended void pills belonging to the star system under her jurisdiction has also been determined. There are a total of 3 pills, one of which will be given to her disciple, and the other will be sold to the Jade Virtue sect of Yun Chuan Star. If Chen Mobai needs it, save the last one for him. However, these 3 suspended void pills belonging to the suspended Sun star system are still being nurtured in the furnace and will not be ready for production for 12 years. In other words, Chen Mobai will need to accumulate enough Dao cultivation points during these years, and then choose to trade with the suspended Pot star system or have them delivered to his door by Taixu Express, but he will have to pay for the postage himself. Chen Mobai thought for a moment. If Taixu Express delivered the goods, his address would be exposed. When Su Sijiu went to Diyuan Star, the scene was too high profile, which was not in line with his low-key personality. So I decided to go to the 4-star hospital on my own. Of course, the main reason is that they can't afford the postage. Chen Mobai gave the coordinates of Shenwu Star to Song Qingyi, who completed the purification. In addition to the value of the damaged star core and the membrane of heaven and earth, he gave her 2 Dao Gong points. Combined with her previous savings, she had just enough to exchange for the suspended void pill. Number 7851, Wangxing Hongjai Road. This is the office of the Xuanyang star system. You can come here to find me when the time comes, and I will take you to get the Xuangsu pill. Upon seeing Song Qingyi's private message, Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. With the matter of the suspended void pill resolved, the next step is to adjust one's condition to its peak before taking the pill and prepare for the void refinement cultivation. Although he has a deep understanding of the great Tao of saintly virtue, he is also quite accomplished in other great Taos. He needs to spend some time purifying his primordial spirit. The great way beyond sainthood can be integrated into one's personal magical artifacts during this opportunity. The first power of the great Tao that Chen Mobai removed from his body was the power of the final phase. This is the great Tao that is incompatible with saintly virtue. If there is even a trace of the power of the end times in one's body, stepping onto this great Tao is equivalent to carrying a time bomb with one's body. When the great millstone of annihilation was inside his body, Chen Mobai had worried about this problem. After all, although the power of annihilation could be removed, this thing was unavoidable. Who knew how much power of the great Tao of Doomsday was hidden inside it? If there is really no other way, Chen Mobai will have to give up his physical body and directly entrust his primordial spirit to the Yuan Yang sword, thus taking the first step into the void refinement stage. Fortunately, this problem was resolved ahead of schedule in the Tian realm. Chen Mobai sat upright in the Dharma realm, holding the Hunyuan bell in his palm. With the help of this magical artifact, he meticulously refined the remaining power within his body, strand by strand. During this process of mutual understanding, Chen Mobai sensed the vast water essence that the magic artifact had absorbed, but had not yet fully refined. This is the original essence of the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl that the Hunyuan bell had previously absorbed. Although it was fully integrated into the bell body thanks to the magical artifact, it was not used for its own purposes. Because this was the innate water-based Tao true power of the Black Dragon, the ancestor of the Xuanjiao clan, the Hunyuan bell, without the blessing of Chen Mobai's Hunyuan pearl, could only remove the Xuanjiao mark bit by bit, and the speed was not fast. But following this trend, it should be completed in about 60 years. At that time, the Jade Bell will be able to advance to the peak of the 6th rank. Now, in order to practice the Void Realm, Chen Mobai directly entrusted the Peacock Dharma image from the 3 Phoenix Dharma images to it. As the Peacock's Dharma form transformed into a primordial bell and fell, the primordial Tao began to operate, helping the primordial bell refine the primordial power of the sea-suppressing pearl at an even faster pace. At the same time, the power of the end times also surged out from Chen Mobai's body and entered the Hunyuan bell. The contents of the primordial golden cauldron recorded in the 1 Yuan Dao scripture flashed by, and Chen Mobai simply poured the power of the great Tao, including the void and the 5 elements, into it at the same time. As the 4 great Tao powers were drawn in and refined, the pure white and crystal-clear body of the Hunyuan bell began to return to its original simplicity, just like a piece of beautiful jade that had been tempered by time, becoming more gentle and reserved. Time flows slowly, year after year. The last bit of life force within Chen Mobai's body had long been absorbed by the Hunyuan bell, but the innate water elemental true power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl was only fully refined at this moment. With a clear and melodious bell ringing, the Hunyuan bell in Chen Mobai's palm suddenly lit up with a bright blue, innate water elemental spiritual light, sweeping across the four directions of the Dharma realm. Far away in the Kangliu Sea, the spirit venerable, who was in seclusion studying the great Freedom Emperor's law, sensed that the water elemental energy, which originally moved according to his thoughts, suddenly lost control and began to swarm towards another method. He opened his eyes in surprise. With a sweep of his divine sense, the spirit venerable quickly spotted Chen Mobai holding the primordial bell. In a flash of silver light, he had already teleported over. Upon her arrival, her gaze was immediately drawn to the Hunyuan bell, and she was taken aback by the terrifying power it exuded, which made her heart pound. Congratulations, Xiao Chen. Although the Spirit Lord had not seen many sixth-order magic artifacts, he still guessed the reason for this situation and congratulated Chen Mobai with a smile. Ha, I was planning to cultivate Su Chencha's own Dao power, but I didn't expect to use it to upgrade this magic weapon to the peak of the 6th rank. Chen Mobai was also very happy. After all, this grade of Hunyuan bell was second only to the Taixu measuring ruler and other rare 7th-order magic artifacts in the Tian realm. In the suspended pot dojo, it is second only to the suspended pot Taoist Lord's treasure for achieving enlightenment, the world-saving needle pot. Are you going to practice the void realm so soon? While marveling at Chen Mobai's talent in weapon crafting, the Spirit Lord also felt that Chen was being a bit too hasty. Like her and Bai Guang, who didn't spend a long time honing their skills at the peak of the nascent soul realm, only to take that risky step when they reached a point where they couldn't advance any further. Given Chen Mobai's age, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could be refined for another 1,000 years. Alas, the last time the Taixu measuring ruler made a move, it's clear that the Taixu Dao ancestor has already discovered that we've entered his Dharma realm cave heaven. Although I don't know what this powerful being is planning, it's best to improve my cultivation as much as possible before he comes after me. Chen Mobai expressed his concerns. Although the attitude of the Taixu measuring ruler was generally friendly, he was still worried about the possibility of something going wrong. He had a feeling that after reaching the void realm, he would be able to know the true origin of the turtle treasure. Xiao Chen, since you've already made up your mind, I won't try to dissuade you. But before you step out of the void refinement realm, you'd better make thorough preparations. Lingzhen's earnest words made Chen Mobai nod emphatically. He must have been absolutely certain before he even tried practicing the void. After seeing off the Spirit Lord, Chen Mobai took out his phone and was surprised to find that 10 years had passed. In the 10 years that followed, he only purified the power of the great Tao within his body that was related to the primordial bell. It can only be said that the higher the level of cultivation, the less valuable time becomes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1338, The Great Void Heavenly Book. Chapter 1338, The Great Void Heavenly Book. After calming himself down, Chen Mobai put away the Hunyuan bell, took out the 4 books of Taixu, and began to read them carefully. He originally bought these 4 volumes of Taixu at the Big Dipper Conference for 120 high-grade spirit stones. However, at that time, the true king of Taixu had a trick up his sleeve, and he could not see the whole thing. After the Taixu measuring ruler lifted its restrictions, the 4 Taoist books were revealed in their entirety. All of these involve the 7th order Great Tao, and even record some of the mysteries of the primordial void. Inside the gate, Chen Mobai had seen the official Taixu Heavenly Book being sold at the central dojo. There were 200 volumes in total, priced at 200 Dao Gong. If one could comprehend all of them, one would be able to understand the great Tao of Taixu. The 4 books he has in his hand now appear to be 4 of them. First is the Void Lock, a divine ability that can be continuously improved as one's cultivation level advances. However, after reaching the 6th rank, it will be upgraded to the Void Divine Chain. The Void Divine Chains utilize the Great Tao of Void as a binding force. When cultivated to the highest level, one can draw a prison in the boundless void in an instant. Even a 7th order true immortal can be sealed off and unable to break free if they are not careful. However, given Chen Mobai's current cultivation level, he certainly cannot master the Void Divine Chains. But he can use this divine ability to gain insight into the void refinement stage ahead of time. After all, to reach the stage of refining the void, in addition to having a clear understanding of one's own Tao, one also needs to have some comprehension of the void that carries the Tao. After reading the Void God Chain, Chen Mobai picked up the second book, the Great Void Heavenly Book. This is the void escape technique. The highest level we could see before was being able to traverse the celestial and mortal realms in a single step, moving freely between them. Before the rules of the Great Tao changed, many cultivators in the Taixu Misty Palace only cultivated this one divine ability. Once they achieved it, they could directly bypass the 9 heavenly tribulations and step from the heavenly river realm into the spirit void immortal realm. But now that it's unlocked, it reveals an even higher level. It is named the Milky Way within reach. Take one step and cross the galaxy. When one cultivates to the extreme, one can even move from one corner of the universe to another in a single step. This description also reminded Chen Mobai of many things. But without a doubt, this is the highest version of the Void Teleportation series. However, given his current level, he would need to at least reach the Void Refinement stage before he could attempt to cultivate this short-range star river. The other two are Illusory Void and Vacuum Dharma Body. These directly fill in the gaps in the content that was not there before. For example, the illusion of emptiness. Previously, Chen Mobai could only see the first 4 layers. Now, the last 3 layers, which penetrate the void, merge the void to create things and refine the false into the real, are finally fully revealed to him. When this supernatural power is cultivated to its highest level, as the name suggests, it allows one to create something from nothing, or even create something out of thin air, using one's own will. This celestial book almost completely explains the illusory Tao. After reading it, Chen Mobai couldn't help but admire it. The illusory Great Tao is one of the lower-level Great Taos of the primordial void Great Tao. If Chen Mobai can cultivate the illusory void to the 7th level, making the illusion real, he will be able to take the step of achieving Tao integration. When Chen Mobai learned this, the first thing that came to his mind was Kaingsing. In his previous life, Kaingsing had already gained some understanding of this Great Tao. If he could comprehend the Taixu Heavenly Book, which records the illusory Great Tao, the stage of refining the void would probably no longer be an obstacle. However, it is clear that although neither the true king of Taixu nor the Taixu measuring ruler explicitly stated it, the book in Chen Mobai's possession could not be passed on to anyone else. After all, this was obtained from the heavenly river realm, where the rules are strictly passed down. The Jellyfish Palace lost a jade slip containing elixir formulas and was on the verge of war with the 5 Elements sect, let alone the Great Void Heavenly Book. But Chen Mobai immediately thought of another direction. In the Purple Cloud universe, one can purchase the Great Void Heavenly Book through the interdimensional gate. I can't afford the whole set of 200 books, but I can try to buy just one of them. With this in mind, Chen Mobai entered the boundary gate and began searching for related content. He quickly located volumes 168-170 of the Tai Su Heavenly Book through the keyword Illusory Tao. These were all applications and interpretations of the illusory Tao, with void illusion being one of them. However, if you want to buy it separately, one book costs 2 Taoist cultivation points, and there's no electronic version, only a physical book. Shipping costs are the buyer's responsibility, and the total cost is enough to buy a single suspended void pill. Of course, if you buy the whole set, the Central Dojo offers free shipping and a 20% discount. Chen Mobai looked at the comments and found that there were actually a few positive reviews from people who had bought the whole set. It can only be said that there are still many rich people in the Zixel universe. Even though the Great Tao of the primordial void has obviously been occupied, there are still people willing to spend this money unnecessarily. Faced with this, Chen Mobai, whose account balance had already dwindled to 0, could only apologize to Kaingsing in his heart. Kaingsing, it's not that I forgot you, it's just that I'm having financial difficulties. When I make a lot of money later, I'll definitely buy you these 3 books. After adding the 3 volumes of the Great Void Heavenly Book, which recorded the Great Tao of Illusion, to the top of his shopping cart, Chen Mobai started reading the last volume, The Vacuum Body. It says that the highest level that the vacuum body can be cultivated to is the peak of the 6th level. Once it reaches the 7th level, it has another name, the Taixu Tao Body. After mastering the Taixu Tao Body, one can perfectly unleash the power of the Taixu Measuring Ruler, a 7th-tier magic weapon. But this is only the initial formation of the Tao Body. To perfect the Great Void Tao Body, one needs to integrate all the lower-level Great Taos related to the primordial Great Void. The so-called Void Spirit Body is only a part of it, but it is the most important and the most essential Tao body principle to be cultivated first. After the Great Void Tao body is perfected, one can try to control the Great Tao of the primordial Great Void. Of the 4 Great Void heavenly books, this one is the thickest after it was unsealed, much thicker than the other 3 combined. This book is the first volume of the complete set of Taeksu heavenly books. Every time Chen Mobai reads these 4 volumes of the Great Void heavenly book, he gains new insights into the realm of void refinement. Although the improvement after watching too much has become negligible, he will not miss any opportunity to enhance his knowledge. After studying the 4 volumes of the heavenly book again, and feeling that he wouldn't see any improvement in the short term, Chen Mobai thought that the suspended void pill would be ready in 2 years, so he didn't go into seclusion to cultivate the Tao of Clarity, lest he miss it. Having left the Dharma realm, Chen Mobai decided to take this opportunity to return to the heavenly river realm for a visit. After all, 10 years have passed, and the 5 Element sect should have already reached the Xuanjiao royal court by now. Dongyi. Since the 5 Element sect announced its expedition to the Xuanhai Sea, this place has become the most prosperous place in the eastern continent's cultivation world in the past decade. After all, the Xuanhai Sea is vast and rich in resources, and the 5 Element sect is powerful. As they fought their way through, the things that slipped through their fingers were enough to benefit many cultivators. Therefore, after the war began, most of the rogue cultivators in the eastern continent who wanted to make a fortune came to the eastern barbarians at the front line. As expected, the 5 Element sect, relying on its treasure ship fleet, was invincible in its expedition to the Xuanhai Sea, and countless demonic beasts died under the weight of the treasure ships and the army. The materials from these demonic beasts, except for the most core parts which were collected by the 5 Element sect and sent for weapon crafting or pill refining, were all packaged up and sold to the eastern land cultivators following behind the main army. There are simply too many, and the 5 Element sect only needs high-quality pieces, while independent cultivators and cultivators from small sects don't care at all. Obtaining a piece of second-tier demon hide and refining it into a defensive magic weapon would be a huge upgrade for a chi refining cultivator's equipment. Thanks to Chen Mobai's formulation and publication of Eastern Continent magic weapon norms and standards, coupled with several public weapon forging demonstrations in Huazhen Immortal City, the atmosphere and level of weapon forging in the Eastern Continent have greatly improved. Previously, when crafting magical artifacts using second-tier materials, the probability of producing a first-tier finished product was low, and second-tier products were extremely rare. However, now it is possible to guarantee a 70–80% probability of crafting a first-tier magical artifact, and with a bit of luck, one might even obtain a second-tier magical artifact. Under these circumstances, almost every cultivator who came to Dongyi took advantage of this great battle to upgrade their equipment by half a level. Once the equipment gets better, you want even better equipment. Those who cultivate Qi dream of reaching the second tier. Those who establish foundation establishment aspire to the third tier, and those who form core want to reach the fourth tier. However, even scraps of these materials are not cheap if bought directly, so they naturally began to join forces to hunt them on the Xuanhai Sea. The 5 Element sect turned a blind eye to these things. After all, the Xuanhai Sea was simply too vast, and even if they sent all their disciples, they would not be able to seize all the spiritual veins and islands. The fact that the cultivators of the eastern continent hunted down the demonic beasts of the Xuanhai Sea would also relieve the burden on the 5 Element sect, allowing the army to strike directly at the heart of the enemy and head straight for the Xuanjiao royal court. After 10 years of expeditions, thanks to the spoils of war, Yi Yun and Chen Lingaming were able to allocate enough resources to build 3 more 5th-tier treasure ships with the 5 elements in the Yunming shipyard. Together with the Fire Spirit treasure ship that Mo Duguang had previously piloted, they formed the 5 Element sect fleet. In addition, along with thousands of other treasure ships of various grades, they carried the 5 Element sect's main sect and its affiliated forces' million-strong army of cultivators, and were now only 1,200 miles away from the Xuanjiao royal court. But once they arrived here, they encountered the fiercest resistance. The powerful demon race deep within the Xuanhai Sea accepted the summons of the Xuanjiao royal court and gathered here. With the help of the expanding Black Dragon formation, They were even able to draw some power from the CI. Even the bombardment of a fifth-order treasure ship could not break through their defenses. When Chen Mobai returned, the five-element sect had already been resisted for 3 years on this front. Over the past 3 years, the little dragon of the Xuanjiao royal court has occasionally launched sneak attacks, but Ku Zhu, who is stationed with the army, is not afraid. Moreover, Zhang Pengkang has been working in Dongyi for years, cooperating with the Great Formation and the Dongzhou cultivators who want to make money, so that even if the Xuanhai demons want to relieve the siege of Wei by going ashore and wreaking havoc, they can only leave behind corpses all over the coast. With their main camp safe, Mo Duguang's five-element sect army did not rush. Instead, they formed a five-elements Taoist battle formation with their fleet and fought steadily against the Xuanhai demon clan, whose numbers far exceeded their own cultivators. Reporting to the ancestor, once the last Earth element treasure ship is completed and transported to the front lines, Uncle Mo will be able to unleash the five elements Tao soldier battle formation to an unprecedented level. With Elder Kuzhu also present, we will surely be able to break the Black Dragon formation and reach the gates of the Xuanjiao royal court. After Chen Mobai returned, he went directly to Yi Yun, the sect leader, to find out what was going on. The latter reported on the war situation over the past 10 years and then explained his side's response to the current situation. From your description, the Black Dragon formation is at least at the peak of the 5th rank. Even with the five elements fleet and the support of 1 million cultivators' magic power, the five elements Tao soldiers can only unleash the power of the peak of the 5th rank at most. Can they really break through it? After listening, Chen Mobai expressed his doubts. What if the Black Dragon formation is a 6th-order formation? After all, Qing Nu's true form had been to the front lines and detected the power of the CI with the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, which was probably a power split off from the Xuanjiao Royal Court's Grand Formation. Then we can only proceed slowly, first bringing all the spiritual veins and islands above the Xuanhai Sea under our control and integrating them into our sect's heavenly curtain and earthly network array. Finally, we will wait for you, ancestor, to make your move and use the array's thunderous strike to wipe the Xuanjiao royal court from the heavenly river realm. Yun explained the final plan. Over the past decade, the expedition to the Xuanhai Sea has been very successful, and the vast spiritual veins occupied by many demonic beasts have been incorporated into the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. As a result, the power of this array has been restored to 80% or 90% of what it was before the battle with the Jellyfish Palace. However, in Yi Yun's public announcement, it was stated that the spiritual veins of the Great Formation had only recovered to 50%. In addition to continuing to inspire the fighting spirit of the sect's cultivators, it was also intended to improve the uneven housing prices within the sect's territory. In the 3 border regions of Dongzhou, the housing prices in Donghuang are 10 times higher than those in Dongwu and Dongyi combined. As the leader trained by Chen Mobai, Yi Yun had a long-term vision and always wanted to raise the housing prices in Dongwu and Dongyi, but he had little success with it. After the great battle with the Jellyfish Palace, the scarcity of spiritual energy made Yi Yun realize that this was a good opportunity. Although housing prices in the eastern wilderness have soared again, because the five-element sect has revealed its ability to cultivate a spirit venerable, the housing market is in its most sluggish period because spiritual energy cannot recover to its peak in a short time. Conversely, the eastern barbarians absorbed spiritual energy from the Xuanhai vein during the war, and their spiritual energy recovered first, even surpassing that of the eastern wilderness. With housing prices several times cheaper, spiritual energy more abundant, easy residency registration, and guaranteed school enrollment upon home purchase, many cultivators were drawn to buy houses in Dongyi, alleviating the pressure on population, land, and education in the eastern wilderness. Not bad, not bad. After the expedition to the Xuanhai, let's conquer the Huanghai and balance the housing prices in Dongwu. After listening to Yi Yun's painstaking efforts, Chen Mobai praised him highly. He was wondering why the spiritual energy in the eastern wilderness was still so weak, even though the heavenly canopy and earthly network array had almost fully recovered. It turned out it was to control housing prices. Having learned all the details, Chen Mobai decided to head to the front lines. They were preparing to release all of Lingzhen Kangliuhai's disciples from within the Dharma realm. The foundation of the war formation is living beings. As long as the demon race guarding the Xuanhai in front of the Xuanjiao royal court is dealt with, the Black Dragon formation will collapse on its own. Even the CI array of the Qianjiao Royal Court still requires considerable effort to master. Chapter 1339, The True Realm of the Great Void. Chapter 1339, The True Realm of the Great Void. Before heading to the Qianjiao Royal Court, Chen Mobai returned to the Huanglong Cave. Besides checking on Qing Nu, he also wanted to know if she had any results with Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. This treasure of the Qianjiao Royal Court is actually equivalent to one of the spiritual cores of the CI array. If one can fully master it, one can freely enter and exit the Qianjiao Royal Court. The spirit of the pearl has dissipated, but many marks of the Qianjiao clan remain. These were inscribed by me after studying with her. After meeting Qingnu, she took out a jade slip. As the most precious treasure of the Qianjiao clan, the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl contains not only the legacy left by the ancestor Black Dragon, but also the knowledge that generations of clan leaders believed should be passed down to future generations. After the original spirituality dissipated, the inheritance of the ancestral Black Dragon disappeared completely, but the marks left by the patriarchs of the Qianjiao clan were still preserved. However, humans are different from the Qianjiao clan. Even with Chen Mobai's extraordinary comprehension, he was completely baffled by the Qianjiao clan's patterns and knowledge. Let's see if we can go to the Qianhai and capture a Qianjiao. In response, Chen Mobai came up with a solution. The knowledge of the Qianjiao clan obtained from the Dingyuan sea-suppressing pearl needs to be deciphered, and the first step is definitely translation. I'll go with you. After hearing this, Qing Nu nodded repeatedly. She could now use the Cantong Pact to unleash the power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. Although it cannot yet be used to break the CI formation with ease, once it is unleashed, controlling the power of the profound sea is not a problem. However, Qing Nu had only recently reached the nascent soul stage, and the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl was damaged, so she could only control a portion of the Qianhai power at present. Chen Mobai thought this was a good opportunity to train Qing Nu's combat skills, so he directly used the Void Shift to teleport her to the very edge of the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array. Greetings, Master and Mistress. Unexpectedly, the couple had just teleported out when they saw Zhu Ming leading the 5 Elements Sects Array Masters and Geomancers to expand the array. It was thanks to her efforts and the rich spiritual veins of Qianhai that the massive amount of spiritual energy consumed in the previous battle with the Jellyfish Palace was able to be recovered in just 10 years. Just as Chen Mobai and Zhu Ming were discussing how to expand the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array and allocate spiritual veins, a silver light suddenly appeared, and Zhang Pengkong's figure emerged. Brother Chen, it really is you. Zhang Pengkong was also nearby directing the disciples of the Taixu Misty Palace to set up a teleportation array. He sensed the fluctuations of the void power and felt it was only right and proper for him to come and check it out. After all, if it were a wild void spirit and he missed it, he would probably be reprimanded for laziness, just like the great void true monarch. After the trial, the primary responsibility for not allowing Chen Mobai to join the Eastern Continent's Taixu Misty Palace has been borne by true Lord Dakong, while the Taixu Immortal, as the sect leader, also bears some secondary responsibility for negligence in supervision. Currently, true Lord Dakong is being punished in Jiangsu, and it is expected that it will be a long time before he can regain his freedom. Of course, this is mainly because the Eastern Continent already has 2 new nascent soul cultivators, Shan Maiasu and Zhang Pengkong, so true monarch Dakong is no longer so indispensable. However, this example made all the leaders of the Taixu Pio Palace branch sects tremble with fear. It is said that in the past decade, the number of techniques for selecting disciples by the Taixu Pio Palace, such as the vacuum body, which have been spread through various channels, has increased by dozens of times compared to the past. Moreover, as long as one can master the basics of the cultivation method, one can go to the Taixu Misty Palace to test one's physical constitution. Even the disciples of the Taixu Misty Palace were sent into the mortal world to search for a successor with the talent for the void, like looking for a needle in a haystack. It seems that Senior Dakong has been wronged. If there is a chance, I will see if I can ask Senior Tai Su Xian to show leniency. After learning about the Great Void True Monarch's ordeal from Zhang Pengkong, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel guilty and spoke up. This can only be described as an undeserved disaster for true Lord Dakong. After all, Chen Mobai's talent in the Void Realm wasn't really apparent at the beginning. It was only through a series of fortuitous events, coupled with his comprehension of the celestial book of the immortal sect, that he acquired the so-called complete void spirit body. In addition, he is a cautious person and has always kept things to himself in the heavenly river realm. If the eastern continent's Takesu Misty Palace can come knocking on his door for this, then it can only mean that the Takesu true king is guiding him from behind. Although it is called a punishment, it actually sends Master into the great void realm. If he can see through the illusion of the void, it may even be a reward. Zhang Pengkong shook his head, indicating that there was no need to worry about true Lord Dakong. Oh, what is the Takesu true realm? Is it the Dharma realm left behind by the Takesu true king? Chen Mobai asked curiously. If it were before, he would never have asked such a sensitive question, but now that the Takesu measuring ruler had made such a statement, he had already regarded himself as the successor of the Takesu true king. It can be considered the Dharma realm, but it can also be described as another heavenly river realm. The Great Void realm is a new world created by the ancestor from chaos. However, it has only evolved to the point that the ancestor himself mastered the Great Tao. The 3,000 Great Taos are incomplete. However, precisely because of this, in the Great Void realm, the Great Tao of Void is manifested in a tangible form, enveloping everything like a mist. As long as one has sufficient comprehension, one can comprehend it and even cultivate the void. In my Takesu Misty Palace, nascent soul cultivators who reach the peak of nascent soul cultivation can apply to enter the Takesu true realm for cultivation. Some succeed, and some fail. Those who succeed can directly enter the spirit void immortal realm through the Takesu true realm, while those who fail will directly undergo Tao transformation. Master was not originally qualified to enter. Although he was sent in under the guise of punishment, it is actually a good opportunity for him to cultivate. After listening to what Zhang Pengkong had to say, Chen Mobai felt relieved. After all, he had a good relationship with the Great Sky True Lord. But soon he thought of something else. So, in other words, as long as you cultivate the Void Realm, your Takesu Misty Palace can bypass the 9 heavens tribulation and sneak into the Spirit Void Immortal Realm through the Takesu True Realm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Pengkong smiled somewhat awkwardly. That's true, but in reality, as long as our sect's cultivators can reach the Void refinement stage, passing the 9 heavens tribulation is almost guaranteed. However, since there is a shortcut, our predecessors and sages would certainly not be willing to take the risk. Chen Mobai thought of the Kui beast, which died during its tribulation. If it were him, given the choice, he would definitely choose to smuggle himself across the Great Void Realm. Besides your Takesu Misty Palace, do other holy lands in the Central Plains also have such a foundation? Chen Mobai asked with great curiosity. As far as I know, there aren't any left, but it's also possible that I'm not high enough in rank to access these kinds of secrets. Zhang Pengkong shook his head repeatedly, speaking very cautiously. But in reality, based on his understanding, only the Takesu Male Palace possessed such a method. Truly worthy of being the legacy of the true king of the void. Chen Mobai was greatly impressed. No wonder the Takesu Misty Palace has not had any news of anyone practicing the void refinement and ascending to immortality for so many years. I used to think it had declined and was due to the lack of geniuses. In retrospect, they were all quietly rising to prominence. Brother Chen, you're almost at the void refinement stage. You could ask the Grandmaster of the Void Measuring Ruler to send you to the Void True Realm to study. Maybe that will work. Zhang Pengkong revealed another piece of information, trying to curry favor with Chen Mobai. Oh, do I need senior Takesu Measuring Ruler's help to enter? Chen Mobai was also very interested in this, feeling that it could increase his success rate in practicing the Void Realm. Actually, we didn't need them before. We had a magical artifact called the Kainkun Pot and the Ascension Platform as well. Both of these were left behind by our ancestor. Zhang Pengkong recounted the past. The Kainkun Pot was stolen by a trader from the Takesu Male Palace, and the Dengxiantai was trapped in the Netherworld. To prevent such scoundrels from defiling the true realm of the Great Void Measuring Ruler sealed off the true realm. Now, only he or the true king of the Great Void can freely enter and exit. With senior Takesu Measuring Ruler's realm, finding the Kainkun Pot should be a piece of cake, right? Chen Mobai had also heard about this matter. After all, although the Pot Heaven Demon sect was not well known in the demonic path, its strength had always been among the top. I don't know about that. Perhaps the Patriarch had other considerations. Zhang Pengkong shook his head. On the contrary, he learned many truths about the Ascension platform after he became a nascent soul cultivator. After the Ascension platform is activated, it also uses the Taixu realm as a transit point to send the cultivators standing on it to the Linkang immortal realm. Because it was jointly crafted by the Taixu king and the heavenly emperor, theoretically, it is possible to break through the seal and enter the Taixu realm through the power of the heavenly emperor. Therefore, our sect has been trying to find this from the netherworld for generations. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai recalled the Great Void True Lord's obsession with exploring the netherworld and suddenly realized the truth. Is this the real reason? I initially thought that the Great Sky True Lord wanted to ascend to immortality using the Ascension platform. Brother Zhang, are there any cultivators from your sect practicing void refinement in seclusion within the Great Void realm? Chen Mobai then asked another question rather presumptuously, to which Zhang Pengkong chuckled but did not give a direct answer. Maybe so. As they spoke, they arrived above the battlefield of Chuanhai. Below on the sea surface, the 5-element sect's 1,000 treasure ships, centered around 3 spiritual islands, transformed into 5 enormous Dao soldiers, standing majestically across the sea. However, on the outer perimeter, countless demonic beasts surged from the sea surface, unleashing towering demonic energy that combined with the dragon veins of the deep-sea dragon palace thousands of miles away, evolving into more than a dozen pitch-black deep-sea dragons. The 5 elemental Dao soldiers of the 5th tier, under the control of Mo Duguang and the other 5 nascent soul cultivators, formed the 5 elements grand array and fought a fierce battle with these pitch-black dragons, almost overturning the sea. However, no matter how much the 5 elements Dao soldiers attacked, they were unable to break through the black dragon horde. As time passed, the 5 elements sect, which was outnumbered, began to retreat. The 5 elements Dao soldiers dispersed, and 4 5th-tier treasure ships led the fleet, absorbing a massive amount of spiritual energy from the spirit stones. They unleashed beams of 5-colored light, shattering several of the surging black dragons and turning many of the monsters on the sea surface into corpses. However, these numbers represent only a very small fraction of the Chuanhai monsters. Accompanied by brilliant light, the eastern sky lit up with cloud-like spiritual light, which transformed into layers of light shields, enveloping the 3 spiritual islands where the 5 elements sect was located, and the 1,000 treasure ships. The seemingly endless Chuanhai monsters crashed into the brilliant light barrier, and the ones at the front were instantly vaporized into blood mist. The jet-black dragon, clearly possessing 5th-order power, unleashed a deafening roar the moment it collided with the light barrier, causing the vast Chuanhai Sea to tremble. One by one, the pitch-black dragons disintegrated, but Chen Mobai saw that the primordial power had not disappeared and had flown back to the various camps of the Chuanhai demon race. What blocked the black dragon was the power of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. Although Mo Duguang was a sword cultivator, he entrusted the military strategy entirely to Duan Shuyu, a master of military tactics. The latter was steady and methodical, and the camps where the 5-element sect army was located all needed to be within the range that the power of the formation could protect. Even if they suffer a defeat in battle, they can still be in an invincible position upon retreating. Zhuo Ming naturally cooperated fully, mobilizing 36 satellites to be constantly aimed at the 5-element sect army. As soon as Duan Shuyu sent a signal for help, the power of the Great Formation would immediately be transformed into a protective light shield and fall down. It's a pity that the little dragon didn't come out today. With a single sweep of his 6th-level divine sense, Chen Mobai had already clearly identified all the demonic beasts on the battlefield, confirming that the little dragon was not hiding among them. But there were still some gains. He saw more than a dozen black dragons among the Chuanhai demon army. The jet-black dragons that had evolved from the black dragon formation were under their control. It was clearly sent by the little dragon. After all, the 5-element sect is powerful, and if the Xuanjiao clan doesn't personally oversee things, these Chuanhai demon clans are very likely to lead their clans to flee. I'll do it. Seeing that Chen Mobai was about to make a move, Qing Nu eagerly spoke up. Then I'll have to trouble you, madam. Chen Mobai lowered his raised sleeve, but his divine sense remained locked onto the dozen or so 4th-order Xuanjiao dragons to ensure that nothing went wrong. Rise. Qing Nu nodded and summoned the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. The pearl emitted a blue spiritual light and instantly took control of the Xuanhai power within a radius of 3,000 miles. What's going on? In the largest camps of the Xuanhai demon race, the Xuanjiao, who was refining the power of the CI in preparation for re-establishing the Black Dragon formation, suddenly felt itself being rejected by the Xuanhai. Even though there was a vast ocean all around, it felt like I had been transported to a desert, and I couldn't feel a drop of moisture with each breath. As they watched in surprise, the surrounding ocean suddenly transformed into transparent ropes, binding them tightly. Roar! A deafening dragon roar echoed from the Xuanjiao royal court, thousands of miles away, as an unprecedentedly enormous black dragon rose from the sea and flew towards them. Noisy! Chen Mobai snorted coldly upon seeing this. The newly upgraded Hunyuan bell flew out and gently shook the huge black dragon flying towards it. In an instant, the power of the sixth order C-I array of the Xuanjiao royal court was shattered into a sky full of water droplets. Chapter 1340 Dragon Palace Formation. Chapter 1340 Dragon Palace Formation. The power of the Black Dragon Formation of the Xuanhai Demon Clan originates from the Xuanjiao royal court. Or rather, it is an extension of the CI array. Just like the Heavenly Canopy and Earthly Network array, which can protect the five-element sect army with the help of spiritual veins and satellites, the Xuanjiao royal court can also use the Xuanhai Ocean to spread its own protective array. However, its range is limited, and its power weakens the farther away it is from the eye of the sea. It was precisely for this reason that the five-element sect army had fought its way to this place, which is why the little dragon had to unleash its power and send out its own brothers and sisters to take charge in order to fight against the five elements Dao soldiers and fleet. This time, Qingnu used the power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl to control the power of the Xuanhai Sea within a radius of 1,000 miles. When she used this power to bind and capture the Xuan Jiao and the Xuanhai demon army, the little Jiao in charge of the Black Dragon formation immediately noticed something was wrong. It immediately took action to try to stop it. The enormous black dragon that flew out of the Xuanjiao royal court was undoubtedly a sixth-order power. If it weren't for the protection of the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network array, the Five Elements fleet led by Mo Duguang would probably have been vaporized the moment they resisted. However, even such a powerful black dragon could not withstand a single blow from the Hunyuan bell played by Chen Mobai. Chen Gixian, you bully the weak, how shameless. Upon seeing the primordial bell hanging over the Xuanhai Sea, the little dragon knew who had arrived. It unleashed the power of the black scales, the foundation of the Xuanjiao royal court, to resist the power of the CI array and the sea-suppressing pearl. At the same time, it condensed boundless water vapor to manifest its dragon form and curse it at Chen Mobai. Little mudfish, don't forget, I'm not even a fraction of your age. As Chen Mobai spoke, his divine sense stirred, and the Hunyuan bell rang again. 5 colored ripples accompanied the clear and melodious bell sound, causing the dragon body that had been manifested by the little dragon to disintegrate once more. During this process, Qingnu had already used the power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl to capture one black dragon after another from the demon army. Amidst the deafening splash, whirlpools broke open on the sea surface. Before the eyes of the million cultivators of the five-element sect and its vassal forces, the powerful black dragon that had made it impossible for them to advance an inch was like a mudfish that had been caught, struggling desperately. But its body was being forcibly dragged out piece by piece, forming whirlpools. Soon, the 2 shortest black dragons were bound by transparent ropes and pulled out of the vortex. With a wave of his sleeve, Chen Mobai opened the Dharma realm and took them into it. Roar! At this moment, a deafening dragon roar came from the Xuanjiao royal court, and a vast innate power of the great Tao of water erupted, sweeping across thousands of miles like a raging torrent, affecting and covering the Xuanhai where the demon army was located. The transparent water ropes on the remaining few black dragons, which had just been pulled out halfway, suddenly disintegrated. Having regained their freedom, these black dragons did not linger for a moment. Without looking back, they plunged into the sea and swam towards the Black Dragon royal court. Chen Mobai was paying close attention, and soon discovered that the power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, which Qingnu was wielding, was covered by a piece of pitch-black scale activated by the little dragon. He guessed that it might have been left behind by the ancestral black dragon, which was why it could surpass the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. Trying to run away. Having figured out the reason, Chen Mobai immediately took action, and the power of the Hunyuan bell began to erupt continuously. Even when the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl was at its peak, it was still restrained by the Hunyuan Bell without the support of the Xuanhai Sea, let alone the Hunyuan Bell, which has now been upgraded again. As the five-colored ripples lit up even more brilliantly, the black dragon power spreading from the Xuanjiao royal court began to be resisted and pushed back in circles. However, in addition to the power of the innate water element, the power that erupted from that black scale also contained a power that seemed to be above the sixth rank, which made it impossible for the Hunyuan Bell to completely suppress it. In the end, the 7 or 8 fastest black dragons, protected by the little dragon, escaped back into the Dragon Palace formation. However, the last few Xuanjiao dragons could not escape their fate. They were stunned by the Hunyuan Bell and then captured by King Nu and sent into Chen Mobai's Dharma realm. As soon as these Xuanjiao fled, the remaining Xuanhai demons, led by their leader, also fled and retreated towards the Dragon Palace. Because Zhang Pengkong was right there, Chen Mobai couldn't release the giant sea monsters of Kangliuhai in front of him. Under Lingzhen's guidance over the years, and with the abundant spiritual energy in the Dharma realm, 3 of her disciples have already achieved the 5th order immortality. On the Tian realm side, 5th-tier demonic beasts are still particularly eye-catching. Although it seemed that the true king of Taixu was friendly, Chen Mobai still wanted to hide his side strength as much as possible. After all, if he were to ascend and leave one day, these would be the foundation protecting the 5 elements sect. The fewer people who know about its profound secrets, the more advantageous it is for the 5 elements sect. However, the giant sea monsters of Kangliuhai could not be released, but the army of the 5 elements sect did not hesitate to hunt them down. With Chen Mobai, the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the Heavenly River realm, backing him up, Mo Duguang had no worries and launched a full-scale attack. As he expected, even though the number of Xuanhai demons was dozens of times greater than that of the 5 elements sect, they did not put up any resistance when they saw the huge white jade bell above Xuanhai, and all of them fled in panic. This relentless pursuit lasted for 10 days and 10 nights, finally stopping in front of the Dragon Palace gate of the Xuanjiao royal court. Mo Duguang was even so audacious as to command the 5 elements fleet to attack the protective array of the Xuanjiao royal court. If Chen Mobai hadn't intervened, the counterattack from the array would have likely destroyed hundreds of treasure ships. This formation connects to the Xuanhai Sea Eye, and the 4 Sea Eyes are the origin of this world created by Mother Water herself, containing the great power of creation. If the connection between the Sea Eye and the formation is not severed, even some 7th-order magic artifacts will be helpless. Zhang Pengkong, who had been following Chen Mobai, pointed to the dark dragon shadow surrounding the Xuanjiao royal court dragon palace and began to talk about the information he had found in the Taixu Misty Palace. Both the primordial water control flag and our sect's Taixu measuring ruler can isolate the CI. Zhang Pengkong gave a final hint. The primordial water control flag is because it corresponds to the Great Tao, while the void measuring ruler controls the void and can directly separate the Xuanjiao royal court from the Heavenly River realm. Brother Zhang, do you mean I should go to Zhangzhou and ask Senior Taixu measuring ruler for help? Chen Mobai understood Zhang Pengkong's meaning, but was still somewhat surprised. Why does it seem like he's the master of the Taixu Misty Palace, able to command the Taixu True King's Tao-attaining treasure? Our ancestor risked everything for Brother Chen, even the primordial water control flag, let alone the mere Xuanjiao royal court, Zhang Pengkong said with great anticipation. It should be understood that even a nascent soul cultivator in the Taixu Misty Palace has only a handful of opportunities in their lifetime to see a treasure for achieving enlightenment. Last time on the suspended platform, the Great Void measuring ruler displayed its power, revealing the Great Tao of the Void, which greatly benefited Zhang Pengkong and the other nascent soul cultivators from the Void Misty Palace. Therefore, they were all hoping to see more of their sect's Tao-attaining treasures displayed. They certainly don't have that kind of face, but Chen Mobai guesses they do. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Let me try to break the formation myself first. If I really can't, then I'll go to Zhangzhou to ask a senior for help. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, but still didn't listen to Zhang Pengkong. Although Zhang Pengkong felt very sorry about this, he did not forget what he had to do. All right, Brother Chen, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go set up the teleportation array. After Zhang Pengkong teleported away, Chen Mobai summoned Ku Zhu and Mo Duguang, instructing them to surround the Xuanjiao royal court. Then, he led Qing Nu into his own Dharma realm. Among the Xuanjiao that were captured, 2 of them, who were more stubborn, either remained silent or cursed angrily when interrogated by Chen Mobai. However, the remaining 4 black dragons begged for mercy, and one even offered to become their mount, only asking the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness to spare them. Chen Mobai has always admired creatures that know how to seize opportunities, and he gave this ambitious Xuanjiao, who wanted to become a mount, a chance. After obtaining the inherited texts and patterns of the Xuanjiao clan from it, Chen Mobai also inquired about other Jiao. Faced with a life-or-death crisis, none of these begging dragons dared to play any tricks. They offered only correct knowledge. Through these means, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu deciphered the contents of the remaining markings in the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. As expected, in addition to the cultivation methods of the Xuanjiao clan, there was also the power to control the CI, and even the inheritance of the Dragon Palace's protective array. With Chen Mobai's mastery of formations, knowing all this, he naturally thought of a way to break the formation. The key to the Dragon Palace Grand Formation lies in using the Xuanhai CI as its spiritual pivot. The reason why this was possible was that, after the primordial black dragon transcended the jellyfish, it wanted to devour this CI to merge with the Tao. Although they ultimately failed, their bloodline was integrated into the CI, allowing the Xuanjiao clan to control a portion of the CI's power through bloodline inheritance. Even the purest Xuanjiao cannot surpass the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl in terms of control over the power of the CI. As long as the CI is blocked with the C-suppressing pearl, the power of the CI controlled by the little dragon's bloodline can be cut off and supplied to the Dragon Palace formation. However, in order to counter the invasion of the 5 Elements sect, the Dragon Palace formation had already been filled with the power of the CI. Therefore, it may take some time to break through the formation and capture the Xuanjiao royal court. Chen Mobai, however, hopes to resolve this matter within 2 years. So he went to Kangliui. I would like to trouble you fellow Taoists to process these fish and shrimp. After opening the Dharma realm, Chen Mobai pointed to the Xuanhai Dragon Palace outside and spoke to the giant beasts of the Kangliu Sea who had been eager to make their move. The area around the Dragon Palace was teeming with fleeing Xuanhai demons, countless in number, and their power was also connected to the Dragon Palace's grand formation. Compared to the enormous deep-sea monsters, these sea monsters are really like the fish and shrimp they usually eat. Leave it to us. The giant octopus at the head nodded, gestured to the spirit lord in the distance, and was the first to crawl out of the Dharma realm. Chapter 1341, Breaking Through the Xuanjiao Royal Court. Chapter 1341, Breaking Through the Xuanjiao Royal Court. As the giant sea beasts from the Dharma realm entered the Xuanhai Sea, King Nu activated the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl that she had placed on her head, projecting beams of azure light that draped over the beasts' bodies like spiritual armor. With this power, the Dragon Palace formation, which should have blocked them, directly recognized and allowed them to rush into the Black Dragon formation. It was like wolves entering a flock of sheep. With bursts of blood and flesh flying everywhere, the densely packed Xuanhai demons were shoved into bloody paths, either becoming food for these giant beasts of the Kangliu Sea or being shattered into pieces. Damn it, how did the 5 Elements sect get their hands on the sea-suppressing pearl? The little dragon presiding over the grand formation in the center of the Dragon Palace naturally saw these terrifyingly powerful beasts that had stormed into the formation immediately, and was furious. The Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl is actually one of the keys to the Dragon Palace Grand Array, and it's the most frequently used one. If it were in the hands of the old dragon, it could even directly use this to strip the little dragon of its control over the Great Formation. Although Qing Nu cannot do that now, and the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl has lost its spirituality, she can still protect some creatures from the power of the Great Formation after deciphering the Xuanjiao mark. If Chen Mobai hadn't been cautious, he could have easily taken this opportunity to enter the formation and kill the little dragon right in front of the densely packed Xuanhai demons. Even now, with the Spirit Lord in the Dharma realm, Tangshan Jai is still issuing subtle warnings. This indicates that there is a force here that could threaten him. Therefore, Chen Mobai adopted the safest approach. Led by the disciples of the Spirit Venerable, these deep-sea behemoths of the Kangliu Sea, bathed in the azure light of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, began their relentless rampage and slaughter. The 3-headed behemoth had already achieved immortality, and no one could defeat it wherever it went. Ultimately, the little dragon was forced to unleash the power of the Great Formation, evolving into a sixth-order black dragon, attempting to annihilate them using the overwhelming power of the Great Tao. At this moment, Chen Mobai rang the Hunyuan bell in his hand. The power of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array that Zhu Ming had repaired was transformed into rays of starlight through the 36 satellites in the sky. It was then injected into the warm and jade-like bell body through the Hunyuan pearl, evolving into the power of the great Tao that could overcome all 5 elements. Seeing the enormous bell wall that flew out of Chen Mobai's hand and almost covered the entire dragon palace, the little dragon sensed a power comparable to its own great formation. It could only grit its teeth and send the newly evolved sixth-order black dragon to the top. The black dragon swept up countless waves and roared as it crashed into the primordial bell. The 2 peak sixth-order powers suddenly erupted with a tremendous sound that shattered the void and caused the sky to boil. The 5-element sects treasure ship fleet above the Xuanhai Sea below, led by Mo Duguang, formed the 5 elements battle formation and evolved into 5 elements Dao soldiers. After consuming a huge amount of spirit stones, they barely managed to block the aftershocks. Meanwhile, the Xuanjiao royal court, located deep in the sea, was struck by a violent earthquake, with many palaces cracking open. The little dragon roared angrily, but could only grit its teeth and continue to activate the great formation with the power of its bloodline, trying to hold back the ever-descending and increasingly powerful Hunyuan bell and prevent it from covering the area. During the stalemate, Chen Mobai continuously used the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to draw upon the power of the Xuanhai spiritual vein that had just been incorporated into the array. The little dragon, meanwhile, guarded the royal court, drawing upon the vast power of the sixth-order water veins while simultaneously absorbing the supreme creative power of the CI. Just as the little dragon began to absorb the power of the CI, Chen Mobai, who had fully opened the 2 realms of Tongshan Jiying dialing, had already found his destination. "That's it, madam, please make your move." Chen Mo pointed to a spot 100 miles behind the royal court, where there was a deep and mysterious underwater canyon, which was also protected by the Dragon Palace's grand formation. However, it was completely empty, and there were no Xuanhai demons guarding it. That is where the Xuanhai CI is located. After Qing Nu identified the direction, she let out a soft shout, and the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl above her head burst forth with a deep-sea-colored light, like a blue sun, carrying vast true power, drawing in all the surrounding water elemental energy and crashing heavily into the depths of the Xuanhai Sea. Surprisingly, when the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl crashed into the sea, it did not cause any waves or splashes. It was as if a drop of water had merged into the sea, making no sound, yet shimmering with blue light, turning the sea area where the Xuanjiao royal court was located into a clear azure. Not good. The little dragon was shocked to see this, and feeling sorry for the dragon, took out another piece of the ancestor's black scale, trying to stop the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. But Chen Mobai, who had been watching it intently, immediately pointed his sword at it upon seeing this. The Dinghai sword, which was hovering beside Qing Nu, trembled slightly and transformed into a streak of azure-blue sword light, which, under Chen Mobai's control, pierced towards the little dragon. Along the way, all the water-based true energy dissipated the moment it touched the Dinghai sword. Even the Dragon Palace formation could not withstand this sixth-order sword, allowing it to slash through. The little dragon was shocked to see the Dinghai sword, accompanied by thunderous sound, descend upon its head in an instant. However, it was unable to understand why its own great formation seemed to be non-existent in front of this sword. It could only raise the ancestral black scale that had just been released in its hand, which evolved into another true dragon phantom with pitch black and red eyes, and crashed towards the Dinghai sword. When the 2 sixth-order Dao powers clashed, the Dinghai sword, being of a lower grade, was naturally sent flying back. However, the Dinghai sword, which should have been crushed, returned to Chen Mobai and Qing Nu's side unharmed. "Master and Madam, I have disappointed you." The Dinghai sword felt that its true master was Chen Mobai, but Chen Mobai gave it to Qing Nu. It didn't really want to call Qing Nu its master, so it followed the Huanglong cave and learned these titles. "You have completed your mission." Chen Mobai, however, spoke with a smile. Just as the Dinghai sword was about to strike the little dragon, Qing Nu took advantage of the moment to sink the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl into the underwater canyon, blocking the CI. Only if the little dragon activates the power of the Dragon Palace formation could it possibly move the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. But Chen Mobai's Hunyuan bell is suspended above the Xuanjiao royal court. If the little dragon dares to be distracted, Chen Mobai could wipe out the dragon palace directly by combining the power of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. This is bad. If this continues, the power of the Great Formation will eventually be exhausted. The little dragon naturally understood the current situation and sensed that the originally inexhaustible power of the CI had been isolated by the sea-suppressing pearl and the Great Formation, which made it extremely anxious. "Big brother, we can't hold off these sea monsters any longer. Give us more strength." At this moment, the Xuanjiao, who had transformed into black dragons with the help of the formation, and were fighting against the deep-sea behemoths of the Kangliu Sea, all sent messages to complain. The little dragon could only grit its teeth and dedicate some of the power of the formation to its kin, watching the strange sea beasts shrouded in azure light slaughtering within the formation's range. At that instant, Chen Mobai noticed that the black dragon's power supporting his Hunyuan bell had weakened slightly. His gaze turned cold, and he slammed his hand down on the bell, pressing it down by 1 meter. Boom! As soon as the primordial bell fell, the sea level dropped, and cracks began to appear in the seabed where the Xuanjiao royal court was located. Streams of magma mixed with the poisonous fire from the Earth's core surged out, which began to weaken the power of the Dragon Palace formation. Even the little dragon at the core of the Dragon Palace formation couldn't help but spill blood from the corner of its mouth. Although it is a fifth-order true spirit, its cultivation level is only equivalent to the early stage of the human race's nascent soul stage. In other words, its physical body has been tempered for more than 1,000 years and can be considered to be at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. This level of skill is considered average in the Heavenly River realm, but it is now facing the most powerful being in the Heavenly River realm. The little dragon can be proud of itself for having survived this long, although it mainly relied on the Dragon Palace formation. But now it has already foreseen the signs of its impending doom. That means the power of the Great Formation has been exhausted, and he himself is completely drained. The power attribute of the Dragon Palace Grand Formation is countered by the primordial Chaos Bell, so it requires 2 to 3 times the spiritual energy to barely sustain itself. Without the support of the inexhaustible creative power of the CI, once the spiritual energy of the sixth-order water veins is exhausted, it can only draw upon the essence and vital energy of the Xuanhai demon race within the Grand Formation. But it was clear that the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness knew all this, and had already dispatched these terrifying sea beasts to slaughter within the Great Formation. Moreover, the little dragon's high-intensity control over the array will eventually exhaust its spiritual power. In this respect, it is certainly no match for the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, who is said to be ready to take the step of void refinement at any time. Most importantly, apart from it, the Xuanjiao Royal Court has no other fifth-tier true spirit. In other words, the moment it collapses, the Great Formation will be broken by the Hunyuan Bell, and all the Xuanjiao present will become prisoners, or even be crushed into dust by the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Realizing this, the little dragon couldn't help but deeply regret why it had gone to the Eastern continent to join in the fun. Why not just let the righteous and the demonic factions fight them? Why can't they just live a life of tyranny and enjoy themselves in peace on the Xuanhai Sea? At that time, both it and the old dragon believed that they could roam freely on the Eastern continent without any worries. After all, even during the heyday of the Eastern Imperial Court, their clans survived by relying on the Xuanhai and the CI array. Moreover, this was at a time when the Eastern continent was weakened. How unfair is heaven, allowing the human race of the Eastern continent to produce such an astonishing being as the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Looking at Chen Mobai, who was suppressing the Xuanjiao royal court with one hand while holding the Hunyuan bell above the Xuanhai Sea, the little dragon felt both jealous and frustrated. At this point, unless a sixth-order black dragon descends from the spirit void immortal realm, the future of the Xuanjiao royal court being breached is already irreversible. As long as the green hills remain, there's no worry about running out of firewood. After thinking it through, the little dragon felt that abandoning the ancestral legacy was a shameful thing, and that it would probably make him infamous in his clan for 10,000 years. But in order to survive, he couldn't care less about such empty fame. It gritted its teeth and conveyed its decision to its kin, who were fighting against the giant beasts of the Kangliu Sea. "Big brother, father, uncle, Upon hearing what it said, all the Chuanjiao were greatly surprised and wanted to offer some advice, but none of them had any better ideas. My mind is made up. I will do everything in my power to open a way out for you. Chen Gixian will definitely have all his attention on me. You should all try to scatter and escape. After saying this, the little dragon no longer hesitated. It revealed its true form as a black dragon, unleashing the last 6 primordial black scales, each capable of unleashing 6th-order divine powers, representing the foundation of the Xuanjiao royal court. Unfortunately, all of these were countered by the Hunyuan bell. However, even with the little dragon's intervention, it still unleashed a power that made Chen Mobai's expression change. Don't resist. Chen Mobai immediately shouted to the million-strong army of the 5 elements sect surrounding the Xuanjiao royal court, waved his sleeves, and his Dharma realm expanded, taking in the 1,000 treasure ships and all the cultivators on them. The little dragon's power was directed towards the Hunyuan bell outside the Great Formation, so the giant beasts of the Kangliu Sea inside the formation were actually safe. Knock, knock, knock. A series of deep, muffled chimes rang out, and the Hunyuan bell, which was already almost submerged in the sea, suddenly shook and wobbled as if it had been hit several times with a blunt object. Chen Mobai immediately pushed the power of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to its limit. But at this moment, the satellites in the sky also began to explode one by one, as some were unable to withstand the massive influx of spiritual energy. The primordial bell was lifted several hundred meters again, and the Dragon Palace formation that it had been suppressing suddenly expanded at this moment. A series of earth-shattering dragon roars rang out, transforming into black dragons that fled in all directions. Their innate ability to escape into water allows them to instantly travel thousands of miles away after diving into the sea. Chen Mobai frowned, but because the little dragon was still inside the formation, he did not set off to hunt down the escaped Xuanjiao. After all, compared to 5th-tier beings, these Xuanjiao are not considered a major threat. At worst, the 5-element sect disciples will have to work harder later. Having distinguished between primary and secondary tasks, Chen Mobai blocked the final burst of power from the little dragon and continued to press down the Hunyuan bell. Clang! With another clear and melodious chime, the Dragon Palace formation was no longer able to stop the primordial bell. The black dragon, which had initially managed to hold up the bell, continued to fall amidst mournful cries. The Xuanhai Sea was separated, revealing the last Xuanjiao that had been circling in the Dragon Palace. Chen Gixian, you destroyed my Xuanjiao royal court today, and one day my clan's descendants will also raze your 5-element sect to the ground. The little dragon saw Chen Mobai pressing down on the Hunyuan bell and roared angrily. Isn't that how the world is? There is no power that lasts forever. Your Xuanjiao royal court has been passed down since the beginning of time with countless entanglements. Now, heaven is using my hand to crush you. This can be considered karma. Chen Mobai remained unmoved in the face of the little dragon's curse. You just wait. As long as I live, your 5-element sect disciples had better not show their faces anywhere in the world. After saying his last words, the little dragon took out a shimmering silver talisman and activated it, enveloping his entire body. This is a 5th-tier heaven-transcending talisman, capable of teleporting a nascent soul cultivator away in the blink of an eye. Since the Dragon Palace formation has not yet been completely destroyed, it has enough time to leave. With a flash of silver light, the little dragon had already vanished into the void. In response, Chen Mobai waved his hand and used his newly learned Void God Chain. Chapter 1342, Dragon Palace Treasure. Chapter 1342, Dragon Palace Treasure. The Heaven Escape Talisman in the little dragon's hand was specially brought out by the Taixu Misty Palace to open up markets across the 4 seas. With such life-saving items clearing the way, the closed sea monster market was easily opened. However, the Taixu Misty Palace did not anticipate that, after the Xuanjiao royal court changed its Dragon Palace master, the previous master's promises were no longer valid. After the two sides turned against each other, and when the Taixu Male Palace completely withdrew from the 4 seas, the escape talisman was not retrieved, which the little dragon used today. Amidst the flashes of silver light, the little dragon took one last look at the ornately decorated Dragon Palace, then reluctantly vanished into the void, disappearing from the spot. Sky and sea. On the vast and boundless sea, a young man with blue and white eyebrows sat fishing, with a black spirit turtle beneath him. His name is Qiu Xingluo, and he is one of the 9 venerable ones of the Jellyfish Palace. This body of water, called the Star Luo Domain, possesses a 6th-order spiritual vein and is his territory. Does someone seem to be coming? Just then, the black tortoise suddenly poked its head out of the water and looked towards the sky with some surprise. Otherwise, why do you think I would suddenly decide to take you out for a stroll? Qiu Xinglu spoke softly, looking up at the sky above, which had begun to distort. With the spatial fluctuations, a void portal opened and a jet-black dragon-shaped creature emerged, its head flying out. It was the little dragon. 10 years ago, when the 5-element sect's army was on a long expedition to the Xuanhai Sea, it had already considered a way out. At that time, the news of the falling out between the 5-element sect and the Water Mother Palace had spread throughout the world, so the little dragon's first reaction was to ask the Water Mother Palace for help. After all, the original Black Dragon had received teachings from the jellyfish. However, the supreme elder of the Merfolk clan was imprisoned by the primordial water control flag, and Nangong Jin, as the sect leader, was very cautious about opposing the 5-element sect. He believes that if Tianhai directly sends troops to aid the Xuanjiao royal court, it could turn the minor skirmish between the 5-element sect and the Water Mother Palace into a major war that sweeps across the 5 continents and 4 seas. Although the Jellyfish Palace lost face in the eastern continent, at least Nangong Jin used this opportunity to gain control of the sect. Therefore, when the little dragon asked for help, he simply introduced it to Qiu Xingluo. The Star Luo Sea where Qiu Xingluo is located was formerly the Southern State, and beyond the Southern State lies the Profound Sea. Within the Heavenly Sea, the Jellyfish Palace's primordial array completely covers and conceals the area, so as long as the little dragon escapes here, it can save its life. Greetings, fellow Taoist Qiu. The little dragon breathed a sigh of relief when it saw Qiu Xingluo waiting for it below. As long as it survives, it will be able to use Tianhai as its backing to rebuild the royal court and constantly threaten the 5-element sect, which has invaded Xuanhai. In any case, it has already made up its mind to dedicate the next few thousand years of its lifespan to fighting against the 5-element sect. Qiu Xinglu saw the little dragon and was just about to put away his fishing rod when he called out to it, but suddenly, his expression changed drastically. The little dragon that flew out of the void also noticed something was wrong. It was clearly flying downwards, so why is it getting further and further away from Qiu Xingluo? A series of dazzling silver lights appeared, extending from the void portal that flew out from behind the little dragon in disbelief, forming a transparent chain that bound its body, limbs, horns, and head, starting from its tail. With a final snap, the little dragon's 2 horns were firmly locked, and its entire body was as if it were chained, pulled back in the direction it had flown out by an invisible hand in the void. Although the little dragon didn't know what was going on, it sensed the auras of Xuanhai and the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness through the void portal behind it. It immediately struggled violently, unleashing its strongest blood energy, and even considered breaking off part of its body to escape. However, after being bound by the void god chains, it became extremely difficult for it to even mobilize its own power. Fellow Taoist Qiu, save me. The little dragon called out to Qiu Xingluo below. Remembering Nangong Jin's instructions, the latter got up from the spirit turtle's shell, raised the fishing rod in his hand, and prepared to try to pull the little dragon back. Clang! But at that moment, a bell rang out from within the void portal. A white jade bell flew out and hovered above Qiu Xingluo's head. Amidst the flashing 5-colored ripples, the terrifying power of the great Tao had already caused Qiu Xingluo to freeze on the tortoise shell. As one of the 9 venerable ones of the Jellyfish Palace, he clearly sensed that if the bell fell, he would die. Without hesitation, the 5th-tier spirit turtle beneath it retracted its head that had been above the water and fled into the depths of the Heavenly Sea at top speed. However, Qiu Xingluo, who was locked by the Hunyuan bell, was left on the surface of the sea. Although he had heard that his 3 nascent soul cultivators had suffered losses in the eastern continent, Qiu Xingluo only understood why a nascent soul cultivator like himself could cause the Jellyfish Palace to lose so much face when he actually faced Chen Mobai. May I ask if you are the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness? I am Qiu Xingluo. I came here to fish today because the weather is nice. I only cast my line to change my spot. I absolutely have no intention of colluding with the Sea Dragon King. Knowing that his strength was inferior, Qiu Zingliwo grasped the sixth order primordial water talisman, ready to activate it at any moment, but also spoke up to explain, so as to avoid triggering a great war with the five elements sect because of him. As he spoke, Qiu Zingliwo shook the fishing rod he had put away and cast it into another part of the water. Chen Mobai did not respond to this. After the transparent void chains pulled the little dragon back to the Xuanhai Sea, a hand was extended to lift the Hunyuan bell suspended above the Zingliwo Sea, and then the void portal was closed. Soon the starry sea returned to calm. Qiu Zingliwo waited for a while, and only dared to breathe a sigh of relief after confirming that the aura of the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness had disappeared. However, he dared not take back the sixth-tier primordial water talisman in his hand. He feared that the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness would remember his grudges with the Water Mother Palace, and in a moment of clarity, turn him to ashes. The sound of rushing water filled the air. The escaped fifth-tier spirit turtle also sensed the situation and surfaced again, its shell landing right at Qiu Zingliwo's feet. It poked its head out and said with an embarrassed smile, "Well, my water escape speed is a bit faster, so if something happens, I can quickly get to Kangaming Palace to ask the sect leader for help. HMPH, one day I'll stew you." Qiu Zingliwo was clearly aware that his spirit beast was afraid of death, and it was precisely because of this that it was able to become the oldest fifth-order true spirit in the heavenly sea. That person must be the legendary Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Even across the Xuanhai Sea, his aura is enough to make me shudder. His control over the void is clearly no weaker than that of the sect leader and the Supreme One. The spirit turtle immediately changed the subject, talking about Chen Mobai's newly emerged major enemy of the Jellyfish Palace. The Xuanhai Sea is thousands of miles away from here, but Chen Mobai was still able to use the escape talisman to transmit his power through it. Such mastery of the void is something even a void refiner could achieve. It was precisely because of this that Qiu Zingliwo, who had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, did not even have the thought of resisting. "Let's go to Kangaming Palace and report this matter to the sect leader." Qiu Zingliwo thought of his Zingliwo Sea, which was the closest to the five-element sect's territory, and suddenly felt that this place where he had lived for thousands of years was somewhat unsafe. Now the little dragon is like a snake by the roadside, captured by the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. If the five-element sect wants to expand its power again, the next target might be Tianhai. The fifth-tier spirit turtle also realized this, and as it carried Qiu Zingliwo toward the deepest part of the heavenly sea, it secretly groaned. This star Luo Sea is considered the most barren place in the heavenly sea in terms of spiritual energy. Besides the southern continent, it also borders the desolate sea. It is precisely because of this that it was able to retreat here and advance to the fifth rank over a long period of time. Originally, I thought that even if the Jellyfish Palace collapsed, I might be able to hide in the desolate sea and escape the calamity. Unexpectedly, the biggest enemy of the Jellyfish Palace may be coming from the desolate sea. As the man and the tortoise reported to Nangongjin the news of the five-element sect's pacification of the Xuanhai Sea, Chen Mobai had already grabbed the little dragon and stepped into the Xuanjiao royal court. "The Azure Emperor, please show mercy. Little dragon is willing to submit and become your mount. My Xuanjiao clan has dominated the Xuanhai Sea for hundreds of thousands of years, and its treasure trove contains countless treasures, which we are willing to offer to His Majesty the Azure Emperor. In the Dragon Palace, there are also my father and my thousands of dragon consorts, who are the most beautiful women from all the races of the four seas." Before the little dragon could finish pleading for mercy, Qing Nu's gaze turned cold, and the Dinghai sword hanging beside her gleamed with a chilling light, causing the little dragon to immediately shut its mouth. "Did you leave the Dragon Palace's treasures with you when you ran away?" The reason Chen Mobai didn't kill the little dragon immediately was because of the legendary Dragon Palace treasure. Among all the powers in the world apart from Xian Tiank, Shuimu Palace and Taixu Pyomio Palace, the Xuanjiao clan, which possesses the Xuanhai Sea, is the wealthiest. Although the five-element sect has now risen to become the most prestigious holy land in the Heavenly River realm, its foundation is still inferior to that of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect and the Morality sect. Although Chen Mobai has been developing as much as possible, it will take time to see results, whether it is medicinal herbs or high-level cultivators. If we could acquire the treasures of the Xuanjiao clan accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years, we would likely be able to surpass the other 3 holy lands of the eastern continent very soon. So when the little dragon escaped, Chen Mobai didn't hesitate to expose his progress in cultivating the void in order to catch him back. However, in the heavenly river realm, almost everyone knows that he can take the step of void refinement at any time, so it doesn't matter if he exposes himself a little more. It might make the enemy more patient. They were thinking of causing trouble after he ascended to immortality. Yes, I have some with me. But my clan has so many treasures, and the most precious ones are hidden in the CI. There are 6th order Chuanhai marrow crystals, Chuanyuan ice souls, star-weaving dragon silk, primordial flowing flames, and magical artifacts left behind by our ancestors who ascended to immortality, such as the 9-swept ice pattern armor and the 1,000-scale moon-reflecting screen. The little dragon was terrified that Chen Mobai would kill it to refine it into pills, so when asked, it immediately listed all the most precious treasures in the Dragon Palace in great detail. Why are you hiding in the eye of the sea? You seem to be really looking forward to me going there. Chen Mobai recalled that Tingxianji would give a warning every time it flashed past the Xuanhai CI. He thought the little dragon was trying to lure him over with some kind of ambush or trap left by the Xuanjiao clan. His tone was calm, but his eyes grew colder and colder. Your Majesty the Azure Emperor, I'm innocent. I truly wanted to offer you the best treasures of the Dragon Palace. Although the little dragon was bound by the Void God chains, it still sensed Chen Mobai's obvious killing intent. Looking at its kin who had already become corpses under the giant beasts of the Kangliu Sea and the army of the 5 Elements sect, it trembled with fear, racking its brains to think of a way to persuade Chen Mobai to spare its life. By the way, I also heard my father say that there are the remains of the progenitor in the CI. It is said that he is constantly being nourished by the great Tao within the CI and has already reached the 7th order innate level. His Majesty the Azure Emperor's primordial bell has absorbed all 5 elements. If one were to refine it into the primordial bell, perhaps one could also attempt to climb to the 7th order. The little dragon actually came up with something that caught Chen Mobai's eye. The primordial black dragon was a true spirit that was born with the ability to control the great Tao of water. It eventually took the step of merging with the Tao. If the primordial bell could be refined, it might be able to evolve the primordial 5 elements from the primordial water, laying the foundation for advancing to the primordial golden cauldron. Why did you put something so valuable in the eye of the sea? However, Chen Mobai was not overwhelmed by these thoughts and remained very calm as he asked the question. In the entire Xuanhai Sea, there is no safer treasure vault than the CI. Even my clan can only enter it by relying on the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. Decades ago, my father overestimated himself and challenged Your Majesty the Azure Emperor's authority and died at your hands. After the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl was lost, our clan has been unable to enter the CI and retrieve these treasures. The little dragon explained why it didn't take the treasures. As it spoke, it opened its mouth and spat out one azure pearl after another, which fell into the seawater and shone with a dazzling silver light. Your Majesty, this is my clan's storage pearl. It was made from Taiyuan blue pearl and was crafted with the help of Taixu Misty Palace. All the treasures I can take from the Dragon Palace are inside. Apart from spirit stones and minerals, most of them are 5th grade spiritual items, and a small portion are 6th grade. While the little dragon was speaking, King Nu was overjoyed and gathered the azure pearls in front of her. What a waste! Chen Mobai counted them and found there were exactly 23 Taiyuan blue pearls, and couldn't help but say this. It should be noted that the sea-stabilizing pearl he refined for Qing Nu was the Taiyuan blue pearl. Even so, he was quite pleased with himself. Unexpectedly, this thing is the same as a storage bag here in the Dragon Palace. In comparison, he seemed like a poor man from the countryside. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai tightened the void god chains binding the little dragon and asked if it had vomited everything up. The little dragon cried out repeatedly, indicating that it really only had so much inside it. Chapter 1343, 6th Order Medicine King. Chapter 1343, 6th Order Medicine King. Although the little dragon did indeed only have so many, the fact that it didn't take anything from the Dragon Palace still delighted the cultivators of the 5 Elements sect. The lowest quality materials used in the Xuanjiao Royal Palace complex are all 3rd tier. In other words, a qi refining cultivator can take a brick and have someone forge a defensive magic weapon of at least the 2nd tier. The windows were made of 4th-tier sea crystal glass, and the railings were made of 5th-tier water-patterned snow jade. The little dragon's seat was carved from a single piece of 5th-tier sea stone, which Chen Mobai angrily denounced as extravagant and wasteful. The little dragon, who was tied up to one side, repeatedly agreed, saying that he would definitely change in the future. As long as he could survive, he would teach his children to be diligent, thrifty, and frugal. Chen Mobai and Qing Nu originally thought that what they saw was already extravagant enough, but when they entered the inner hall, they were still stunned by the wealth of the Xuanjiao clan. This is the palace where the dragon kings of the Xuanjiao clan have lived for generations. The screen at the entrance is carved from a single piece of 6th-grade coral, covered with dragon scale patterns. An ice and snow pearl hangs from the roof, shimmering with a deep blue light. When viewed through the screen, a mirage of surging blue waves and tiny ice crystals appear on the screen. Beyond the screen, one can see a gilded pearl platform, upon which 3 koi carp hold a piece of silk covering the surface. The translucent silk is stained with stardust, and with the splashes of water from the seabed, it blooms with a starry halo. The palace is surrounded by black crystal pillars, which are at least of the 5th grade in terms of material. The pillars are carved with dragons, and the innermost dragon bed is made of pure white jade, with 9,999 different dragons carved on it. It is exquisite and luxurious. But what shocked Chen Mobai the most was the spiritual energy contained within the dragon bed, which was equivalent to an entire 6th-order water spiritual vein. You didn't even take this with you when you ran away. After Chen Mobai finished his inspection, he couldn't help but lead the little dragon over and point to the white jade dragon bed, asking a question. If it were him, he would rather destroy it than leave it for his opponent. Isn't this a case of being in a hurry to run away? I never expected that His Majesty the Azure Emperor would descend with divine troops and break through our clan's dragon palace formation so quickly. The little dragon responded somewhat obsequiously. It carried most of the treasures of the dragon palace with it in 23 storage pearls, but this palace was its place of rest, and it certainly couldn't take them away while the battle was still undecided. That would be too damaging to the morale of the dragon palace side. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the little dragon figured that most of the valuable treasures were already in its belly, so it didn't waste precious time escaping for those things. Madam, with this, your yellow dragon cave will be able to be upgraded to a 6th-order spiritual vein. Chen Mobai pointed to the white jade dragon bed, and the first person he thought of was Qing Nu. The 5-element sect currently only has one 6th-order spiritual vein in Wandering Mountain. The rest require the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array to forcibly upgrade. As for the Yellow Dragon Cave, where the couple has lived the longest, the 5th-order spiritual veins are already insufficient. After King Nu transformed into a deity, she was already thinking about how to advance to the next level. The original idea was to make things difficult for the people below, and use the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Array to draw spiritual veins from other places to replenish and improve the Yellow Dragon Cave. However, during the Qing Nu's transformation ceremony and the battle with the Water Mother Palace, Chen Mobai absorbed too much spiritual energy, causing him considerable suffering in his lower body. Therefore, this matter was temporarily suspended. Unexpectedly, a solution was found so easily right here in the Dragon Palace. King Nu was very pleased to hear this, and she pointed to the coral screen, the gilded pearl platform, the ice and snow pearl, and so on around her. She had seen all of them. They were all 6th-grade spiritual materials. Let's move them together first. If I have time later, I can refine them into high-level magic weapons. Chen Mobai waved his hand and directly took the Dragon King Palace in the very center of the Xuanjiao royal court into his own Dharma realm. The materials used in the Dragon King Palace were at least 4th tier, but they were assembled using the simplest methods, so Chen Mobai could hardly see any traces of crafting. If he were to make a move, these crafted weapons could arm at least 100 nascent soul cultivators and a double-digit number of deity transformation cultivators. Let's go and take a look at the medicinal herb fields of your Xuanjiao clan. Seeing that Chen Mobai had taken away the entire Dragon King Palace, Qing Nu immediately asked about what she cared about most. Yes, madam, this way please. Upon hearing this, the little dragon immediately headed towards the direction of the CI. That area has the richest spiritual energy, so the surrounding area has been cultivated into spiritual fields by the Xuanjiao clan. The most precious spiritual herbs in the Xuanhai Sea are all planted there, with the lowest being 5th-order 10,000-year-old spiritual plants, and a few even being 6th-order medicinal kings that have already become spiritual beings. These medicinal kings have already been imbued with the power of the great Tao. Any one of them, if consumed by a nascent soul cultivator of the corresponding attribute, can attempt to step into the great Tao and ascend to immortality. The medicine king is bound by the power of the Ci of our clan, so if you want to harvest it, you need the Ci-suppressing pearl of Dingyuan. Our clan has already used up all the 6th-tier water attribute medicinal kings, otherwise my cultivation level wouldn't be so weak. The little dragon led them to the edge of the herb field, and without Chen Mobai and Qing Nu needing to ask, told them everything they wanted to know. Chen Mobai had used the word waste many times, but when he heard that the Xuanjiao clan's dragon kings had all devoured 6th-tier medicine kings, his fists still hardened. Qing Nu the alchemist was even more furious, her face turning white with anger. 6th-tier medicine kings, having already imbued themselves with the power of the great Tao, only require a portion to be extracted during alchemy. They possess the same ability as the Tai Sui to continuously regenerate and regenerate. In other words, as long as the dosage is calculated correctly, this constitutes a force's permanent 6th-tier foundation. For example, the southern continent's Guangai became the #1 medicinal field in the Heavenly River realm by relying on its numerous 6th-tier medicine kings. Such a radical approach to consumption, like that of the Xuanjiao royal court, is truly heartbreaking for alchemists. At this moment, Qing Nu wished that Chen Mobai would send troops 100 years earlier to wipe out the Xuanjiao royal court. "Please wait a moment, madam, while I invite the spirit lord." Seeing that King Nu was about to rush into the herb field, Chen Mobai immediately stopped her. The closer they got to the Ci, the stronger Tengxianji's warnings became. To be on the safe side, he decided to summon the spirits from the Dharma realm. Such abundant and rich water elemental energy. As soon as the spirit venerable emerged, he sensed the peak 6th-order water spirit vein here. His gaze fell upon the Ci opening blocked by the Ci-suppressing pearl, and his expression was one of astonishment. She sensed a power beyond the 6th rank. "Greetings, master." When King Nu saw Lingzhen, she bowed respectfully. Although the two had only just acknowledged their master-disciple relationship on the suspended platform, out of respect for Chen Mobai, the spirit lord had already regarded Qing Nu as his successor. She also had a deep understanding of the Tao of water, so she was more than capable of guiding Qing Nu. "This must be your sect's spirit venerable senior. I Xiaolong Xuans pay my respects to you, senior." The little dragon suppressed its trembling fear as it faced the spirit lord and forced a smile as it greeted him. The black dragon bloodline is indeed pure, but unfortunately the foundation is weak and it lacks ambition. The spirit lord glanced at the little dragon and saw right through it. The little dragon was able to advance to the 5th rank because it consumed a 5th-rank spiritual herb and was then sent into the Ci by the old dragon using the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl to temper it. It survived the difficult process of bloodline transformation and crawled out of the Ci alive. This is also a bloodline trial for the Xuanjiao clan. Less than 1 in 10 will survive. Because this clan dominates the Xuanhai Sea, many Xuanjiao mythical dragons lack the courage to undergo this trial, preferring to live a life of idleness and waiting for death, living for thousands of years. Compared to others, Xiao Jialong Xuans is the most promising among this generation. With the spirit lord protecting them, Chen Mobai and the others stepped into the herb field with peace of mind. The 5th-tier spiritual plants were fine. After Qing Nu communicated with them, they all accepted ownership and transferred their ownership from the Xuanjiao royal court to the 5 Elements sect. Those 6th-tier medicine kings, having already entrusted themselves to the great Tao, were not very willing to communicate. They hoped that King Nu could use the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl to help them break free from the shackles of the Ci's power and gain their freedom. Neither Chen Mobai nor Qing Nu would agree to this. This is the future foundation of the 5 Elements sect, and they finally managed to break through the Xuanjiao royal court. They're not doing this to be philanthropists. Although they didn't reach an agreement, they didn't break down either. Putting aside the controversy with these 6th-tier medicine kings for the time being, Chen Mobai adapted to the situation, and with the help of the remnants of the Dragon Palace formation, rearranged a protective formation around the medicine field. This not only prevented the medicine kings from escaping, but also prevented anyone from accidentally wandering in. After all, the power of the CI here can already absorb even nascent soul cultivators. The next point is where the CI is located, which is also the cemetery of my clan. The little dragon Xuans, led by Chen Mobai, arrived at the edge of the medicinal field and immediately began to introduce the deep underwater canyon blocked by the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. "Thank you for your trouble, madam." Chen Mobai nodded to Qing Nu, who immediately used the Cantong Qi to lift up the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. As the azure orb rose, an invisible and powerful suction force surged forth. Chen Mobai and the others were all right, but the little dragon, bound by the void god chains and unable to exert any strength, was involuntarily drawn towards it. Fortunately, Chen Mobai was holding the divine chain and managed to stop it. Seeing this, Qing Nu activated the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, which emitted a deep blue light that descended and enveloped them all. The Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl truly lived up to its reputation as the Xuanjiao clan's most precious treasure. Relying on it, they easily entered the canyon and saw a series of tombstones. "Your Majesty, if you enter the CI, the suction will become stronger the further you go in. Even with the sea-stabilizing pearl, you must be cautious." Upon arriving at the entrance to the Xuanhai CI, the little dragon spoke up to remind them, demonstrating its loyalty. "How far from the entrance is your clan's treasure located, along with the remains of your ancestor?" These are the things that Chen Mobai cares about. Everything else was fine, but this was the first time he had the chance to obtain 7th-tier materials. The fragments of the heavenly phoenix mirror, although they were of the 7th rank, had been used once, and their Taoist aura had almost completely dissipated. If the remains of this ancestral black dragon are truly as the little dragon said, then it can be basically confirmed that they are 7th-order, innate water elemental spiritual materials. Giving someone the Hunyuan bell would be a great tonic. This is the most profound secret of our clan, usually passed down from generation to generation. My father died at the hands of His Majesty the Azure Emperor a little too quickly, which prevented him from having time to give me, his successor, everything. So all I know is that the most precious treasure is here, but I really don't know exactly where it is in the CI. The little dragon Xuans looked distressed and began to explain his predicament. Seeing Chen Mobai frown, he immediately raised his head and swore that he was telling the truth. The only way to freely enter and exit the CI is to refine the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. Although I was the undisputed successor of the Xuanjiao clan, my father will definitely not let me touch this treasure as long as he lives. After the little dragon explained repeatedly, and Chen Mobai confirmed that it was not lying, he discussed the matter with the Azure Maiden Spirit Venerable. Although Tongshan Jai's warning was less severe after the appearance of the Spirit Lord, the power contained in the CI far exceeded the level of the void refining stage. After all, it was left behind by the jellyfish that created the world. Even with the sea-stabilizing pearl, it could only enter a portion at most. Theoretically, Ling Zun would be able to enter the most after refining the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. However, since she does not have the bloodline of the Xuanjiao clan, she cannot unleash the full power of this pearl. If she fails to grasp the appropriate measure and gets trapped by the CI, Chen Mobai will feel guilty for the rest of his life. This matter is not urgent. Let me refine a puppet specifically designed for the CI before we slowly begin our investigation. Ultimately, Chen Mobai's steady personality prevailed, allowing him to suppress his greed for the remains of the progenitor Black Dragon. In any case, the Xuanhai CI is now in their hands, and the gains from pacifying the Dragon Palace alone are enough for the 5-element sect to digest for a long time. The treasures in the CI can wait a little longer. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Venerable looked regretful. She had actually suggested using her giant Kun avatar to carry the sea-suppressing pearl, since the avatar would be gone if it were lost. However, considering that the sea pearl of Dingyuan Town might be lost inside, they did not persist with this idea. Qing Nu had no objections. Her mind was now only focused on those 6th-tier medicine kings. "May I ask if you are fellow Taoist Chen Gixian, the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness? I am Fu Hai. I wonder if we can make a deal." Just as Chen Mobai was about to leave, an old voice came from the CI, causing the little dragon's protective scales to stand up. "How is this possible? There are still people alive inside the CI." The little dragon looked on in disbelief. You should know that even the old dragon, with the sea-suppressing pearl on its head, dared not linger in the CI. Moreover, the name Fu Hai sounds very familiar. Senior, are you the former true Lord Fu Hai of the 10 Directions Hall of the Eastern Imperial Court, the Pointing Earth Temple? Chen Mobai pondered for a moment, then quickly found the origin of the name in his memory and asked. Indeed, it is I. As the two talked, the little dragon finally remembered who Fu Hai was. Chapter 1344, The Quantity is Incorrect. Chapter 1344, The Quantity is Incorrect. The closest the Xuanjiao royal court ever came to destruction was during its war with the Eastern Imperial Court. At that time, the Imperial Court mobilized the 3 major halls of Kaiyuan Island, Fanheimen and Jidiguan. Among them, the true lord of the overturning sea of the Earth Observatory used the 6th Order Yellow Dragon treasure ship to unleash the great supernatural power of the transformation of the sea into land. He used the great Tao of Earth to separate the Xuanhai around the Xuanjiao royal court, turning the ocean into land, and destroying the Xuanhai demon race's geographical advantage. However, the main source of power for the Dragon Palace formation, besides the endless profound sea, is the eye of the profound sea. Therefore, the true lord of the overturning sea personally piloted the yellow dragon treasure ship to block the eye of the sea, just as the green maiden today drives the sea-suppressing pearl of the abyss. With this two-pronged approach, the Dragon Palace formation of the Xuanjiao royal court was breached for the first time. However, at that time, the Golden Flood Dragon King was very powerful. Although the true monarch of the overturning sea transformed the sea into mulberry fields, his cultivation was not enough to cover all the Xuanhai Sea. Therefore, the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl could still play its role. Relying on this treasure, along with the black scale foundation left by the ancestral Black Dragon, the Xuan Flood Dragon Royal Court managed to defeat the Eastern Imperial Court with difficulty. However, that was also the most tragic battle in the history of the Xuanjiao Royal Court. In order to break the great divine power of the overturning sea true lord, the Golden Dragon King did not hesitate to sacrifice his life, which triggered the power of the ancestral Black Dragon and the sea-suppressing pearl, and shattered the 6th Order Yellow Dragon treasure ship. Under this attack, Xuan Yuan Zhenjun of Kaiyuan Island died on the spot, Xuan Guang Zhenjun of Fan Haimen was seriously injured, and Fu Hai Zhenjun was also hit into the sea eye by the aftershock of the explosion. According to the experience of the Xuanjiao royal court, without the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl entering the sea eye, death is inevitable. I can't believe you survived. The little dragon was greatly shocked after recalling this history. At this moment, Chen Mobai also recalled a past event and couldn't help but narrow his eyes, speaking with a slightly cold tone. Was it you who possessed Kuju's body? When Zhao Nansheng was expelled from the bitter bamboo purple mansion sea of consciousness by Chen Mobai, he left behind a harsh statement, saying that he was in the eye of the sea. Then, considering that Feng Qingshu said that the Eastern Imperial Court wanted him to ascend to immortality, and that Fu Hai Zhenjun was a member of the Imperial Court, everything makes sense. That was one of my disciples. The aged voice rang out again, and at the same time, the water at the mouth of the sea eye, under the influence of an invisible force of the great Tao, transformed into the phantom of an old Taoist priest with a tall hat and wide belt. Practice the void. Upon seeing this scene, the spirit lord's expression turned slightly solemn. Chen Mobai also looked enlightened. No wonder Teng Xianji had been warning him. Such an opponent could indeed make him feel the pressure of life and death. Are you trapped in the ocean eye? Based on the realm of the overturning sea true monarch, Chen Mobai guessed his current situation. As expected of the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, he saw through my situation at a glance. I was once thrown into the sea eye, but I comprehended the highest realm of our sect's cultivation technique in the face of life and death, and successfully cultivated the void realm. However, the sea eye contains the power to create the world, which even the light of ascension cannot penetrate, so I have been stuck here ever since. The true lord of the overturning seas did not hide anything and explained his situation. Although the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl has lost its spiritual power, it can still isolate the power of the sea eye. When King Nu used the pearl to block the opening of the sea eye, Fu Hai Zhenjun knew that this might be his best chance to break free from the sea eye. Fu Hai Zhenjun had originally planned to make a secret move when Chen Mobai or Qing Nu came down. With his void refining realm, if he were to unleash his full power and catch someone off guard, he could definitely defeat a mere nascent soul cultivator. Then, with Zhao Nansheng's Xuanjiao bloodline controlling the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl, the master and disciple could break free from this cage and regain their freedom. Now that the Xuanjiao royal court has been breached by the 5 Element sect, If Chen Mobai is also trapped in the Ci, then with the strength of the overturning Sea True Monarch and the bloodline of Zhao Nansheng, they can suppress the Five Elements sect, unify the Xuanhai, and even integrate these two major forces to rebuild the Eastern Imperial Court. However, Chen Mobai was too cautious. When he noticed Teng Xianzhi's warning, he immediately summoned Lingzhen. Moreover, even with the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl in hand, he was unwilling to risk going into the Ci to retrieve the treasure of the Xuanjiao clan. Seeing that Chen Mobai and the others were about to leave, even the true Lord of the Sea could not hold back any longer. If he misses this opportunity, he doesn't know when he'll be able to encounter such a once-in-a-lifetime chance again. After all, those who had previously been able to control the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl were all dragon kings of the Xuanjiao clan, who were mortal enemies with him and would absolutely not be willing to release him. Moreover, within the Ci, because the ancestral black dragon had transformed there, the power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl could even reach a higher level, almost becoming a seventh-order Dao-attaining treasure. Even with his void-refining strength, he dared not attack the dragon kings of past generations. If you are willing to help me gain my freedom, I can tell you the location of all the treasures of the Xuanjiao clan. The true Lord of the Sea began to state his conditions. Over the years, he had been hiding in the eye of the sea. In addition to gaining a deeper understanding of the great Tao and increasing his realm day by day, another gain was that he had observed the dragon kings who had held the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl in previous generations. The Xuanjiao clan can use the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl to draw power from the Ci to temper their bloodline and physical body, so they come here to cultivate in seclusion whenever they have free time. And the place where he secluded himself was precisely where he kept his treasures. Are the remains of the progenitor Black Dragon also there? After hearing this, Chen Mobai asked about what he cared about most. After all, for him now, 6th-tier magical artifacts and spiritual items wouldn't offer much of a boost. However, the remains of the primordial Black Dragon could potentially upgrade the primordial bell, and materials of this caliber were probably the only ones of their kind in the entire Heavenly River realm, so he valued them highly. That's deep inside the Ci. If you're willing to let me try the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, I might be able to go deep there and help you retrieve it, said True Monarch Fuhai with a hint of a joke. There's no way Chen Mobai would hand over the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl to him, even if he swore an oath of faith. The treasures of the Dragon Palace are not very meaningful to me. After all, I have quite a few 6th-order magic weapons. If you cannot guarantee that I will obtain the remains of the primordial Black Dragon, it will be difficult to reach an agreement between us. Chen Mobai said calmly, throwing the question back to Fuhai Zhenjun. Over the years, I used the power of the Great Tao to condense a fishing line and went deep into the Ci to explore various caves. In some places, I touched unfamiliar objects, which may be the remains of the ancestral Black Dragon. After pondering for a moment, True Lord Fuhai said something that made Chen Mobai's eyes light up. Everyone knows what's inside the Ci. If True Lord Fuhai could hand over the map he's been exploring for so many years, it would save Chen Mobai a lot of trouble. To show my sincerity, please give me the item first, fellow Taoist. Chen Mobai asked Fuhai Zhenjun to hand over the map from the Ci, but the latter frowned, looking puzzled. According to local custom, shouldn't both parties first swear an oath to reach an agreement, being extremely cautious, before starting the transaction? Has the atmosphere changed, because he's been away from the Heavenly River realm for too long? Fellow Taoist Chen, you have to give me some assurance. There's no basis for trust between us. True Monarch Fuhai simply spoke frankly. Chen Mobai, my word is my bond known throughout the world. What I say is a guarantee. These words made the corner of Fuhai Zhenjun's mouth twitch slightly, and he didn't believe it at all. Fellow Taoist, even the former human emperor has a time when he turns his back on us. I need a real guarantee. Chen Mobai, I'm about to reach the void refinement stage, so I won't swear an oath for something like this, especially since you're the one asking me for a favor. The true lord of the overturning seas fell silent. Indeed, he was eager to leave the eye of the sea, and by speaking first, he had already lost the initiative. But the local atmosphere made it impossible for him to believe in such a promise. Master, although Chen Gixian is a great enemy of our Eastern Imperial Court, his reputation for keeping his word is universally acknowledged. I think we can trust him. Just as Fuhai Zhenjun hesitated, Zhao Nansheng transmitted his voice and said this. After he mastered his profound skills, he traveled in the Heavenly River realm in an avatar, and thus witnessed Chen Mobai's rise firsthand. Throughout his journey, though he has committed countless battles and slaughtered millions of lives, he has never broken his word. He is a man of his word, and his actions are always resolute. His moral character has always been among the best in the heavenly river realm, comparable to that of ancient sages. From an objective standpoint, Zhao Nensheng very much hopes to become friends with Chen Mobai. It is precisely because of this noble quality that even though the Five Elements sect is about to surpass the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect and the Morality sect, and even has some conflicts with the Morality sect in the pill business, these ancient holy lands of the Eastern continent still accept it calmly and do not resort to underhanded means. Although the strength of the Five Elements sect was the main factor, Chen Mobai's sincerity was also key to the harmony in the Eastern continent. Since that's the case, then I'll trust you this once. After listening to Zhao Nansheng's description, Fu Haizhenjun realized that he really had no way to deal with Chen Mobai, so he could only nod helplessly. Then he used the power of the Great Tao to dispel the illusory image, which turned into a mostly gray map. The section leading into the CI is already very clear, with the largest cave marked as the treasure trove of the Xuanjiao clan. The location where the remains of the progenitor Black Dragon might be lies somewhere between clear and blurry on this map. Even the true lord of the overturning sea himself was not sure. He had only used a fishing line to explore and discover that there was something in these caves. It could be the remains of a sixth-tier dragon king of the Xuanjiao clan who held the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, but it could also be the remains of the ancestral Black Dragon. After you come out, could you use your fishing line to fish out the things in these caves? After looking at the map, Chen Mobai suddenly asked a question. It's worth a try, but I can't guarantee it. The aged voice of the true lord of the sea reversal rang out again. He had used most of his power to resist the suction force while inside the CI, but once he was outside, with the sea-suppressing pearl protecting him, he could unleash his full power and perhaps even be able to resist the power of the CI and retrieve the things hidden deep within. Hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded, and then had Qing Nu use a burst of true energy to send the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl into a cave, following the map shown by Fu Haizhenjun. That place is where the primordial spirit of the true lord of the overturning sea resides. Over the years, his physical body had long since decayed, but his primordial spirit, tempered by the CI, had solidified into something almost real, nearly like a human. Seeing the azure radiance falling before him, the true lord of the overturning sea finally felt relieved. Although Zhao Nansheng said that Chen Mobai was a man of his word, the true lord of the overturning sea, who had reached the pinnacle through deceit and treachery, was completely unfamiliar with the concept of integrity. As the azure radiance fell upon his primordial spirit, true Lord Fuhai felt as if he had been relieved of a tremendous burden, and his whole body floated up as if he were ascending to immortality. Only now did he believe that there were people in a place like Dongzhu who kept their word. The sheer joy of breaking free from the cage made even the true lord of the seas burst into laughter. Fellow Taoist, I won't trouble you with two things at once. Please bring me the treasure of the Xuanjiao clan when you come out. Chen Mobai's voice brought true Lord Fuhai back to his senses. Although he wanted to sneak some treasure when he retrieved it, he only had a primordial spirit, no storage tools, and no supernatural power like the realm of Limitless. Moreover, the void within the CI was stagnant, and even with his void refinement realm, he couldn't mobilize it to create a personal space. However, soon, true monarch Fuhai realized something and flew upwards, arriving at the cave where Zhao Nansheng was. Because Zhao Nansheng possesses the bloodline of the Xuanjiao, his physical body remains intact, and he is even at the peak of the 5th rank. Under the telepathic transmission of the true lord of the overturning sea, Zhao Nansheng immediately transformed into a black dragon coiled around his wrist, and was placed on the wrist of the former's primordial spirit. While collecting the treasures of the Xuanjiao clan, Zhao Nansheng opened his mouth and swallowed 2 6th-tier magic artifacts and some precious 6th-tier materials into his body. Unfortunately, Zhao Nansheng's cultivation level was insufficient, limiting the amount of food he could consume. With a look of regret, the true lord of the sea, carrying a large amount of treasure, stepped out of the CI. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoist. Upon seeing the mountain of 6th-grade spiritual materials, Chen Mobai was overjoyed, and repeatedly thanked the true monarch Fuhai before him. Not at all, it was just a small favor. To avoid alerting Chen Mobai, The true lord of the overturning sea unleashed the long, thin fishing line wrapped around his hand and began to delve deep into the sea eye, preparing to fish for the remains of the primordial black dragon. Seeing that true Lord Fuhai was so sensible, Chen Mobai thought that, although this old man was from the Eastern Imperial Court, he was actually a pretty good person. Considering that he had asked Feng Qingshu to provide materials in order to help him ascend to immortality with the immortal pill, Chen Mobai found him more and more pleasing to the eye and wondered if he could invite him to be a guest elder of the Five Elements sect. Your Majesty, the number of magical artifacts is incorrect. I heard my father say that my great-grandmother's nine-swept ice pattern armor and my great-grandfather's thousand-scale moon-reflecting screen were in the Sea Eye treasure cave. They are not here. At this moment, the little dragon, who had carefully examined the pile of things that true Lord Fuhai had taken out, suddenly spoke up. The true lord of the overturning sea, who had thought he had passed the test, was suddenly frozen on the spot. Chapter 1345, You Wretched Child. Chapter 1345, You Wretched Child. Wait, what's going on with this generation's Dragon King? Chen Gixian trampled through the Xuanjiao royal court and invaded your Xuanhai Sea. Shouldn't you hate him to the bone and be unable to bear seeing him do anything good? Where is your integrity? Where is your moral character? Fu Hai Zhenjun cursed the little dragon in his heart, never expecting that he would run into trouble in this place. Back then, when the Golden Flood Dragon King faced the three nascent soul cultivators of the Eastern Imperial Court who came to attack him aboard the Yellow Dragon treasure ship, he was unyielding and indomitable. Unexpectedly, as time passed, the king of the Xuanjiao clan has now turned into a spineless snake. Fellow Taoist, do you need to explain? After listening, Chen Mobai looked at Fu Hai Zhenjun with a forced smile. Qing Nu had already withdrawn the power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. The terrifying suction force within the Sea Eye acted upon true Lord Fu Hai once again, attempting to devour him back. However, given his void refinement realm, he was still able to resist at the mouth of the Sea Eye. But the Spirit Lord silently blocked the sky above the sea overturning true monarch. Under Chen Mobai's telepathic transmission, the Dinghai sword opened its mind and allowed the Spirit Lord to control it. Under these circumstances, if true Lord Fuhai wanted to escape, he would have to unleash the strongest power of the Great Tao, which would trigger the Light of Ascension. Although his primordial spirit was solidified, and he had Zhao Nansheng as his disciple, without a physical body, he could still fail in the Nine Heavens tribulation. After considering the current situation, true Lord Fuhai had already come up with a way to evade responsibility. He pretended to be very angry and threw the dragon ring on his hand hard. After landing, it turned into a confused Zhao Nansheng. The true lord of the overturning seas angrily rebuked his disciple. You wretched child, I'm old, so I asked you to help me collect the Dragon Palace treasures, and you dare to hold back. Have you forgotten all the propriety and shame I taught you? Zhao Nansheng felt very wronged. Wasn't this what you told him to take? But given the current situation, he had no choice but to take the blame. He could only lower his head and obediently admit his mistake. Following the scolding of the true lord of the sea, he opened his mouth and spat out everything he had swallowed. Among a pile of glittering treasures, a translucent jade armor surrounded by ice flowers like stars caught Chen Mobai's eye first. He felt it was a perfect match for Yan Bingxuan's attributes and would be a good choice for his daughter. However, considering that their cultivation levels were not high, they would not be able to use sixth-order magic weapons even if given one, and there would not be enough to go around. So Chen Mobai looked at the other three pure white and crystal-clear Xuan Yuan ice souls. This is a sixth-tier natural treasure, the essence of ice nurtured by the eye of the Xuanhai Sea, containing Taoist principles. This can be used to tailor-make something specifically for them. Senior, why don't you refine these two magical artifacts? Chen Mobai pointed to the nine-patterned ice armor and the thousand-scale moon-reflecting screen, and said to the Spirit Lord. As a sixth-order being, the Spirit Lord's wealth was extremely meager. He didn't even possess a single sixth-order magic weapon. If it were back in the Purple Cloud universe, she could comfort herself by saying that true spirit cultivation of the physical body does not rely on external objects. But now that two sixth-order magic weapons are in front of her, she didn't hesitate at all and accepted them with a smile. Senior's heavenly rock primordial spirit still needs a powerful sword. Let me think if I can use materials like profound sea marrow crystal to make a sixth-order sword for you. Chen Mobai then thought of the heavenly rock primordial spirit of the spirit venerable, who was comprehending the great freedom emperor's law, and pointed to the sixth order, heavenly treasures piled up like a small mountain. Then I'll have to trouble you, Zio Chen. The spirit lord was even happier to hear this, and he began to understand why Bai Guang was so shameless as to insist on becoming a Taoist partner with Chen Mobai. Having such an outstanding Taoist partner is not only not a hindrance on the path of pursuing the great Tao, but is even a great help. It is even possible that tens of millions of years later, Chen Mobai will lend a hand to him. After all, given Chen Mobai's current talent, achieving the void refinement stage is almost a certainty, and there's even a sliver of hope for him to reach the Tao integration stage. After meeting Chen Mobai, Lingzhen not only escaped a life-or-death crisis and his injuries were almost healed, but he also obtained the method of innate killing luck. Now he even has 2 sixth-order magic weapons. This can only mean that Chen Mobai is incredibly lucky. Following him brings only benefits. Fellow Taoist, it is my fault for not teaching you properly. I'm ashamed. Seeing the Spirit Lord take away the 2 sixth-order magic artifacts, true Lord Fuhai could only suppress his heartache and speak with a guilty expression. Wasn't it you who wanted to possess Kuzhu in the first place? Chen Mobai, however, looked at Zhao Nensheng, who had manifested his dragon form, and sensed the presence of the primordial demonic symbol on him. Previously, in order to prevent Zhao Nensheng from being discovered, Fuhai Zhenjin covered him with his own power of the Great Tao. In addition, Chen Mobai lost the world-destroying milestone, the core of the primordial demonic symbol, so he did not notice this. Now that Zhao Nensheng's true identity has been exposed, Chen Mobai immediately sensed it. Coupled with the fact that he dared to steal his things, Chen Mobai's gaze turned cold, and his killing intent was palpable. Fellow Taoist, my disciple is still unruly and may have made some mistakes, but please, for my sake, forgive him this time. Sensing Chen Mobai's murderous intent, the true lord of the overturning sea couldn't help but plead for mercy. After all, he had already taken the blame, and he couldn't bear to let Zhao Nensheng lose his life as well. Chen Mobai only needed to think it over carefully to realize that Zhao Nensheng could not have stolen the Dragon Palace treasure without the instruction of the true lord of the overturning sea. However, considering that the guy in front of him was only at the void refining stage, at most he could only force him to ascend, and in that case, even a spirit venerable might be enveloped by the ascension light. Therefore, he assumed that what Zhao Nensheng said was true, and that he did it all on his own initiative. However, just because we can't do anything about it now doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. After this incident, Chen Mobai realized that Fuhai Zhenjun was a villain and would not be on his side in the future. Therefore, since he could not control the situation, it was best to place a pawn next to him so that he could locate him at any time. In that case, Zhao Nensheng cannot be killed for the time being. Considering the characteristics of the heart demon technique, and the fact that true monarch Fuhai no longer has a physical body, Chen Mobai even somewhat anticipated that, after true monarch Fuhai left with Zhao Nensheng, he would take action against his disciple Zhao Nensheng for the sake of the great Tao. In that case, relying on the characteristics of the primordial demonic talisman, even if the true lord of the overturning sea ascends to heaven in the future, he will not be able to escape his grasp. How about this? If you can retrieve the remains of the primordial black dragon, I'll give you face. However, on the surface, Chen Mobai still spoke expressionlessly, indicating that he was very angry about Zhao Nensheng's behavior. Good. The true lord of the seas gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. He originally planned to use his fishing line to retrieve half of the sea eye cave he had explored. Besides preserving his strength, he also didn't want Chen Mobai to obtain the remains of the progenitor black dragon. After all, this junior is already very powerful. If he obtains materials of the seventh order, innate water element, and refines them with the Hunyuan bell, he will be even more unable to cope with him in the future. But now, for Zhao Nensheng's sake, he can't hold back. Just as Fu Haizhenjun began fishing with a fishing line into the sea eye, Chen Mobai signaled Ling Zun for help. He picked up Zhao Nensheng and shook him off, then used his divine sense to confirm that Zhao Nensheng was not hiding anything. After that, he had the little dragon count and check again before he could put away the pile of his treasures. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It is thanks to your crafting skills that these rare and precious materials have been able to reach their full potential. It is a pity that, when I became the Dragon King, I did not have the sea-stabilizing pearl to enter the sea eye. Otherwise, I would have brought these things to the eastern wilderness 100 years earlier and presented them to you in person. To survive, the little dragon completely disregarded its pride. This made Zhao Nensheng feel extremely contemptuous, but with his life hanging in the balance in Lingzun's hands, he dared not say anything, and even lowered his head in silence, praying in his heart that his master would act quickly. Soon, various objects from the depths of the sea were dredged up by fishing lines, and they were indeed skeletons, just as the true lord of the overturning sea had guessed. It is a demon spirit from the Xuanhai demon race, who has cultivated to the extreme and unable to ascend, finally came here and entered this realm. Because there is an ancient legend in the Xuanhai that the ancestors of all living beings were born in this sea. As long as you enter it, you can return to your origin and elevate your true spirit bloodline to the purest and most innate realm. And as it turns out, this was not a rumor. Over the long years, the remains of these Xuanhai demons have all been reduced to bones, yet they are as clear as jade and exude various different Taoist charms. Chen Mobai and Lingzun began to examine the skeleton that Fuhai Zhenjun had fished out, each expressing their opinions on the situation. Spirit Lord, these were at least peak fifth-order true spirits in life. Their physical bodies were immortal. Before entering the Ci, the power of the great Tao within their bodies was already extremely rich. After death, under the influence of the power of the Ci, even their remaining bones were the essence of the Tao. Chen Mobai, based on my experience, even a sixth-tier true spirit, no matter how well preserved, will gradually lose its Taoist essence over time after death. However, some of these skeletons are clearly tens of thousands of years old. Their Taoist power has not only not dissipated, but has even crystallized into spiritual objects. I suspect this is due to the unique environment of the Ci. King Nu listened to their conversation. She was a graduate of Jumeng Dao Academy and a top student in biology. However, due to the limitations of the immortal sect, her research on organisms above the fourth rank was completely blank. It was only after coming to the Tian realm with Chen Mobai that she was able to make some progress in this area by taking advantage of the unique resources available here. Therefore, even if they have some opinions, they dare not speak them out. Both of these are water attribute beings. I'll take them and study them. The spirit lord pointed to a fish dragon-shaped skeleton in front of him, and an empty tortoise shell that the true lord of the overturning sea had just retrieved. These are of little use to me. If you need them, please take them. Chen Mobai pointed to the skeletons of demonic beasts on the open ground, and said in a very generous manner, "It looks like we've caught something long. It might be from the progenitor black dragon." Just then, Fu Hai Zhenjun said excitedly, and Chen Mobai and Ling Zun immediately came to his side and looked at the taut transparent fishing line deep into the Ci. As the true lord of the overturning sea's primordial spirit glowed, the fishing line wrapped in his palm was rotated by a powerful force, slowly but forcefully dragging a long, dark skeleton out of the Ci. This is the skeleton of a black dragon. As soon as it came out, it caused the surrounding Chuanjiao clan cemetery to tremble slightly. The little dragon and Zhao Nensheng even felt the suppression of their bloodline and couldn't help but want to worship the skeleton. Only 6th rank. After examining him, Chen Mobai looked disappointed. Although the black dragon skeleton exuded an incredibly powerful Taoist aura, it was not at the 7th order level. "Do you know him?" Chen Mobai turned to the little dragon and asked, and the latter came over and looked him over carefully before shaking his head uncertainly. "Your Majesty, before the rule of ascension existed, many of our clan's 6th-order ancestors who were nearing the end of their lifespan would follow in the footsteps of the progenitor and enter the Ci. This may be one of them." As soon as he finished speaking, True Lord Fuhai caught another long, thin skeleton with his fishing line. After struggling to pull it out, he discovered that it was indeed the skeleton of another 6th-tier black dragon. After retrieving 3 bodies in succession, the spirit of the overturning sea True Lord had dimmed somewhat, indicating that he needed to rest for a while. Even with the protection of the sea-suppressing pearl, continuously retrieving corpses from the depths of the Ci still requires resisting the power of the Ci, and for someone at the refining void realm, it is quite costly. Looking at your maps, Senior, there aren't many caves left. Why don't we collect them all at once, so your disciple won't be left hanging and unable to move freely? Chen Mobai, however, pointed to Zhao Nensheng, who was entangled in the wind-based Tao of the Spirit Venerable and hanging in the mouth of the giant Kun avatar, and spoke. This was the action of shaking it off earlier, and it hadn't been released yet. Seeing this scene, Fu Haizhenjin's lips twitched slightly, but under the watchful eyes of the spirit venerable who had recently acquired two sixth-order magic artifacts and was eager to try them out, he could only sigh and continue to steer the fishing line with a worried expression, sweeping towards the last few caves he had explored. Fellow Taoist, this primordial black dragon was capable of achieving Tao integration in its lifetime. Being able to enter the Ci, it must be much deeper. It's understandable that I, a mere void refining cultivator, couldn't obtain it. When the true lord of the overturning sea wanted to come out before, he exaggerated and made empty promises, but now this statement is the truth. The difference between practicing emptiness is like heaven and earth. Although true monarch Fuhai has been confined and had nothing to do for many years, his cultivation has made rapid progress, but he can only be considered to be at the peak of the early stage of void refinement. He felt that the progenitor black dragon might have entered the deepest part of the Ci. That place contained the immense power of creation that could open up the world, and he dared not approach it at all. In that case, your disciple might have to suffer a bit. When Chen Mobai said this, he looked at Zhao Nansheng, who was angry, shocked, and furious, but dared not talk back. He was afraid that he would really be killed by the Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor in front of him. He could only look at Fu Haizhenjin with longing eyes and beg his master to work harder. Well, considering that it would be difficult to cultivate a suitable physical body, true Lord Fu Hai could only try one last time. Chapter 1346, The Primordial Black Dragon. Chapter 1346, The Primordial Black Dragon. Time passed, and soon true monarch Fuhai retrieved the remains of two more sixth-tier black dragons. By this time, Chen Mobai had already mentally prepared himself for the possibility of not obtaining the remains of the progenitor black dragon. Although the true lord of the overturning seas exaggerated his own exertion, it was still largely under Chen Mobai's control, and he found that the former was indeed somewhat tired. Fellow Taoist Chen. Seeing that Fu Haizhenjin was about to back out, Chen Mobai immediately said, "Let's try one last time. If we still can't sell anything this time, then we'll stop here." Upon hearing this, Fu Haizhenjin, who had originally planned not to fish at all, glanced at Zhao Nansheng hanging by the giant Kun's mouth, gritted his teeth, and cast the fishing line out again. Fellow Taoist, there are still these caves left, but my current level is insufficient to explore them all. Please choose one. Since it was agreed that he would be the last one, the true lord of the overturning sea gave the power of choice to Chen Mobai, pointing to the Ci map he had drawn and saying, "Over the years, the caves where the true lord of the overturning sea discovered that something existed have all been retrieved. It has been proven that the primordial black dragon was indeed not among them. Next up is opening blind boxes." Chen Mobai didn't know if his sacred virtue Tao would be effective against a seventh-order spiritual object, but he still held on to hope and pointed to the deepest, darkest cave. "Then, let's go with this one." The true lord of the overturning sea nodded, thinking that it was finally coming to an end. However, at this moment, he was also a little worried that Chen Mobai would not let him and his apprentice leave. But now, all we can do is pray that the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness is truly a man of his word. With a thought, the transparent fishing line, infused with the power of the great Tao, was once again precisely cast into the Ci, flying towards the cave that Chen Mobai pointed out. Even the true lord of the overturning sea had only discovered the location of this cave. Previously, due to the need to resist the suction of the Ci, he had not been able to explore it fully. He originally thought that now that the sea-suppressing pearl was shrouded in its radiance, he could easily reach inside. However, after entering, he found that the fishing line was like a ditch being plunged into mud, moving very slowly. Even later on, advancing just a few meters required a significant expenditure of Tao power. The true lord of the overturning sea was slightly startled, feeling that even if there were no remains of the primordial black dragon inside, there must be extraordinary natural treasures. He felt a pang of regret, because if the thing was retrieved, it wouldn't be his. However, with Chen Mobai and Lingzhen watching from the side, Fu Haizhenjin could not make any moves. Moreover, Chen Mobai had clearly stated before that if Zhao Nansheng wanted to live, he needed to retrieve the remains of the ancestral black dragon in exchange. With this in mind, true Lord Fu Hai could only close his eyes and concentrate on controlling the fishing line, heading deeper into the cave. Half a day passed quickly. Just when Chen Mobai thought he was going to return empty-handed, the fishing line in the hands of Fu Haizhenjin suddenly tightened. The latter's primordial spirit shone brightly, and he opened his eyes with a hint of joy. "Fellow Taoist, it's another black dragon corpse, but this one is heavier than all the previous ones combined. I need your help to pull it up." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was overjoyed. But since he had not yet reached the void refinement stage, he did not fully trust true monarch Fuhai, so he asked Spirit Venerable to take action. The heavenly rock primordial spirit of the Spirit Venerable activated the great Tao of Wind, enveloping the entire true monarch of the overturning sea and pulling him towards the surface of the sea. Upon seeing this, Qing Nu immediately unleashed the radiance of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl to ensure that the moving Fuhai Zhenjun remained within range. With a creaking sound, the fishing line began to show signs of breaking. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai's expression changed. Just as he was about to think of a solution, the Spirit Lord made another move. Golden light flew from her palm, wrapping around the fishing line of the true Lord of the Sea, as if coating the fishing line with a layer of glue, not only making it more solid, but even binding it more tightly. Fortunately, the fishing line was made of a sixth-order material that true Lord Fuhai found in the CI. Although the refining technique was rough, it could barely withstand the force. As the contents of the deep CI were dredged up, the seabed where Chen Mobai and the others stood began to tremble. The little dragon, whose cultivation was sealed, immediately shrank to Chen Mobai's feet, fearing it would be swept into the CI by the aftershocks. It had no confidence that it could advance to the 6th rank in a life-or-death crisis like the true monarch of the overturning sea. Buzz. After the fishing line was tightened by the two great Taos, it made a sound like a zither string, which reminded Chen Mobai of the 9 tribulations' heavenly phoenix zither, and made him think about other ways to make the strings. Huh? Just then King Nu, who was beside her, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "What's wrong?" Chen Mobai immediately asked with concern. "For some reason, the vital essence within my body has been stirred up." King Nu transmitted her voice to Chen Mobai, explaining her situation. The embryo transforms into essence and vital energy. Chen Mobai had almost forgot that there was such a thing inside King Nu's body. Because of thorough preparation, King Nu's transformation into a deity went very smoothly, and there was no need to use this. Was it triggered by the CI, or by what was retrieved this time? Chen Mobai asked again, but Qing Nu shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. The essence of fetal transformation is the origin of the planet Earth element. It is said that all life on the planet, including humans, originated from it. This is somewhat similar to the legend in the celestial river realm, where jellyfish create an eye in the sea and create all things. They are all forces that create life. Could it be that the deepest part of the CI is the origin of the heavenly river realm? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai grasped King Nu's hand, wanting to listen to the fluctuations within her body. But even if he had cultivated the echo of the empty valley technique to its highest level, it could not work on the innate spiritual acupoint of the CI. Chen Mobai could only manipulate the 5 musical notes, but he only gained a slight understanding of them. But he sensed that this essence of fetal transformation seemed to have come alive, instinctively wanting to merge into Qing Nu's primordial spirit, as if urging her to enter the CI and obtain greater fortune. Given Chen Mobai's cautious nature, he would naturally not allow Qing Nu to do that. Moreover, this matter is somewhat strange. He first sealed the essence of the fetal transformation, and after retrieving the object from the CI and seeing its true nature, he then studied it. After all, with Qing Nu's current cultivation level, she can refine this embryonic essence at any time, so there's no rush at this moment. Boom! While they were processing the essence of the fetus, the true Lord of the Sea and the Spirit Venerable finally pulled up the fishing line, and a lifelike, jet-black dragon, as if carved from black crystal, emerged from the depths of the CI. The black dragon was majestic, with prominent horns and a corpse that was incorruptible, as if it were still alive. What attracted Chen Mobai's attention the most was that this black dragon actually had 7 claws. If we calculate based on 1 claw per level, this is level 7. That must be the progenitor black dragon. They actually managed to fish it out. Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel overjoyed. But at this moment, the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl in Qing Nu's hand suddenly burst forth with the most dazzling azure light, pouring towards the remains of the ancestral black dragon. At the same time, the black dragon skeletons that had been retrieved earlier involuntarily shattered and transformed into azure spiritual light of the great Tao. Under the guidance of the radiance of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, they surged toward the black dragon like countless threads. Chen Mobai realized that these spiritual lights were all the essence of the great Tao of water, and some of them had even reached the innate level. As these spiritual lights of the great Tao poured in, the scales on the black dragon's body began to light up one by one. The little dragon, unable to withstand the suppression of its bloodline, knelt down with a thud. All the remains in the surrounding Chuanjiao tombs broke through the soil and transformed into the same Tao spiritual light. However, some of these skeletons were only at the fourth level in life, so they were just a tiny speck, like fireflies. Only the fifth-order corpses emitted a glimmer of light. After these great spiritual lights surged in, a terrifying aura that made the endless sea tremble rose from the black dragon's corpse. The dragon's eyes, which were originally dull and lifeless, now shone with a bright blue luster. This scene shocked Chen Mobai, who wondered if the dead dragon was about to come back to life. "Oh no, my lord, this precious pearl seems to be programmed with a highest-level access control system, and it's about to activate at this moment." At this moment, King Nu also lost her composure. Although the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl in her hand had lost its spirituality, its instincts accumulated over millions of years still allowed it to break free from its restraints. All its power erupted when it encountered the remains of the ancestral black dragon, transforming into an overwhelming azure radiance that drew in the boundless power of the Chuanhai Sea and poured it into the black dragon's brow, seemingly attempting to enter its purple mansion sea of consciousness and revive it. This is the meaning that this precious pearl has had since its birth, and it will abide by it even after being refined several times, and even after losing its spirituality. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai immediately took out the Hunyuan bell, intending to stop it. However, the power that the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl unleashed at this time was truly terrifying, almost at its peak. Even with the advantage of the Xuanhai terrain, the Hunyuan bell could not suppress it. Helpless, Chen Mobai could only wave his sleeves, open his Dharma realm and take it away, letting the Hunyuan bell suppress it within the Dharma realm. Without this precious pearl, the suction force of the sea ice suddenly increased dramatically, causing even these nascent soul cultivators to become unsteady and slowly move towards the sea eye. Upon seeing this, the Spirit Lord immediately activated his giant Kun avatar, causing it to swell to its maximum size and block the sea eye. He then used the great Tao of Wind to pull Chen Mobai and the others to his side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, True Lord Fuhai pulled the fishing line back from the black dragon's corpse, turned around, and rescued Zhao Nensheng to his side. Then, without looking back, he used his primordial spirit escape technique, and the two of them disappeared from the spot in an instant, escaping for good. "Should we go after them?" Seeing this, the Spirit Lord asked Chen Mobai beside him. Her great path of wind, if she so desired, could soar 90,000 miles in a single flight. Although the true lord of the overturning seas escape technique was fast, it was still within her pursuit range. "Fine, since we've already agreed, let's let them off this time." Chen Mobai had previously stated that he would not kill Zhao Nensheng as long as the remains of the progenitor Black Dragon were retrieved. The lifelike Black Dragon before us is clearly it. His word is his bond. Moreover, with Zhao Nensheng by Fuhai Zhenjin's side and the primordial demon talisman not yet exposed, he could locate this Xiu lion, achieving two goals at once. After the giant Kun transformed into a blockage in the sea eye, it temporarily relieved the suction force. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Mobai once again waved his sleeves, expanded his Dharma realm, and took away everything present. The remains of the progenitor Black Dragon were naturally not forgotten. However, after entering the Dharma realm, Chen Mobai found that the Dharma realm was overwhelmed, and his divine sense began to be severely depleted. He was terrified and had the Spirit Lord take him away from the sea eye, retreating to the underwater medicinal field. He then immediately spat out the remains of the ancestral Black Dragon from the Dharma realm. As expected, without this, the Dharma realm felt a great weight lifted off its shoulders. This Black Dragon had clearly reached the Tao integration realm in its lifetime, but unfortunately it was unable to withstand the impact of the great Tao and perished. The Spirit Lord gazed at the Black Dragon's corpse, now imposing and terrifying after absorbing the spiritual light of the innate water elemental path, and exclaimed in amazement. If the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl still possesses sentience and can enter the purple mansion of this corpse's consciousness, it might truly be able to revive and awaken it. Unfortunately, Chen Mobai was very decisive. Perhaps, when the primordial black dragon left its inner core in the Xuanjiao royal court, it was prepared for the possibility of failing to achieve Dao integration. Following the Spirit Lord's analysis, Chen Mobai realized this point, and his expression suddenly became clear. Considering that the 6 paths of reincarnation in the heavenly river realm will soon be reorganized, and the great Tao of life and death will be re-evolved, it is indeed possible for beings with 7th-order power to take this opportunity to reverse life and death and return from the history of past deaths. Even the Spirit Lord was horrified upon hearing what he said. The progenitor Black Dragon, how could he possibly turn the tide of a life-or-death situation like this? Is this the power of the 7th rank, the power of the Tao integration stage? Ancestor Waya, the little dragon who heard Chen Mobai's words, suddenly broke down and wailed loudly at the black dragon's corpse in front of him. Even the king of the Xuanjiao clan was unaware of this grand scheme, but if it were realized, their clan would be able to roam freely not only in the heavenly river realm, but also in the spirit void immortal realm. Unfortunately, it's all gone now. Besides the blame on their ancestors, the main reason is that the 2 generations of dragon kings, father and son, successively gave away the essence of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl and the Ci. Even the most resilient little dragon couldn't hold back its defenses at the thought of this. It cried and tried to swim to the body of the progenitor Black Dragon, but it was still bound by the void god chains and could not move halfway. The cold restraints brought the little dragon back to reality. It immediately stopped crying, turned around and returned to Chen Mobai's side. "Your Majesty, please don't be offended. I've always been quite emotional, and I often act involuntarily." After hearing the little dragon's explanation, Chen Mobai expressed his understanding. After all, it was only 1 step away from becoming the 2nd generation with the most powerful background in the heavenly river realm. This immense disappointment, to use an analogy, was like being expelled from the Purple Cloud Palace. That would definitely be hard to accept. But no matter how painful it is, you can only accept it. Chapter 1347, The Files of the Celestial Venerable One Yuan True Lord. Chapter 1347, The Files of the Celestial Venerable One Yuan True Lord. Having obtained what he wanted most, Chen Mobai was completely satisfied. However, since the remains of the ancestral Black Dragon could not be taken away through the Dharma realm, and the essence of Qing Nu's fetal transformation was reacting to the Ci, he planned to stay here for a while. Considering the vastness of the Xuanhai Sea and the fact that many remnants of the Xuanjiao clan had escaped, the Spirit Lord left behind his Kangliuhai disciples, allowing them to roam this sea area while he hunted. In addition, because the little dragon Xuans behaved well after surrendering, Chen Mobai decided to spare its life and let it atone for its sins by performing good deeds. First, Xuans issued a proclamation in the name of the last Xuanjiao king, stating that from now on, all of Xuanhai's territory would belong to the 5 Elements sect, and the Xuanjiao clan would become vassals of the 5 Elements sect. This news caused a huge sensation throughout the entire Tian realm. After the jellyfish created this world, the first creatures to rule were those in the water, with the Xuanjiao clan being the most prominent among them. Later, powerful beings raised the 5 continents, and creatures arose on the land and in the air. The 8 true spirit races that occupied the most territory were later known as the 8 royal courts by the human race, and they were the ones who ruled the heavenly river realm during that period. However, after the emergence of the human race, through their efforts, they became the protagonists of this world. In the process, several of the 8 royal courts were destroyed by the human race. Now, the remaining Xuanjiao royal court and others are the most powerful in the Tian realm in terms of both strength and foundation. But even with such power, the Xuanjiao royal court, rooted in the eye of the Xuanhai Sea, has become history. The 5 Elements sect's ability to breach the Dragon Palace greatly shocked all other forces. Those who only knew the result at first, but not the specific process, thought that the Taixu measuring ruler, the treasure for achieving enlightenment, had made its move again. But soon, they obtained detailed information about the battle from Wuqingjai and were amazed at how powerful the 5 Elements sect had become. The information about Wuqingjai was naturally sold by Chen Mobai. Considering that the master and disciple of Fu Hai Zhenjun might not keep his acquisition of the ancestral Black Dragon's remains a secret, Chen Mobai took the initiative and sold the 7th level knowledge, along with the detailed process of breaking through the Dragon Palace formation. After completing this deal, he immediately became Wu Changzhai's highest-level customer. Chen Mobai always made the most of everything, so he directly exchanged this knowledge for the files concerning the Celestial Venerable and the One Yuan True Lord. Because this deal was quite large, and the information left by the ancestral Black Dragon regarding the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl as a backup plan for resurrection was very important to Wu Qingzhai. Qi Tai, after consulting with the Wheel King, gave Chen Mobai more than 100 scrolls related to the longevity sect as a gift. This made Chen Mobai think that Wu Qingzhai was very good, and he would seek them out as soon as he had any extra knowledge in the future. After reviewing these files, the question that had lingered in his mind for many years finally found an answer. It turns out that the reason the longevity cult disappeared was because the Celestial Venerable took them all away. The reason the Celestial Venerable did this was to maintain the clarity of his own great Tao when he merged with it. Therefore, he integrated all the beings within the longevity sect into the azure flower realm he created, and together they stepped into the innate great Tao of life and death. Wu Qingzhai was quite cautious in his wording regarding this behavior. This was called ascending to the highest level of education. However, Mingluo, the founder of Wu Qingzhai, also explained the consequences of this behavior. If the Celestial Venerable fails to merge with the Tao, all living beings in his azure flower realm will also disappear along with the Celestial Venerable, becoming nourishment for the innate Tao of life and death. After reading the file, Chen Mobai felt a chill run down his spine. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't choose to entrust his life and death to someone else. However, when the longevity cult emerged, this karmic connection with the Celestial Venerable was already established. They would share glory and death. In one of the Heavenly Venerable's documents, Wu Qingzhai also described the location of Qinghua Realm, which is a star river outside the Nine Heavens Tribulation, close to the Linkang Immortal Realm. The Celestial Venerable took the step of merging with the Tao there and disappeared without a trace, but the terrifying power of the great Tao made that place a forbidden land, and even a seventh-order true immortal dared not go deep into it. Now, with the reorganization of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Heavenly River Realm, that forbidden land has begun to recede into the background, as if it is nurturing the birth of some terrifying being. A powerful being in the celestial realm speculated that the Celestial Venerable had completely mastered the great Tao of innate life and death and was about to return. However, some believe that the Celestial Venerable failed, and all the beings of the longevity sect were transformed into nourishment for the Ghost Mother's rebirth. Another possibility is that it is neither of the two, but simply that the innate Tao of life and death, which was shattered by the jellyfish, will be re-evolved and become complete and perfect during this great upheaval in the world. As far as Chen Mobai is concerned, he can accept almost anything except the second one. Although he had never communicated with the Celestial Venerable, the legacy of the longevity sect was still significant in his achievements today, so he hoped that the longevity sect members in the Qinghua realm could survive. If the Celestial Venerable had truly succeeded in attaining enlightenment, he would surely be very happy to have such an outstanding successor of the longevity sect. Moreover, a secret was recorded in the Heavenly Venerable's records. That is, after receiving offerings from the longevity sect and transforming into human form to break free from the shackles of the earth's veins, he personally went to the heavenly sea to visit the jellyfish that was still in the world at that time and asked for advice on the matter of merging with the Tao. At that time, the jellyfish had just broken through the innate Tao of life and death and killed the Ghost Mother. Upon seeing the Celestial Venerable, it felt that fate had brought them together, so it guided him through his confusion and kept the Celestial Venerable by its side to impart the Tao for 300 years. Therefore, nominally speaking, the Celestial Venerable is also a disciple of the Water Mother. The reason why Wu Qingzhai knew about this was because its founder, Mingluo, was also growing up during that period and was considered a fellow disciple of Tianzun. In that case, the Celestial Venerable and the Underworld Lord should still address me as their martial uncle. Chen Mobai calculated his seniority according to the Zixel Palace's hierarchy, and immediately realized that his seniority was a bit too high in the Tian realm. During the 300 years that the jellyfish sat down to listen to the Tao, in addition to the great Tao of innate life and death, the Celestial Venerable also comprehended the longevity sword intent of the heavenly line from the jellyfish's great Tao of intercepting fortune. So this is where the celestial venerable's sword intent originated. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder this sword intent is so heaven-defying. With Chen Mobai's talent, he could intercept all kinds of sword intents from the immortal sects and make them his own, thus pretending to be an unparalleled sword genius. He had previously thought it was because of his heavenly venerable origins that he had painstakingly extracted the life force of heaven and earth from a branch, allowing it to take root, sprout, and grow strong, which was why he possessed such sword intent. However, it could also be because of this experience. Knowing this connection, Chen Mobai hoped even more that the celestial venerable would succeed. They are truly one of our own. With this in mind, Chen Mobai began to look at the files related to the One Yuan True Lord. He knew the details of the first 2 volumes. It was about how true monarch Yi Yuan, as a descendant of pioneering cultivators, obtained the foundation left by the longevity sect in the eastern continent and began to rise step by step, eventually reaching the void refining realm and ascending to immortality. Of course, the information recorded by Wu Qingzhai was much more detailed than what he had heard from others, and even contained many private matters that even the true Lord of One Yuan himself had not kept in the One Yuan Dao Palace. For example, he was betrayed by his disciples when he was forming his nascent soul, robbed a certain force after achieving the great perfection of primordial Tao, and had a romantic relationship with the holy maiden of the Phoenix clan of that generation, etc. Even the primordial Bell was unaware of these things, since when the latter was created, the primordial true Lord was already a top-tier nascent soul cultivator of his time. What Chen Mobai was most concerned about was how true monarch Yi Yuan obtained the inheritance of the longevity sect. However, in the records of Wu Qingzhai, it was only mentioned briefly. However, if the person involved, Yi Yuan Zhenjun, doesn't speak up, it's indeed difficult for others to know the details. After all, neither the Divine Tree Secret Realm nor the One Yuan Secret Realm were known in detail, even to the One Yuan Dao Palace. It was only by chance that the primordial ancestor Li Zhangji obtained the inheritance of the One Yuan True Monarch that these secrets were revealed. In the spirit realm, the One Yuan True Lord is also renowned, because his practice of refining emptiness led him to the primordial chaos Great Tao. If one successfully merges with the Tao, one will directly become the most outstanding innate Tao Lord in the upper realm, second only to the heavenly emperor and the true king of the void. Among the human race, the last person to achieve this was the ancestor of the Thousand Autumns brush and ink forest, the sage of Thousand Autumns. But it was precisely because of this that true Lord Yi Yuan encountered many fierce battles in the immortal realm. After all, the true spirits of the demon race certainly did not want another innate Tao Lord to emerge from the human race. Even within the human race, there are numerous factions, some of which stem from the Milky Way realm, and some do not wish for the One Yuan True Monarch to succeed in merging with the Tao. In recent centuries, the One Yuan True Lord has been keeping his whereabouts secret in the Lingkong immortal realm, and Wu Qingzhai speculates that he is planning to take the step of merging with the Tao. Chen Mobai was actually a little nervous about this. After all, he swallowed up the lineage of the One Yuan True Lord, and now it has become a branch of the Five Elements sect. However, if true monarch Yi Yuan successfully merges with the Tao, Chen Mobai wouldn't mind directly renaming the Five Elements sect to the Yi Yuan Tao Palace. He could then claim it's due to bad feng shui in the eastern lands, and that he clearly inherits the Tao lineage of the primordial ancestor Li Zhangji. True monarch Yi Yuan wouldn't mind having such an outstanding successor to revive the dynasty. Unfortunately, what Chen Mobai most wanted to know was information about the Heavenly Venerable's branch in the Divine Tree Secret Realm, but after going through all the files he had obtained this time, none of them mentioned this. Aside from the Celestial Venerable, it is estimated that only the One Yuan True Lord himself knows about this matter. Alternatively, they could try refining this Heavenly Venerable's branch after Yin Qingmei has reached the nascent soul stage. After all, if one wants to cultivate the void using the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, this is the only path. Rumble. On this day, Chen Mobai was attempting to refine the remains of the primordial black dragon using the Hunyuan bell when dark clouds suddenly gathered above the Xuanhai Sea, and the true spirit heavenly tribulation appeared. With a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai appeared on the surface of the sea. One of my disciples has reached the 5th rank, I'll send it up. When Lingzun saw Chen Mobai approaching, he casually said, The great Tao of Wind has sent an enormous Kangliu sea beast to the ninth heaven tribulation. The heavenly tribulation rules in the heavenly river realm are effective against all beings from outside the region. Knowing this, Chen Mobai discussed a solution with the Spirit Venerable to send all the Spirit Venerable's disciples who were going to be active in the heavenly river realm into the ninth heavenly tribulation one by one, allowing them to undergo the tribulation ahead of time. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about this problem when they needed them. Moreover, undergoing the tribulation directly in the heavenly tribulation wouldn't attract as much attention as undergoing it in the 5 continents and 4 seas. The creature that advanced to the 5th rank this time was a sea serpent covered in lightning. After breaching the Xuanjiao royal court, it devoured many Xuanjiao and some 4th-rank demonic beasts. Its already extremely vigorous blood energy finally underwent a qualitative change. Although protected by the Spirit Lord, Chen Mobai was worried about accidents, so he followed along to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. After all, once the Spirit Venerable displays the strength of the Void refinement stage, it will attract the ascension light of the Spirit Void immortal realm. As it turned out, he was being overly cautious. Although this incident was directly triggered above the Xuanhai Sea, attracting the attention of forces such as Wu Qingjai, upon seeing Chen Mobai's figure, the nascent soul cultivators of these forces all stopped, waved to him from a distance amidst the lightning tribulation, and then all descended to avoid being misunderstood. The cultivators in the heavenly river realm are very conscious of boundaries. Especially when someone else is undergoing a tribulation, it's best to stay far away unless you're a close relative or friend, because according to local tradition, getting close at this time is definitely seen as an attempt to sabotage. Even if someone observes the entire process, if the tribulation fails, the blame might be placed on the observer, who might feel that the observer's gaze put pressure on the person undergoing the tribulation. If you were to be extorted like this, it would be a major grudge. So when they saw that Chen Mobai was protecting them, even though the person undergoing the tribulation was clearly not human, the various forces did not dare to linger. Only Kui Tai of Wu Qingjai, out of professional ethics as an intelligence dealer, sent a message asking Chen Mobai if he would sell the detailed information about this tribulation. Chen Mobai had just finished reading the documents of the Heavenly Venerable, the One Yuan True Lord, and the Longevity Sect, and had no curiosity about anything else. Furthermore, the origins of the giant beast from Kangliu Sea could not be revealed, so they politely declined, even sending a telepathic message to Kui Tai, hoping he wouldn't inquire about such matters. After the 5 Elements sect destroyed the Xuanjiao royal court, they were able to so easily control the vast Xuanhai Sea. This was not only because the local tyrant, Little Flood Dragon, surrendered, but also because of the giant sea monsters in the Kangliu Sea. These disciples of the Spirit Venerables were like tigers among sheep in the Xuanhai Sea. Their appetites, which had been starved for many years in the Dharma realm, were finally satisfied. Although the local demon races of Xuanhai outnumbered the cultivators of the 5 Elements sect by 100 or 1,000 times, they dared not resist in the slightest. This was because all the races that did resist were targeted by these deep-sea behemoths, and overnight, their spiritual veins and settlements were completely devoured, turning into deep pits in the sea. Kui Tai nodded repeatedly after hearing Chen Mobai's words, indicating that he would not allow Wu Qingjai to offend the 5 Elements sect in this regard. Then, seeing that the heavenly tribulation had begun to encircle the sea serpent, he immediately took his leave. Half a month later, Chen Mobai returned to Xuanhai with the sea serpent that had successfully transcended its tribulation, and asked Mo Duguang to take it to eat more to nourish its body. Chapter 13:48-24 See Stabilizing Pearls. Chapter 13:48-24 See Stabilizing Pearls. Deep within the Xuanhai Sea, the remains of the ancestral black dragon lay scattered, its jet-black scales reflecting the eerie sea light. The surrounding seawater froze into ice crystals the moment it touched them, but quickly melted away under the multicolored radiance. This is the medicinal field closest to the sea eye. In the open space, there are rows of underwater caves, used for Chen Mobai and the others to live and cultivate. The once luxurious dragon palace had been completely destroyed in the war. The magnificent palace complex was reduced to scattered ruins, as the precious building materials had been mostly taken away by the cultivators of the 5 Elements sect, led by Chen Mobai. At the time, he hadn't expected to live there for a while, so he didn't feel comfortable reprimanding his disciples for their locust-like behavior. They could only use the excuse that the five-element sect's territory needed to be unified and incorporated into the heavenly curtain earthly network array to simply demolish the original Xuanjiao royal court. And the person in charge of this matter was naturally Zhuo Ming. After retrieving the remains of the progenitor Black Dragon, Chen Mobai personally went to bring Zhuo Ming over. Besides the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, he also wanted to have her come over to communicate with the Sixth Order Medicine Kings in the CI spirit field because they were not very cooperative. After handing over these trivial matters, Chen Mobai went into seclusion with King Nu. King Nu is the one who comprehends the essence and energy of her own fetal development. After Chen Mobai and Lingzhen's attempts, it was verified that the embryonic essence and the remains of the ancestral Black Dragon were not related. It was speculated that when the embryonic essence was retrieved from the CI, it may have triggered the primordial power deep within the CI, thus causing the embryonic essence to resonate. Therefore, whenever the Spirit Lord has free time, he will take Qing Nu to the CI to meditate and comprehend, as if he is fulfilling his duty as a master. Chen Mobai, on the other hand, used the Cantong Qi to assist the Hunyuan Bell in refining the remains of the ancestral Black Dragon. The primordial bell hung beside him, its five-colored halo flowing like stardust, dazzling and brilliant. It landed on the seemingly living remains of the progenitor Black Dragon, but silently disappeared into them, as if it had been swallowed up. As a seventh-tier material, theoretically, it requires seventh-tier power to refine it. Chen Mobai naturally didn't have that, but the Hunyuan Bell was perfectly countered in terms of attributes, and with the profoundness of the Cantong Qi, he could barely manage to do so. After the power of the primordial bell was instinctively devoured by the remains of the primordial Black Dragon, strands of innate water-based power quickly seeped out from the gaps in the scales, rising like steam. When they encountered the bell wall, they transformed into fine, dark blue runes. During this process, the Hunyuan Bell, which was originally made entirely of white jade, gradually turned into a light blue-white color. After these signs appeared, Chen Mobai stopped. This is because the Hunyuan Bell itself is only at the 6th level, so it can only slowly digest the power of the 7th level innate water elemental Tao. If it absorbs too much, it will cause an imbalance of the 5 elements and may even damage the magic weapon. The innate water element is part of the innate 5 elements Great Tao. If one were to unite with the Tao through this, one would not be considered an innate Tao Lord, but would possess some of the power of an innate Tao Lord, making one of the best among the 7th-tier true immortals. The remains of the progenitor Black Dragon are already a crystallization of the innate Tao of water. If it can be refined using the Hunyuan Bell, one can attempt to start with the water element and complete the cycle of the 5 elements Great Tao. As Chen Mobai's cultivation level increased, his understanding of the 7th Order Hunyuan Golden Cauldron also deepened. The reason why he needed the power of the 4 Great Taos, End of Fortune, Hunyuan, Void, and 5 elements, was to fuse them into a very hidden and powerful Great Tao among the 3,000 Great Taos. This avenue is called Zio. Under the Great Tao of Shaving, all living things, the power accumulated since birth, will be reduced to nothingness, returning to zero. In the acquired path, in terms of combat techniques, the danger level of the path of reduction ranks among the highest. Chen Mobai sensed this through the Hunyuan Pearl when he repeatedly entered and exited the Zixel Palace to comprehend the 3,000 Great Taos and compare them with his own primordial spirit. This is also something that true Lord Yuan did not leave in his legacy, or perhaps when he ascended, his own level had not yet been reached, and he merely sensed that there was such a great Tao that could be integrated with and controlled through a magical artifact. Therefore, he left behind the Hunyuan Golden Cauldron method. A month later, one of the black scales on the back of the progenitor Black Dragon's corpse suddenly cracked open, then shattered with a snap, turning into a large stream of dark blue light that surged into the primordial bell. In an instant, the bell, which had just returned to its snow-white color, was suddenly stained with a layer of deep blue light. If Chen Mobai hadn't promptly summoned the Hunyuan Pearl to help the Hunyuan Bell refine it, it probably would have suffered from indigestion. During this process, the 6th Order water spirit vein began to tremble, surging out vast spiritual energy. Satellites lit up on the sea surface, and under Chen Mobai's control, the heavenly curtain earthly network array also poured down its abundant 5-element spiritual energy. These can neutralize the innate water-based power of the primordial Black Dragon, making the primordial bell easier to refine. At the same time, not far away in the direction of the sea eye, a familiar azure glow appeared, like a sun rising from the seabed, surging towards this side. It was the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. Qingnu was in seclusion over there and needed this magical artifact to move freely, so after confirming that the remains of the primordial black dragon would not be revived, Chen Mobai took it out of the Dharma realm and gave it back to her. Unexpectedly, today, because of refining a scale, the Hunyuan bell was focused on absorbing and refining it, and did not suppress the aura of the ancestral black dragon. This allowed the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl to sense it and cause it to move again. Just as Chen Mobai was considering whether to stop using the Cantong Pact, the Spirit Lord appeared with Qingnu in an instant, blocking the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. He then summoned a coral jade screen, which was the 1,000 scales reflecting the moon screen. Under the control of the Spirit Lord, the 1,000 scales reflecting the moon screen transformed into a mirage. Each scale shimmered with light and transformed into 1,000 dragon-shaped phantoms, circling and soaring on the seabed of the Xuanhai Sea, trapping the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl within it. The little dragon, who was tied to the medicinal field, opened its mouth wide in shock at the sight. These magical artifacts clearly require the bloodline power of the Xuanjiao clan to activate. So how come they were refined by the Spirit Venerable to perfection in just 1 year, unleashing their full power? The reason why the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl was able to be used by Qingnu in the past was because its spirituality exploded. But now the 1,000 scales reflecting the moon screen is completely intact. Even if the spirit directly betrayed and surrendered, the Spirit Lord should not be able to exert himself to this extent. Thank you, Senior. Seeing that the Spirit Lord had refined the 1,000 scales reflecting the moon screen so powerfully using the Cantong Pact, Chen Mobai expressed his gratitude. Among the 7 nascent soul cultivation techniques of the immortal sect, the Cantong Qi of their weapon-wielding lineage was originally the easiest to learn, but it became less effective in the later stages. This is because its power depends entirely on the weapon used, not the person. Among the immortal sects, the most powerful Lingxiao Palace is a war artifact, and its ownership does not belong to any single individual. What remains are the 3 top-grade 5th-tier flying swords. Even if one could comprehend these, at most one would only possess the strength of the peak of the nascent soul stage. If one wanted to use this to cultivate the void stage, one would instead be shackled by the magical artifact. Just like Cheng Chuan back then, if he hadn't obtained spiritual materials during the war to upgrade the Crimson Heart Mirror to the 5th rank, he would probably have been trapped at the threshold of the nascent soul state for the rest of his life, unable to break through. But now, in the Heavenly River realm, this technique can be said to have unlimited potential. After all, Chen Mobai can now successfully refine a 6th-tier magic weapon as long as he is willing to spend the time. After obtaining 2 6th-tier magic artifacts, the Spirit Venerable immediately sought Chen Mobai's consent and began cultivating the Cantong Qi. With her cultivation level, she naturally achieved mastery with ease. 3 days later, Chen Mobai saw that the Hunyuan bell had stabilized and could autonomously draw upon the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to refine the power of the ancestral black dragon. He got up and went to the Spirit Venerable's side, using his Dharma realm to take away the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl that had been suppressed. It seems this bead needs to be processed. After the Spirit Lord retrieved the 1,000 scales reflecting the moon screen, he spoke a few words. The Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl is the inner core of the primordial black dragon, so even though it has lost its spirituality, as long as it senses the primordial black dragon's aura, it will instinctively rush over and try to merge with it. It took Chen Mobai a year to barely refine 1 scale with the Hunyuan bell. The ancestral black dragon has tens of thousands of scales, as well as tendons and bones containing even more power. It may take tens of thousands of years for the Hunyuan bell to completely refine it. Chen Mobai definitely couldn't wait that long. Moreover, if the aura of the primordial black dragon continues to erupt during this process, the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl can only remain in its own realm, which is equivalent to rendering the magic artifact useless. Chen Mobai understood what Lingzun meant. He nodded slightly and said to Qingnu, "Madam, why don't I break this bead and help you refine a set of sea-stabilizing beads?" Since the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl was a scourge before refining the remains of the progenitor black dragon, it's best to discard it. Fortunately, the recent annihilation of the Dragon Palace yielded 23 Taiyuan blue pearls. Chen Mobai, with his previous experience refining the Dinghai Pearl and now possessing even higher levels of weapon crafting skills, can use these to transfer the original Dao power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. My husband can make the decision. Qingnu naturally had no objection to this, since although the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl could be used with the help of the Cantong Pact, it was certainly not as convenient as her natal magic weapon, the Dinghai Pearl. In exchange for a set of C-stabilizing pearls, one might be able to refine 24-second primordial spirits. If a custom-made C-stabilizing formation were made, or even if each of her second primordial spirits were equipped with magical artifacts, Qingnu's combat power would probably be comparable to some of the top nascent soul cultivators in the Heavenly River realm. Chen Mobai, I will first refine the Dinghai Pearl, and then my wife will use the Cantong Pact to refine it together, using the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl as material for advancement, and feeding it to this set of Dinghai Pearls. Chen Mobai didn't have many methods for refining 7th grade spiritual materials, but he could easily handle 5th and 6th grade materials. After dumping the vast amount of rare and precious materials stored in the 23 Taiyuan blue pearls into the Dharma realm, and taking Qingnu's essence and true energy, Chen Mobai, in front of the little dragon, used the water refining method to refine them into the C-stabilizing pearl. 3 months later, Qingnu's second primordial spirit in Nanju handed over the matters there to Luo Yixuan and her eldest disciple Jin Linger, and then rushed back to the Dragon Palace. Because Qingnu's divine sense has only just entered the 5th level, she cannot control 24 5th-level high-grade magic weapons at the same time. Therefore, she needs the Dinghai Pearl, which can initially evolve into a second primordial spirit, as the main pearl to control the entire set of 24 Dinghai Pearls. Under Chen Mobai's guidance, Qingnu used the main pearl to absorb the original power of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl and began to refine it using the Cantong Qi. However, Qingnu's refining speed was as slow as the Hunyuan Bell's refining of the ancestral Black Dragon's remains. After all, although the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl had no spirituality, it could still instinctively sense that it would perish in this way, so it would resist. Chen Mobai and Lingzhen discussed the matter and tried various methods, but in the end, it was the little dragon who offered a solution that solved the key problem. That is to set up a protective array for the Xuanjiao royal court, using 24 C-stabilizing pearls. This protective array is called the innate water element, which shares the same source as the power of the Dingyuan C-suppressing pearl and the primordial black dragon. Qingnu draws upon it, and the Dingyuan C-suppressing pearl no longer resists, allowing the Dingyuan C-suppressing pearl to extract its own essence. Chen Mobai and Lingzhen joined forces again to take the 24 scales from the corpse of the progenitor black dragon and attach them to each of the C-stabilizing pearls. This time, Qingnu didn't even need to lift a finger. The C-stabilizing pearls opened on their own, and the speed was more than 100 times faster. Moreover, if it is outside the Dharma realm, it can also draw upon the power of the CI to accelerate again. However, Qingnu's cultivation level is limited, so she already needs to slow down. Following this trend, once this set of C-stabilizing pearls is fully refined, they may even all be able to advance to the 6th rank. The Spirit Lord remained in the Dharma realm to protect Qingnu as she refined the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. Chen Mobai, inspired by this, wondered if he could also speed up the process of refining the ancestral Black Dragon's remains with the Hunyuan Bell. After all, he was practicing the primordial bell because he wanted to have power comparable to that of a Dao cultivator before he could achieve Dao integration. If we really wait tens of thousands of years, he might have already died of old age, or perhaps even attained enlightenment. Since the C-stabilizing pearl could accelerate the process using the innate water element array, the primordial chaos bell should be able to as well. Chen Mobai's array skills were unparalleled in the world, and he quickly repaired the Dragon Palace array that he had broken, then hung the array's core on the primordial chaos bell. As expected, with the support of the great array's power, the refining speed increased tenfold. But Chen Mobai still felt it wasn't enough, so he began to try to draw upon the power of the CI. He proceeded with great care during this process, and because of the foundation laid by the previous Dragon Palace formation, he completed it smoothly. Under his focused guidance, a scale that would normally take more than a year to refine was shortened to half a month. However, that would also severely deplete his spiritual energy. A single scale could consume most of his 6th-level spiritual energy. But this attempt also opened up new avenues of thought for Chen Mobai. If a 7th order Zhou Tian He Luo star array could be set up and applied to the Hunyuan bell, this time could likely be reduced by hundreds or even thousands of times. Chapter 1349 Stargazing. Chapter 1349 Stargazing. Setting up a 7th order Zhou Tian He Luo star array is definitely impossible for the 5-element sect with its current territory, but at least enhancing the power of this array will certainly benefit the Hunyuan bell in refining the remains of the ancestral black dragon. Chen Mobai called over the busy Zhu Ming and asked her about the matter. Reporting to Master, there are no problems with the Earth Network array. We just need to insert all the spiritual veins of the profound sea into the array plate and plant the array flags, and it will be encompassed. But regarding the heavenly curtain, Zhu Ming also took this opportunity to complain that when they clashed with the Dragon Palace formation, Chen Mobai overactivated the heavenly curtain and earthly network formation, causing several satellites in the sky to explode due to overload. The 5-element sect's weapon refiners were unable to repair these things, so the progress was still stuck. I understand, Chen Mobai nodded. The reason why the 5-element sect's heavenly canopy array previously only had 36 satellites was because that was the limit for any immortal sect's array. Therefore, when Chen Mobai copied it, he had a preconceived notion that this many satellites were sufficient. As it turned out, the 36 satellites did indeed cover all the territories of the 5-element sect in the eastern continent, and the signals could even reach parts of the desolate sea and the profound sea. However, with the capture of the Xuanjiao royal court, the entire Xuanhai region has fallen under the control of the 5-element sect. The original satellites are definitely not enough. According to Zhu Ming's estimate, at least 100 more will be needed. Let's just go straight for the number of complete cycles, and I'll refine it. Chen Mobai nodded, indicating that he would find time to build 360 satellites. The items from the 5-element sect were all old items that Chen Mobai had Yun Yangbing repair. Even so, they were not something that the weapon refiners here could repair, so he was needed to take action. Although satellite technology is highly sophisticated, with his current level of expertise, he only needs to look at the blueprints for half a day to fully understand it. However, 360 is not a small number, and Chen Mobai plans to upgrade it directly to a 7th order array in the future, so the materials used cannot be of poor quality. He would never have dared to dream of such a luxury before, but now that he has obtained all the savings of the Xuanjiao clan, he can make the most of them. In the days that followed, Chen Mobai worked on refining the Sky Curtain satellite while assisting the Hunyuan Bell in refining the remains of the ancestral Black Dragon. Time flies, and another 6 months have passed quickly. I have to go back there first, so I'll leave this place to you, Senior. The day Chen Mobai and Song Qingyi agreed to retrieve the suspended void pill was fast approaching, so Chen Mobai immediately put down what he was doing and spoke to the spirit venerable. Qingnu was still in seclusion. After setting up the innate water element array with the sea-stabilizing pearl, she once again felt the abnormal movement of her own embryonic essence. Don't worry. The spirit lord nodded, indicating that she was there. In a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai had already returned to the purple cloud universe. He booked a ticket to Wangsing. Since he had a temporary household registration, he needed to register with the relevant department. Qi Yuheng was experienced in this area and took care of everything for him. Junior brother, you finally emerged from seclusion. The power furnace has been repaired. Before Chen Mobai left, Cheng Xuan called him to his studio and handed him over the repaired 6th order power furnace. Take this to the Heavenly River realm, dismantle the Dragon King Palace in the Dharma realm, and use the materials to make a treasure ship. Then, the 5-element sect will be able to possess a 6th-tier treasure ship. Even if Chen Mobai and Lingzhen leave by then, the 5-element sect will still have the foundation of a 6th-level sect. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Mobai checked it and confirmed that there was no problem with the power furnace, then thanked Cheng Xuan. Why are you being so polite between us? Cheng Xuan waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. Senior brother, this is a 6th-grade spiritual material given to me by the Spirit Venerable. I've examined it, and its attributes are very suitable for your Crimson Heart Mirror. Chen Mobai took out the fire attribute spiritual materials he had prepared beforehand. These were the spoils from the little dragon's 23 Taiyuan blue pearls, which he had sorted out. Since the Spirit Lord gave it to you, you can use it. You don't need to give it to me. Chengxuan shook his head, indicating that it would be a waste to give it to him, even though he really wanted it. Giving you these will allow you to best unleash the power of the Cantong Qi and elevate your cultivation level. I can already cultivate to the void realm myself, so giving them to me would be a waste. In Chen Mobai's Dharma realm, there was a mountain of materials like this. If he hadn't taken out so many at once, it might have attracted the attention of the relevant departments. He had planned to give one to Qi Yuheng and Tao Hua. However, once he reaches the void realm, he won't need to worry about these things anymore. So the most urgent thing now is to get my hands on that suspended void pill. Junior brother, thank you. After Chen Mobai's repeated persuasion, Chengxuan finally accepted. He was obviously very excited. After all, with the help of these spiritual materials, he might be able to upgrade his natal magic weapon to the 6th rank and completely solidify his realm as a 6th rank weapon refiner. The two brothers drank all night, and Chen Mobai took the opportunity to ask about the satellite. Unfortunately, although Chengxuan was very skilled at weapon crafting, he knew little about formations. Although he proposed the concept of crafting satellites into magical artifacts, the 7th order Zhou Tian He Luo Xing Du formation was too advanced for him, and he really didn't know how to use satellites as a substitute. After all, the original 7th order grand formation requires the arrangement of stars, and each star needs to have a 6th order spiritual vein. Those who possess such power must at least be practitioners of Taoist temples, otherwise they wouldn't bother setting up such a place. Let's refine the satellite into a 6th-tier magic weapon prototype first. When we have the time and energy in the future, we can find a way to upgrade it one by one according to the corresponding spiritual veins. Chen Mobai had a plan in mind for the arrangement of the 7th order Zhou Tian He Luo Xing Du array. But this matter can only be dealt with after he has mastered the void realm. At most, we can only refine the necessary satellites and let Zhu Ming use them to cover the Xuanhai Sea area as an emergency measure. At the star station on Fushing Star, after the guards checked Chen Mobai's ticket, they made him stand in a specific position. Once everyone had arrived, they activated the star teleportation array. Chen Mobai's cultivation level was already close to the void refinement stage, but this was his first time officially using this star teleportation array. He experienced the whole process with great interest. In his current state, he quickly discovered that the operation of this star-space teleportation array was the same as that of the teleportation array in the Heavenly River realm. This also indirectly proved that the Taixu Dao ancestor of the Central Dojo and the Taixu True King of the Heavenly River realm were the same person. As the silver light intensified, the Fushing Star before Chen Mobai's eyes suddenly became illusory, and then in the blink of an eye, it transformed into an endless starry sky. His entire body seemed to be stretched out, and in just a few breaths, he was pulled from one end of the galaxy to the other. Go down first, then go up, don't rush. As the power of the void dissipated, Chen Mobai could already hear the guards outside the star station, responsible for maintaining order, shouting. He looked at the many passengers around him, his face pale, and put away the talisman in his hand. Such a massive celestial teleportation is something only a nascent soul cultivator could easily withstand. Clearly, the vast majority of the passengers this time were below the nascent soul realm. Therefore, they needed this void-stopping talisman to help them endure it. This time, there were still a few nascent soul cultivators among the teleporters. Chen Mobai saw them leave their positions and walk out of the teleportation array with normal expressions, so he followed suit. Upon arriving at the outer perimeter of the star station, Chen Mobai saw the core of the suspended pot dojo. In the distant dark void, 4 dazzling stars surrounded a central vessel, with milky white spiritual energy constantly spraying from its spout, nourishing this entire star system. Even standing on this star station, Chen Mobai could feel the vastness of the spiritual energy here, the most abundant he had ever seen in his life. Mom, what a beautiful teapot. That is Daejun's treasure, the Kang Sheng pot, which is constantly refining the void into spiritual energy to supply cultivators at the 4th level of the suspended pot for refining. The most vigorous part is equivalent to a 7th order spiritual vein. A mother and son, who were also using the teleportation array, walked up to Chen Mobai and spoke to the core of the Xuanhu dojo in the distance. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was secretly surprised. This process of refining the void into spiritual energy will exacerbate the collapse of the universe. The cultivators at the Tao integration stage must know this, but they still do it for the sake of the cultivators in their own Taoist temples. Doesn't the central dojo care? Chen Mobai was very puzzled. The ship for stargazing has arrived. Please board as soon as possible. The other 3-star passengers please wait at the ferry terminal. Just then, the guards at the star station called out, urging the cultivators who were still inside the teleportation array to hurry up and come out. Otherwise, they would have to wait a long time if they missed this one. Chen Mobai saw a huge starship approaching on starlight. After it stopped, a transparent staircase formed by condensed water automatically appeared, connecting him to the ferry. The mother and son next to him immediately grabbed their tickets and lined up to board the starship. This star station is located on the 4 planets of Tangshuanhu and is built in outer space. As long as you have a ticket for the star teleportation array, you can ride the starship for free. Chen Mobai appreciates this feature. After boarding the ship, he found his seat according to the seat number on his ticket. The free seat was naturally not very good, so Chen Mo paid extra to upgrade to a cabin and chose a window seat. Soon, the starship started its engine and flew towards a blue star. That is stargazing. From the star station, it seems to be right in front of you, but once you take off, you realize that the journey is quite long. This is mainly because the starship is not fast, at least not as fast as Chen Mobai can fly on his own. If you rely on your high cultivation level and don't need to take a ship, that's fine too, but you should be prepared to be scanned several times by beings at the void refinement realm with their divine sense before entering the planet. Chen Mobai would certainly not be so high profile. Although the starship was slow, he could take this opportunity to examine the core of the Xuanhu Dojo from space. The Kang Sheng Hu, a treasure for achieving enlightenment at the Xuanhu Daecheng, suspended pot Taoist temple, has stood here since the temple was established. Legend has it that in the beginning, the 76 star systems of the suspended pot dojo were all nourished by the Kang Sheng pot. Some planets with their own spiritual essence and natural resources thus gave birth to life. Chen Mobai recalled the scene he had seen with the Dinghai sword. When Tianhai came to Diyuan Star, there were indeed humans there. So, as a human from Diyuan Star, he should remember the kindness of Xuanhu Daejun. On the ship, a screen was playing news about the Xuanhu Daecheng, a martial arts center, over the past 1,000 years. Most importantly, it was the delegation that came from the central dojo when the first batch of suspended void pills was refined. The Taoist master of the hanging pot even personally greeted him. Chen Mobai saw on the screen an old man with white hair and beard, a kind-looking face, and a Taoist priest with a handsome and extraordinary appearance. The former is the Taoist master of the hanging pot, and the latter is the Taoist master of the central dojo. Star illusion Tao Lord, could it be that you have mastered the great Tao of stars? Chen Mobai thought to himself. The Zhou Tianhe Luo star array elucidates the great Tao of stars. If this avenue has indeed been occupied, then we should find a way to remind the immortal sects, lest that kid Ah Xing continue to waste his time on this avenue in this lifetime. Although for cultivators of the immortal sects, reaching the void refinement stage is already the highest ideal, Chen Mobai felt that with Kaixing's talent, he could still aspire to the Tao integration stage. If I have some free time before practicing the void realm, I'll see if I can find a way to go back to Earth Origin Star. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, the starship had already crossed space and entered the blue stargazing constellation. A vast divine sense swept over, and after a symbolic sweep, the membrane of heaven and earth opened a portal, allowing the starship to land. Chen Mobai disembarked with the rest of the group after having his tickets checked. He recalled the address information Song Qingyi had given him and asked a guard nearby for directions. Number 7851, Bing, Wangxing Hangjai Road. Because flying is prohibited in Wangxing, Chen Mobai had to ask many cultivators and change several ground teleportation arrays before finally arriving at his destination. I never expected you to be so young. Upon receiving the news, Song Qingyi came out of the office and was slightly surprised when she saw Chen Mobai. As a disciple of the Taoist master of the suspended pot, Song Qingyi also cultivated medical skills. In addition, as a cultivator at the void refinement stage, she was able to tell Chen Mobai's true age at a glance. Greetings, fellow Taoist Song. This is a gift to mark our meeting, please accept it. Chen Mobai smiled slightly and handed a jade box to Song Qingyi. The latter waved her hand repeatedly, saying that it was too polite, and after declining several times, she finally accepted it. The jade box was made of fifth-grade material, so Song Qingyi was curious about what was inside and couldn't help but open it to take a look. Inside was a piece of dark blue, semi-transparent, silk-like cloth, on which tiny stars lit up, weaving together to form the phantom of a true dragon, exuding a mysterious Taoist aura. Nice one. Song Qing was also taken aback. With her knowledge, she naturally recognized that this item was extraordinary, being a high-grade 6th-rank item. This is woven star dragon silk. Chen Mobai began to introduce it, explaining that it was something he had selected from the Dragon King's palace treasure. Chapter 1350, The Lord of the White House. Chapter 1350, The Lord of the White House. It just so happens that Master will be summoning us soon, and I can use this to make a nice Taoist robe to attend. Song Qingyi touched the piece of woven star dragon silk with great affection. With her wealth, she could definitely afford to buy such a thing, but she wouldn't be willing to part with it, and the meaning of it being a gift from someone else was completely different. At this point, she began to wonder about Chen Mobai's identity. At such a young age, his cultivation has already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, and he also possesses a boundary gate, which means that he has powerful backing. Oh, the Taoist master suspended gourd has summoned me. Is it for something important? Chen Mobai asked curiously, without revealing that he was a weapon refiner. After all, he felt his skill level was rather ordinary. There were countless 6th-tier weapon refiners at the 4th-star level, and refining a 6th-tier Taoist robe would definitely take a lot of time. Right now, his priority was to cultivate his void realm. After Master emerges from seclusion, he usually summons us, the guardians of the star system, for a meeting to understand the situation at the suspended pot dojo. Moreover, a major conference is about to be held at the central dojo, and as one of the representatives of the Zixio universe, Master will probably select a few disciples to attend. Song Qingyi accepted the generous gift and did not hide anything from Chen Mobai, telling him the truth. The Purple Cloud universe is actually a large immortal sect. The central dojo is responsible for maintaining the overall order of this universe, ensuring its smooth operation, and preventing the recurrence of calamities such as the demon lord that could destroy the universe. The Xuanhu Daicheng, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, is equivalent to the blessed lands of the immortal sects. However, each Daicheng is more autonomous, and some powerful Tao lords even obey orders but not summons. The central temple holds a small assembly every 1,000 years, and a large assembly every 10,000 years. For smaller gatherings, each major Taoist sect can send representatives, but for larger gatherings, true immortal Taoists will try their best to attend. This is the conference. What was discussed at the meeting? Chen Mobai's birthplace, Earth Origin Star, is like a rural village in the Purple Cloud universe without internet access. He knows almost nothing about the operating rules of the most powerful forces in this universe. The central issue has never changed: to curb the collapse and contraction of the cosmic void. The void gate of the central Taoist center constantly monitors the void of each Taoist center. Once the degree of collapse exceeds the limit of 10,000 years, a warning will be issued. There is a regulation on the sustainable expansion and contraction of the void personally set by the Tao ancestor of the void. Song Qingyi invited Chen Mobai into the reception room, and after having his disciples serve him fine tea, he began to discuss topics that Chen Mobai was interested in. For a Taoist disciple like her, who had received a proper lineage, the first lesson her master taught her after she began practicing the void refinement stage was that she could not arbitrarily refine the void into spiritual energy. Theoretically, our universe should be in a period of expansion and growth. The void will continue to expand over time until it annihilates. But the Xuan Palace has opened a huge hole, and the power of the void is pouring in there endlessly, as if filling a bottomless pit, which has caused the expansion of the universe to almost stop. If the universe were to stagnate, then annihilation would ensue. Therefore, to avoid this calamity, the Grand Void Ancestor established a sustainable expansion and contraction regulation. That is, every 10,000 years, each major Taoist temple has a 1% limit on the red line for refining the void. To give a simple example, the void of my suspended pot dojo is equivalent to 100 milliliters of water. So within these 10,000 years, the cultivators of our dojo can drink 1 milliliter of water. As long as it is within this range, there will be no punishment, and there will even be a reward. But if it exceeds that, it won't work. Moreover, if one refines the void for 10,000 years, then one cannot refine it again for the next 10,000 years. Instead, the Grand Void Ancestor will personally take action and use the Grand Void Gate to expand the void of this universe by 1%, which is to make up for the void consumption of the previous 10,000 years. With such contraction and expansion, the void is in constant flux, neither heading towards annihilation and freezing, nor causing destruction due to collapse. After hearing all this, Chen Mobai's eyes were opened. What the Grandmaster of the Void was doing was tantamount to changing the course of heaven and earth. All I can say is that the pure Yang realm is truly terrifying. So this Kang Sheng pot. With a look of sudden realization, Chen Mobai pointed to the very center of the 4 stars of suspended pot, which was still visible outside the window, and the enormous treasure pot that refined the void into spiritual energy. To avoid exceeding the void red line, our suspended pot dojo has always maintained very strict control over the refining of void into spiritual energy, for fear of accidents. When Master came out of seclusion before, he checked and found that he had only used 60% of the quota. He thought it would be a waste not to use it, so he is now rushing to use it up, planning to use up about 95% before the meeting. It can also be considered a benefit for the 4-star suspended pot dojo. Song Qingyi's words reminded Chen Mobai of the scene back in the immortal sect, where every year at the end of the year, various departments would rush to spend money and use up all the remaining funds. In an instant, I felt that the world is a cycle. No matter where you are, the laws governing the operation of society and the great principles are essentially the same. I was just planning to try practicing the void refinement technique. I wonder if I could rent a cave dwelling with abundant spiritual energy in this suspended pot 4-star. Chen Mobai quickly realized this. Since Daejun Xuanhu was refining the void into spiritual energy, it was obvious that the price of high-level spiritual energy caves in the 4 stars of Xuanhu would be driven down. This is definitely the safest place in the Xuanhu dojo. Moreover, if Xuanhu Daejun goes to the central dojo for a meeting, Chen Mobai doesn't need to worry about attracting attention when he steps onto the sacred Virtue Avenue due to his magnificent appearance. I own 3 houses. One of them originally only had the spiritual energy of a low-grade 6th-order spiritual vein. Recently, thanks to my master's refining of the void and release of spiritual energy, it has become equivalent to a high-grade 6th-order spiritual vein cave. If you don't mind, you can use it for a few decades. Song Qingyi accepted Chen Mobai's woven star dragon silk, and in return, she took out a golden needle, which was the key. Then thank you very much, fellow Taoist. After declining for a moment, Chen Mobai accepted it without hesitation. Fellow Taoist, you've arrived a little early. The suspended void pills under my name in the suspended sun star system will take about 10 more days to complete the procedures and reach me. After handing the key to Chen Mobai, Song Qingyi got straight to the point without needing any prompting. I'll take a stroll around this star-gazing area and familiarize myself with your cave dwelling while I'm at it. Chen Mobai must have come ahead of time for something as important as the suspended void pill, and he was mentally prepared for it. This is my disciple Su Lingwei. Fellow Taoist, you can have her show you around. Song Qingyi called in a fair-skinned and beautiful female cultivator and introduced her to Chen Mobai. Because the suspended void pill was so valuable, she needed to personally handle the following procedures and could not accompany him throughout. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Su. Chen Mobai originally wanted to politely decline. After all, he had many secrets, but in front of Song Qingyi, he could only politely add her contact information. Su Lingwei was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator with a lively personality. She dutifully led Chen Mobai around the neighborhood. Chen Mobai also learned a lot from her. For example, all the cultivators who obtained the 3 suspended void pills from the suspended sun star system came to Wangxing, one of whom was her senior sister. It's a bit of a waste to give it to senior sister. She's already failed once before. It's just a pity that Master treats her like his own daughter. Chen Mobai pretended not to hear Su Lingwei's words. It seems that Song Qingyi's disciples are not all getting along well. However, considering the preciousness of the suspended void pill, each distribution is equivalent to the immortal sects vying for nascent soul resources, so some competition is normal. Chen Mobai then took the opportunity to ask about the structure of the Xuanyang galaxy. Su Lingwei, without the slightest suspicion, recounted everything in detail. The Xuanyang star system only has one nascent soul cultivator, Song Qingyi, but the Golden Needle Pavilion she founded has produced 37 nascent soul disciples. However, the oldest of them have either passed away or died on their path to nascent soul cultivation. The one with the highest cultivation level is Senior Sister Ba Yilin, who is also the only one who has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. It's a pity that my second and third senior brothers are stuck at the bottleneck. Otherwise, I guess Master wouldn't have released these 3 suspended void pills to outsiders. Su Lingwei's words made Chen Mobai feel incredibly lucky, but considering that he was cultivating the path of saintly virtue, he felt that this was the right thing to do. Besides Song Qingyi and her Golden Needle Pavilion, there are many other nascent soul cultivators occupying various planets in the Xuanyang star system. The most powerful of them are known as the 8 sects of Xuanyang. These sects all have double-digit nascent soul cultivators, and some even have the foundation of void refinement. After comparing the two, Chen Mobai discovered that if Bai Guang and Ling Zun were included, the strength of Dai Yuan star would be enough to dominate the Xuanyang star system. However, our Xuanyang star system is located on the northern border, bordering the Xuan Palace. Therefore, all sorts of strange and mysterious experts often come here in disguise. Once, a powerful demonic cultivator broke out of the Annihilation Land and wreaked havoc on more than a dozen star systems. In the end, it was only by the experts from the Xuanhu 4 stars who came and joined forces with my master that he was able to suppress and kill him. Upon hearing Su Lingwei's words, Chen Mobai was suddenly startled. Break free from this land of annihilation. Demonic cultivator. Could it be? Are there still living beings in this desolate land? Chen Mobai asked cautiously. Of course there are. Even the patriarch of the suspended pot went to the land of annihilation in order to comprehend the primordial Tao. Although the principle is unknown, cultivators from various Taoist temples, and even the void refining cultivators of the dragon, phoenix, and white palaces, all like to go to the land of annihilation once their cultivation hits a bottleneck. It is said that it is easier to comprehend the 3,000 Taos there. What Su Lingwei said made Chen Mobai fall into deep thought. He is increasingly convinced that the land of oblivion is the celestial river realm. Those demonic cultivators who rushed out were probably beings like the black fly demon god, who, after ascending to immortality, dared not go to the spirit void immortal realm and inadvertently found a passage to the purple cloud universe. If that's the case, then it makes sense that the true king of the void can freely travel between the two realms. After all, this one is pure yang, and is the spirit of the innate treasure, the gate of the void. Next, Chen Mobai inquired about the various situations concerning the central dojo and the 4 palaces of Dragon, Phoenix, White, and Profound, with particular focus on whether there were any other pure yang beings residing in the world. This is a bit too high level. All I know is that in the last 10,000 years, the only one who has made a public appearance is the Grand Void Tao ancestor of the Central Tao Temple. The Dragon Palace is in charge of the 9 true dragons, but the ones ranked at the top have not reappeared after the Xuan Palace was destroyed. Currently, the leader is Yulong Daejun, who has mastered the great Tao of the universe and is considered the strongest being below pure yang. The Phoenix Palace is ruled by Taoist Danwang and Goddess King Niao. The former wields the primordial chaos cauldron, a supreme innate treasure, while the latter possesses the 7th order Phoenix Bell and the 8th order Wood God. They have profound foundations. The Lord of the White Palace disappeared during his battle with the Demon Lord, and it is said that he was suppressed. Currently, the sects are leaderless, and the various major sects are in a state of division. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai interrupted and inquired in detail about the situation at the White House. After all, among the 4 holy beings, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Xuan palaces all have positions in the Zixil Palace, but this White Palace seems to have suddenly appeared out of the universe. The Lord of the White Palace is a primordial true spirit white tiger, said to be the manifestation of the great Tao of slaughter in the universe, with unparalleled combat power. It turns out this is the territory of the white tiger divine beast. Chen Mobai recalled the records about the 4 divine beasts in the ancient books of the immortal sect, and suddenly realized the truth. If the Lord of the White Palace only possesses the Tao of slaughter, he shouldn't be at the pure yang realm yet, right? Chen Mobai continued to ask. This killing is also the ultimate path of innate cultivation. If I hadn't attended classes in Zixil Palace, I probably wouldn't know how to advance further. I don't know about that, but I heard that when the universe was first created, the Lord of the White Palace met with the left Taoist of the ancestral dragon and fought for 33 years. The two true spirits almost broke through the purple cloud universe. It was only when several pure Yangs from the central Taoist temple stepped in that the great battle was stopped. Is this even possible? Chen Mobai was greatly shocked after hearing this. You should know that, in his eyes, Zilong and Tianhuang must be at the pure Yang realm. If the White House Lord, this wild true spirit, is comparable to the ancestral dragon, then relying solely on the great Tao of innate slaughter is definitely not enough. However, the pure Yang method was a secret transmission from Master Zixel, and Chen Mobai did not believe that his senior brothers and sisters from Zixel Palace would pass it on to outsiders. No, there's another way. Chen Mobai quickly remembered the world-destroying millstone that had left him. Besides the Xuanmen Dao great way of profound path, there is also this path of gods and demons. If the Lord of the White Palace, being an innate true spirit, was born with the path of slaughter, he could be the demon lord's favorite vessel for demonic runes. Perhaps he is one of the 72 manifestations of the demon lord. We've arrived. This is the address master mentioned. Just then, Su Lingwei brought Chen Mobai to their destination, the cave dwelling that Song Qingyi had provided for Chen Mobai to stay in for free. Chen Mobai took out the golden needles and, under Su Lingwei's guidance, opened the door. Feeling the 6th grade high-level spiritual energy surging into the cave, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoist. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Chen Mobai also thanked Su Lingwei and randomly selected a 5th grade high-quality jade from the Dragon Palace treasure. End of this chapter. Chapter 1351, Suspension Pill Acquired. Chapter 1351, Suspension Pill Acquired. On the top floor of a tall building where the spiritual energy of the stars was most abundant, several disciples of the suspended pot Taoist were discussing the distribution of the recent batch of suspended void pills. Over on Fushing Star, Lao Xiaoyu's other disciple has also reached the nascent soul stage. He asked me to get him another pill, and he will pay according to the market price of Tao cultivation points. A tall, slightly thin male cultivator spoke to the others. He is Huo Gaiyuan. Fushangsing is nominally his territory, but to save trouble, he handed it over to Lao Xiaoyu for safekeeping. Over the years, they have developed some relationship and respect for each other. Junior brother, why didn't you say so earlier? The allocation of suspended void pills for all star systems has already been announced and confirmed. Changing it now would not be in accordance with the rules. A white-haired boy sitting in the middle frowned slightly, seemingly unwilling to agree. That's what I told Lao Xiaoyu too. If we had said so earlier, we could have just skimmed off a single grain from the quota of remote star systems like Xuanyang. But he didn't expect his disciple to suddenly break through his bottleneck. Huo Gaiyuan also looked helpless. Early and late are two completely different things. If he were to cut a single grain now, it would offend someone no matter who it was deducted from. But compared to others, Lao Xiaoyu is, after all, one of my own. And that disciple of his is also my little lover, who always takes very good care of me when he goes to Fushingsing, so I definitely have to help him out. Since junior brother Huo has spoken up, we should at least give him some face. Another female cultivator with long hair tied up in a crown seemed to have a good relationship with Huo Gaiyuan and offered her help. Which star system is it? The white-haired youth asked. He was the direct disciple of Xuanhu Daijun and the person in charge of star observation. His name was Cheng Yunlin. Over there in the suspended sun star system, only one of Junior Sister Song's disciples needs the suspended void pill. She sells the other two to outsiders. Why don't we take one from her? Huo Gaiyuan had already found out that, since this matter would offend people, he would try his best not to offend his own people. Although this would also make Song Qingyi lose face in front of outsiders, at least it wouldn't be internal strife. Even if it escalated to the point of involving Xuanhu Daijun, it would still be understandable. Go and persuade junior sister Song yourself, and then come to find me with her. Cheng Yunlin said calmly that if Huo Gaiyuan hadn't been an inner disciple, and Song Qing hadn't been a nominal disciple, he definitely wouldn't have agreed. Even so, he didn't want to get involved, so he let Huo Gaiyuan deal with Song Qingyi first. This. Huo Gaiyuan hesitated for a moment, as he was not familiar with Song Qingyi. I'll go with you. The female cultivator with long hair tied up in a crown spoke up. She was also a direct disciple of the Taoist master of the suspended pot, named Wei Yiken, and was considered the head of the female cultivators practicing the void refinement stage in this Taoist temple. Before Song Qingyi reached the void refinement stage, he often visited her during festivals. "Thank you, Senior Sister Wei." Huo Geiyuan nodded repeatedly, thinking that the gift he had given earlier had finally come in handy. Just as the two were about to get up and leave, a talisman suddenly appeared in the conference room, breaking through the void. "Then we won't disturb Senior Brother Cheng's work any longer." Upon seeing this, Wei Yiken and Huo Geiyuan took their leave. "Take care, Xiaolu, please see you two out for me." Cheng Yunlin nodded calmly, and had a plain-looking female cultivator who looked like a secretary lead them out. As the three turned around, Cheng Yunlin took the talisman. After reading its contents, her expression changed slightly, and she immediately called out, "Wait." Wei Yiken and Huo Geiyuan stopped in their tracks, looking over in confusion, wondering why the usually composed Cheng Yunlin had lost her composure like this. Junior Sister Song has been chosen by Master and will be going to the central dojo to participate in the conference in a while. Let's not mention the matter of withholding her star system suspension pill. You can think of another way yourselves. Cheng Yunlin raised the message talisman in her hand and read its contents. Upon hearing this, both Wei Yiken and Huo Geiyuan's expressions changed drastically. Especially Wei Yiken, she is clearly a direct disciple. Why didn't it get her turn? Could it be that Song Qingyi's Taoist robe was so eye-catching during the last meeting in the Kangsheng pot that it made Master's eyes go blurry? Wei Yiken clenched her fists, but since Cheng Yunlin had already said so, she certainly wouldn't embarrass Song Qingyi by going against this third senior brother or even their master. "Yes, yes, thank you for reminding me, Senior Brother Cheng. Otherwise I would have made a big mistake." Before Wei Yiken could speak, Huo Geiyuan, who was standing next to her, broke out in a cold sweat and spoke up. The reason he chose Song Qingyi was because she had no background and was easy to bully. "Now that I've caught my master's eye, I might be promoted from a registered disciple to a direct disciple in the future, surpassing me. But if I get involved in the karma of the suspended void pill, I'll probably face retaliation later. Fortunately, it hasn't happened yet." Before leaving, Huo Geiyuan asked the Xuanhu Daijun about the list of disciples selected to attend the meeting at the central Taoist temple, making sure to remember it so as not to offend him. Senior Sister Wei, Junior Brother Liu from the suspended star system, also has 3 suspended void pills this time. Why don't we go and talk to him? Stepping out of the high-rise building, Huo Geiyuan thought that since he had already given the gifts, he wanted Wei Yiken to help him find another disciple of the Xuanhu Daijun to discuss the matter. "I have something to do, you go by yourself." Wei Yiken spoke with a cold face, then threw the gift box she had received to Huo Geiyuan, transformed into a streak of light, left Wangxing and headed towards Kangshenggu. She was going to ask why she wasn't among the disciples who accompanied her to the central temple meeting this time. Soon, the list was also published on the official website of the Xuanhu Dojo. When Chen Mobai went to get the pills, he found that Song Qingyi was receiving 2 other cultivators at the void refinement stage. The one with white hair is the highest-ranking leader of Wangxing, Cheng Yunlin, the third direct disciple of Xuanhu Daijun. The other one is his secretary, Lu Jing. When Su Lingwei handed the suspended void pill to Chen Mobai, she also took the opportunity to mention the origins of the 2 void refinement cultivators that Song Qingyi was entertaining. It seems that fellow Taoist Song is about to make his fortune. Upon hearing the identities of these 2 individuals, and considering the recent flurry of activity on the official list, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh. In the immortal sect, this is equivalent to Zhuang Jialan, who was struggling in her hometown, being appreciated and directly promoted to the central Zhengfa Hall. I hope that after Master returns from this meeting, he can change my base of operations. The Xuanyang star system is too barren and dangerous. Su Lingwei looked hopeful. In the Xuanyang star system, finding even a low-grade 6th-order resource was extremely difficult. If she could settle on Xuanhu Star 4, she might be able to advance to the peak of the nascent soul stage before the next Xuangsu pill refinement. After hearing this, Chen Mobai hoped that Song Qingyi wouldn't be transferred, since Diyuan Star was located within the Xuanyang star system. If an unreliable person were assigned to guard it, unexpected situations might arise. However, now is not the time to consider these things. For him, the most important thing is to practice emptiness first. Perhaps after he reaches the Void Realm, he will be able to replace Song Qingyi in guarding the Xuanyang star system. With this in mind, Chen Mobai checked that the suspended void pill was fine, and then thanked Su Lingwei, who had been waiting for him. It was Master who told me to wait here. You are the last one. Senior sister and the nascent soul cultivator from Yude sect have already taken the pills and gone into seclusion. But don't worry, Master specially selected this suspended void pill for you. Its medicinal properties are better than the one from Yude sect. Su Lingwei's words made Chen Mobai feel even more favorably towards Song Qingyi. He is a man of his word, and he considers people like him to be close friends in the future. Remember to click Confirm Receipt. As Chen Mobai was leaving, Su Lingwei reminded him of something. Because the transaction was completed at the boundary gate, Chen Mobai's Dao Gong had already been deducted when he placed the order. However, it would only be transferred from the third-party platform to the Golden Needle Pavilion's account after he received the goods. This amount of merit was not insignificant, so the first thing Chen Mobai did after returning was to confirm receipt and leave a positive review. The suspended void pill is a pure white pill with silver spiritual patterns entwined around it. The deepest part of the spirit pattern faintly carries a deep gray hue. Chen Mobai immediately recognized it. It was a void spirit rune. Inside the medicine box was a detailed instruction manual for taking the medicine, as well as the proportions of various ingredients, which were similar to those from the immortal sect. Chen Mobai made a copy of this and asked Qingnu to study it when she had time. Although the lesser harmony flower is monopolized by the suspended pot dojo, if they were to obtain a wild harmony flower in the future, perhaps Qing Nu and Zhu Ming could use it to refine the suspended void pill in the heavenly river realm. During the copying process, Chen Mobai also carefully studied and comprehended the text. There are cultivation level requirements for taking this suspended void pill. The cultivator must be at the peak of the nascent soul stage and have a preliminary understanding of the void, and be able to take the step of refining void at any time in order to bring out the effects of the pill. When taking it, you need to ensure that your own path is clear and pure. There is also a note highlighted in red. Before taking the suspended void pill, you need to extract a trace of your own purest Tao power and infuse it into the pill so that the suspended void pill can adapt to the Tao that the user is about to embark on. This is quite a peculiar preparation. This was the first time Chen Mobai had ever seen that taking pills required this method, but upon closer examination, it made perfect sense. As expected of the Xuanhu Taoist Academy, which ranks among the top 10 in alchemy skills in the Zixio universe. After reading all the hints, Chen Mobai was genuinely impressed. Although Xuanhu Daijun is not strong in combat, he is a guest of honor in various Taoist temples because of his excellent alchemy skills. He even went to Phoenix Palace for further study and refined 8th grade pills with Danwang Daijun using the Hunyuan Cauldron. Although this suspended void pill is only of the 6th rank, it adheres to the most rigorous rules and regulations of the pill industry in the Purple Cloud universe, with all sorts of taboos and warnings before and after taking it, in great detail. For the rest of the time, Chen Mobai continued to clarify his path by looking at the stars. 6 months later, the venerable Master Xuanhu led a group of disciples in a grand manner, using starry sky teleportation to leave the dojo and head to the central dojo for a meeting. Before leaving, Song Qingyi even sent a message to Chen Mobai through the boundary gate. Because Chen Mobai hadn't left the house during this time, she assumed he had taken the suspension pill and was attempting a breakthrough. Therefore, she congratulated him in advance on his successful void refinement and said he could stay in the cave for as long as he wanted. The spiritual energy here would be high for the next 100 years, but would begin to weaken after that, as the void refinement quota would be exhausted by then. Song Qingyi told him this because she was worried that Chen Mobai might fail at the crucial moment of his breakthrough due to the instability of spiritual energy. Chen Mobai responded with thanks. After the two finished talking, Chen Mobai also returned to the heavenly river realm. He showed the suspended void pill to the spirit venerable and the green maiden. This was the first time they had ever seen a 6th grade pill like this. After reading the instructions, they were all amazed. By the way, how's the immortal pill refining going? Chen Mobai remembered this matter. This is also a 6th grade pill, and it's a pill that can assist in the void refinement stage in the heavenly river realm. While it can't compare to the suspended void pill, it can still increase the success rate to some extent. Chen Mobai always makes extra preparations when breaking through realms, and if he could have the immortal pill, he would be even more confident. I heard from fellow Taoist Qi that it has already reached the final stage of sealing the furnace and nurturing the pill. After hearing this, Qing Nu opened her heavenly instrument and informed Chen Mobai of the progress regarding the immortal pill. Because the five-element sect also had a share in this elixir, and Chen Mobai was too lazy to manage it, he entrusted it entirely to Qing Nu. The person who liaised with her on the moral sect side was the holy maiden Qi Jiansu. Good news, since it's already in the nascent stage, it means it's been successfully refined. I wonder how many pills there are this time. Chen Mobai was very happy to hear this. Come to think of it, this all started with the true lord of the overturning sea. If it weren't for the desire to help him ascend to immortality, the Dayad sect probably wouldn't have even gathered all the main ingredients yet. For this reason, as long as true Lord Fuhai stays hidden and doesn't come out in the future, Chen Mobai will not actively hunt him down. Fellow Taoist Qi actually failed to reach the nascent soul stage. At this moment, Qing Nu, who was checking her missed text messages on her Tangxiani, a type of telescope, saw bad news and couldn't help but look sad. After conquering the Xuanjiao royal court, Qing Nu was busy comprehending the power of the CI and using the 24 Dinghai pearls to absorb the essence of the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. If Chen Mobai hadn't asked her question today, she wouldn't have even opened the Tangshan instrument. What a pity! Chen Mobai's face fell when he heard the news. He had a pretty good impression of this ordinary-looking, but kind-hearted holy maiden of the moral sect. By the way, what about Yuan Zhen? Didn't the two of them exchange for the longevity pill together? At this moment, Chen Mobai thought of his friend again and couldn't help but ask. Compared to Yi Qing, he was definitely more concerned about Yuan Zhen. Aside from the relationship with Yi Qing, before he formed his nascent soul, if it weren't for Yuan Zhen's help, he wouldn't have been able to get past Master Bingyun so easily. I don't know that. King Nu shook her head. She and Yuan Zhen could only be said to know each other, but they were not close. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking of asking someone, a message talisman flew into the Xuanhai Sea and headed towards him, lingering outside the Dragon Palace formation. Chen Mobai immediately teleported away and received the familiar message talisman. As luck would have it, it was Yi Qing who sent it. The above mentioned a joyous event. Yuan Zhen successfully transformed into a deity. End of this chapter.